good show set up for you guys today. A lot of information I was able to gather yesterday. Here, the sun was going, there was nobody outside. I was able to talk with some people, talk with some connects, talk with some sources, and I have some information for y'all, so stay tuned. What up? What up? Stacy says good morning. Peggy says good morning. Good morning, both y'all. Adora, hi. Stacy says I'm handsome. What up, Stacy? Hey. Marlene, I think, sorry if I pronounced people's names wrong, said good morning. Trent Adorna says hi. Mud Crab says good morning. Tez, what up? Tez, my homie, yo. Tez is my co-star. Tez is at every single one of my lives. Shout out, Tez. Love y'all. Love you. Ray says, yo, Doris, something about Mary says, good morning. Doris, something about Mary is always here too. What up? I got mad co-stars. Natasha's always here too. Hi, Natasha. Dorothy, Pamela. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Veronica, Tracy, Felicia Thomas, good morning. Nicole says, good morning, nephew. How are you doing today, Auntie Nikki? Hey, Auntie Nikki, what up? Auntie Nikki too, another one of my co-stars. Yo, I got mad co-stars up in here, yo. What up? All right. Yeah, everyone's saying here, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. My coffee is tasting extra nice this morning. I don't know what's going on. I think I might be turning into a coffee drinker. It's raining out here. Don't mind my spots on my shirt. I think I might be turning into a little bit of a coffee drinker, guys. This is bad. All right. As always, I like to give you guys some insight of what's going on in and out the courtroom. Hold on. Mud asked me a question. It says, what do you think? Trent, I reckon just after lunch, we could have a verdict. All right, good question. And you guys know in the morning, I don't have that much a huge show for you guys. So this is where I take my time to answer some of your questions. I do have maybe around 10 or 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of stuff to talk to you guys about. Then I'll get back to answer your question. But quickly, Mud, I will answer this. And this is what I was about to tell you. So give me a second to like set it up. Whew. I don't want to miss my coffee. It's like the perfect temperature and it tastes so good. Oh, the cafe Americano Venti from Starbucks. Yo, Starbucks, you better give me a deal or something, man. I'm promoting you guys every day, yo. Woo, Cafe Americano. What up? You know when you get it and it's like too hot, then you can't drink it, and then you wait. Sometimes you miss, and then it's like lukewarm, and you miss it. So anyways, I digress. Let me get to why you guys are here. So to answer Mud's question, so I got here today, normally like I do pretty early, and there's a line outside. It is very, very quiet in the courtroom today. So outside of the courthouse today, very quiet. The police officers are still here. The tents are still outside with the traditional media, but the line for public, press, content creators is very, very small today. A lot of people, I think, don't think that we're going to get a verdict today. I think differently. I think people should be here today. If anything, they shouldn't have been here yesterday, because yesterday, half the day was jury instructions. We knew it was going to take 2.5 hours, and the jury was going to deliberate. I didn't think for a second that we were going to get a verdict in 2 or 3 hours. Did we get back some notes? Yes, we did. We got some exciting stuff back, but there was a lot of people here yesterday, the normal amount. I came here today, and it is very, very small lineup, not a lot of action, not a lot of energy that's going on outside of the courtroom, okay? Pamela said, Diddy's going down or it's fixed. All right. For those of you who saw yesterday's show, we definitely talked about jury instructions. We also talked about the 2 notes that came back. I'm not going to talk about them at length today. But like I said, I was able to talk to some people that were coming out the courtroom yesterday, some inside sources, and I have a little bit more information for you guys and a couple of things that I just want to like clarify for you, okay? So today's show, we're going to talk about juror number 25. Like I said, I have a little bit of an inside scoop. Then I have an alternate theory on juror number 25. Then we're going to talk about the last note that came in and what the lawyers are discussing, what they discussed yesterday after court and what they're going to deliver to the judge this morning. A lot of people have been not necessarily reporting this wrong, but missing the fact that the note came back. There hasn't been an answer yet. When the jury sends out a note, the judge Yes, he is the deciding factor of. Um, Somebody says Starbucks and a man bun. Wow. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going to answer that. I got to get a moderator in my chats. I have no problem with my Starbucks. Let me just drink it again. And my man bun. Let's do it 360. Yeah, I'm very confident in my ways. All right. Stop hating, Playboy. All right. So they have not answered. Thanks, Tess, for laughing at that. Somebody says I'll delete and block him ASAP. Thank you. What was I going to say now? Yeah, so they have not given instructions back to the jury. They've given the question. They've asked the question, sent out the note. They haven't given the directions. What they will do, what they've been doing tonight and what they'll do today is the defense will give a suggestion what to answer that note. The prosecution will give a direction. The judge will hear both sides, and then he'll send back a note. The judge is very fair. He always asks both sides what they would like to send back. Again, the judge makes the final decision. So we'll talk about that. We will talk about a polling that is going on if Diddy is innocent or guilty. There's some polls going on, and I want to talk to you guys about it. And I want to take my own Trent Out Loud poll. We're going to do that today. I have a little bit more information on juror number 5, the floor person. And lastly, if we have time, I'm going to go over quickly some things that we talked about yesterday in jury instructions. All right, so that is today's show. So first and foremost, the thing that everybody's talking about, juror number 25. Quickly, so when this landed yesterday, wow, fast problems for the Diddy jury deliberation. There's already a complaint about a juror not following instructions, okay? The note was, just to preface it, to remind you guys, the note was, we have received a note from the jury, and we have a juror, number 25, who we believe, just listen to this, cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about, etc., etc. Listen to this. Something like this happened in the Stormy Daniels trial in the same courthouse, right here beside me, and the judge read multiple versions of the Allen charge, which encourages deadlocked jurors to keep trying. The jury ended up convicting, and it was upheld in the Second Circuit Court, okay? Lastly, jurors' note says that there's a single holdout refusing to look at the evidence. The judge read the Allen charge and the instructions, and they continued deliberating. Now, what I want to emphasize is that the note said he cannot follow instructions, but juror number 25 is a 55-year-old white man. He has a PhD, okay, in nuclear biology. He's a scientist. So what does that tell you? That tells you that he can understand the jury instructions. He just finds that he is smart enough and he wants to follow his own instructions. That's what that tells you. Now, let me tell you guys what jury nullification is. In layman terms, I don't know why this person is yelling so much. Anyways, jury nullification in layman terms is, I don't care what the judge tells me, I'm gonna do whatever I want and I'm gonna vote guilty or not guilty. That's jury nullification. Now, in the jury instructions, and in most court cases, the judge never lets a jury know about jury nullification. However, I would think somebody that has a PhD and somebody who's 51 years old probably knows about jury nullification. For those of you who don't know, I have a definition for you. What is jury nullification? Jury nullification is when a juror in a criminal trial acquits a defendant despite believing they violated the law, often due to disagreement with the law itself or its application. It's essentially a juror's decision to disregard the law and evidence, resulting in a not guilty verdict. This power, while not explicitly sanctioned by the law, stems from the jury's historical role and the inability to overturn an acquittal. Okay? Just charge applied. The juror or juries, or what's a plural for juror? The jurors have that ability. Again, it's not read out to you in jury instructions, but it is part of law, okay? And here's another thing, not a legal right. While jurors can nullify it, courts generally do not instruct them on this power and sometimes discourage it. Unreliable acquittal. A jury's not guilty verdict, even if based on nullification, listen to this, cannot be appealed nor overturned. Meaning the government can't look and say, hey, this juror nullified his vote, his or her going completely against it. The government can't look and say, hey, we would like to appeal it or overturn it. It is the juror's decision. Potential for misuse. Some argue that juror nullification can be used to undermine the legal system or promote biases. But again, it is still something that is legal. And then the last thing is the historical content. Is juror nullification has been used throughout history to challenge the law, considering unjust, such as those related to things that happened in like the 1600s, okay? So just want to reiterate that although they're sending a note about juror number 25, this juror can do whatever he wants. Now, I told you guys yesterday that the prosecution kind of was a little bit iffy on it and said, hey, we want to, look and we want to, get back to you, Judge, on what we should do. Diddy's defense team was like, yo, tell them it's okay. Tell them that juror number 25 can stay and just continue deliberating. It ultimately went back kind of like in the defense way where it's like, hey, just keep him here. It's early. And by the way, for those who didn't see yesterday's episode, this note came back in half an hour. Some people are reporting that it was like an hour and a half or 2 hours, which is not that big of a difference, but it is still, timing is still very different, and that's why I like to be right in the courtroom. And I didn't leave the minute the jury went to deliberate. I stayed in there. That note came back within half an hour. That lets you know that this juror number 25 is testy, and they found that out right away. They went back around 12. Everybody went for lunch. I was like, I don't even think they're going to start deliberating. They found a floor person within 5 minutes, which I'll tell you about. That's juror number 5. And within 25 minutes, you come back and you say, yo, this guy cannot, and it's not that he cannot comprehend because he has a PhD. If he can get a PhD and he's a scientist, he can understand the jury instructions. He is willing to use his law or his what's the word I'm looking for? His use of the law that he is fully aware of. Jury nullification, which means that, yes, jury instructions are, this is the law. If this happens, this means that. This means he's guilty. This means he's not guilty. I don't care the jury instructions. I don't care what the law says. I'm here. I'm the judge. And in the jury instructions, the judge says, you guys are the judge now. You are the ones to determine. And part of that determination is you could decide if you do not want to apply a law. So people think, I think Diddy's team thinks that this is a win for Diddy. This is somebody out there who's like, I don't care about the DRUG charge. I don't care about this. I am not even talking with y'all. I don't even want to deliberate. I'm here voting not guilty. Y'all can do whatever you want. Again, we can only speculate. Nobody, not even the judge, nobody knows what's going on or nobody has insight of what's going on in there. We could just speculate. Now, that's one theory. One theory is he's holding out, wants to send Diddy home. He doesn't want to deliberate. He doesn't want to talk with his colleagues or the other jurors. Now, here's another theory that somebody told me. Said there's another theory. Some people believe that he's a holdout and he wants to send Diddy to jail and the others want to send him home. Okay? I don't think so because the others know exactly what they want to do, but he knows what, I don't think so. I think the others know exactly what they want to do, and what they want to do is be able to deliberate. So I think if, let's say the 11 other people that are there, for him to be the one that wants to send him to jail and all the 11 want to send him, Diddy home, that would mean that the defense did a far better job that without even deliberating. Oh my gosh, this guy's moving this fence and doesn't care that my camera is right here. Sorry guys, 1 second. Yeah, so I don't think that, bro, I just want to make sure, bro, hello? I'm just recording here, so I just want to make sure you're just careful of the fence, but I'm going to hold it down and lift it. Go ahead. I think it's, oh, there we go. Thank you. I just thought it was twist-tied and you couldn't get it up. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so I don't think it's the 11 jurors after half an hour being like, we want to all send him home. And he's like, no, I want to send him to jail. That's up for you guys to decide what you want. I think he probably wants to send him home, and not the 11 that wants to send him to jail, but the 11 are like, hey, we want to just deliberate. We want to talk. We want to see what everybody has to say. So that is juror number 25. Now, let's get into what, and I'm going to go back to the comments and ask you guys what you think, okay? I just want to get through all the information for people who didn't see yesterday's episode, okay? Now, let's go to talk about the last note that came in on DRUGs, which is the one predicate act that really upsets me, that really bothers me. Ever since I heard about it, I think even during the case and in closing arguments from the prosecution, I have been so bothered by this, and I want to talk to you guys about it. And also, I think that's why the note came back, because I think more people in that jury room are thinking like me, and even yesterday, a lot of you were agreeing with me, okay? So, the defense cannot be excited about this. A note came back. We have two letters from the jury. One is asking for if somebody has a controlled substance and a person hands it over, is that distribution? Just want to make sure. We're at a party. I ask you, let's just choose here, Latino Heat, NYC. Hey, Latino Heat NYC. Actually, you know what? I just got a super chat. Vanessa, thank you very much for the super chat. Good morning, Trent. I have a feeling it's going to be an exciting day. I hope so. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to get some more coffee. All right, so let's just take Vanessa. Let's say Vanessa and I are at a party, and I ask, an individual asks for a controlled substance. So Vanessa has a controlled substance, and I'm like, hey, Vanessa, can I have some of that controlled substance? Vanessa hands it to me, and I'm like, hey, thanks, Vanessa, for this controlled substance. Is that distribution? That was the note that came back, okay? The juror will get an answer at 9 a.m. today. Like I told you, they have not answered him yet, okay? They haven't answered the jury yet. Prosecutors emphasize that jury can convict on racketeering conspiracy based on 2 DRUG acts. This is what worries me, guys. Under RICO, there's 8 predicate acts, okay? One of those predicate acts are DRUG distribution. And like we just did, Vanessa handing over to me a controlled substance, that means Vanessa distributed a controlled substance to me. If we find that Vanessa and I went to two parties, and she did that to me twice, once on a Friday, once on a Saturday, that constitutes 2 predicate acts within 10 years. She could do it once on a Friday and then once on next Friday or even next year. That would be 2 predicate acts, and that means Vanessa, if they found her that she conspired with another person to do it, let's say her friend Sonia, that means Vanessa is a racketeer, which is crazy work to me. Here's something else very, very quickly before we go back. A lot of people don't know. They didn't mention that a conviction without sex trafficking finding would be a lot less of a time for Diddy, and he would not get a full life sentence. What does that mean? Let's say they find Diddy guilty of these 2 DRUG acts or something else, but they find him not guilty for sex trafficking under RICO. He will not get life. That's why everybody's so freaked out about RICO. RICO does not automatically give you a life sentence. If they find him guilty, in which they're looking into it, if they find him guilty under DRUG and let's say like arson, but not on sex trafficking under RICO, he will not get a life sentence. It's a lesser sentence. They didn't mention that a conviction without sex trafficking under RICO finding would be a big loss for the prosecution and get Diddy less than a life sentence. All right, make sure you all tell everybody about that. Judging by the fact that they're huddling around the piece of paper, there is a question about the, and it's not a verdict, okay? They would have a different note if that was the case. All right, so that is it with the little notes that I found. So let's go back to talking about DRUG, okay? I'm not saying that having DRUGs and Vanessa handing me or handing somebody else DRUGs shouldn't be illegal. All I'm saying is that I think that if that is the case and that's what they want, they should charge him under a narcotics charge and not under a RICO charge, and whatever it would be, it's a personal use, let's say it's a year or 2 years, I think separate from the SEX trafficking and all the other stuff, the arson, whatever, blah, blah, let's just talk about this. I feel if the feds, if that's what they have him for and that's what they charge him for, I would be okay with them charging him under that, like a narcotics charge, even if it's personal, whatever the sentencing is. But if he goes down for RICO under 2 counts of DRUG and it's literally passing a personal amount to somebody at a party or at his house or whatever because they asked for it, I think that would be crazy work. I think the people of New York City, I think the people who have been following this trial will be very, very disappointed. Me just in particular, being super invested in this case, being at this trial every day, if that's what he gets convicted for RICO, and I'm not on any side, just for those people who might be new, doesn't matter to me if he goes inside or if he comes out or whatever. I'm just here trying to have conversation and being your eyes and ears in the courtroom. But I would be very disappointed if that's what they caught him under RICO for. If the RICO is, arson or bribery or the K word or X trafficking, and that's what they find him guilty for, fine. That is the jury system. Do your time and whatever. But that DRUG is crazy. Now, again, y'all know I always try to look on both sides. Here's a positive spin that somebody brought to my attention. Oh, I hope it's not raining. Here's a positive spin on that note coming back, not being negative. Listen to this, not being negative. Here's a positive spin on the jury note asking about DRUG. Maybe the G, and just like some of you, and they think that serious, you're really serious that if somebody asks somebody at a party, hey, can you actually give me, oh, it's starting to rain. Can you give me, hold on, I might have to take out my umbrella. Hold on, guys, sorry. Sorry, it's starting to come down. Is that just the trees? Whatever, I'll put it up just in case. Yeah, maybe the note coming back to the judge is like, are you guys really serious? Could that really actually be a thing? Like, even if the other person asked for it, are you serious? Come on, that could be what the note is. Of course, they're not gonna say in that language like, Judge, are you actually serious? But it could be there where they're talking in the background being like, yo, this is ridiculous. Like, we don't want to find him guilty of RICO. We're not finding him guilty of arson or bribery or whatever. And then somebody was like, yeah, but yo, what about that DRUG charge? I do believe that he handed it to Cassie, that he handed it to Jane, that he handed it to Brendan. And people are like, yeah, but he scared the shit out of me. What up, bro? That's my guy, Brian, man. TMZ in the building. I'm always scared that a rat is pulling up on me. Yeah, so there could be a positive way to be like, hey, we don't want to find RICO, but the one thing that we can't even really deny ourselves is like this whole DRUG thing. We do believe that Diddy had DRUGs. We saw the Gucci pouch. We saw all of this, and we do believe he handed it off. Like, are you guys serious? If we believe that he did that 2 times, you actually really want him to find us? Do you really want us to find him guilty of that and send this man to jail for 10 or 15 or 20 years or potentially life because he handed over some DRUG? So that's a positive way of looking at the note. Okay, I'll get to the comment section and let you guys know. You guys let me know what you think. Oh, there's a little birdie here. Is it still raining? Yo, New York is weird, man. It rains and then it stops. Super weird. All right, let's get to, well, let me tell you quickly, juror number 5. Juror number 5, I wasn't too sure if I could tell you guys yesterday, but I spoke with somebody in the court and I can tell you this public knowledge. Juror number 5 is the floor person. He is a religious man. He's an investment analyst and he is a member of a Connecticut country club. A lot of people are like, oh, the floor person is in charge. The floor person does everything. No, the floor person just sends the note to the back to the judge. He is just the person that kind of is like the coordinator. He doesn't have a bigger vote, doesn't do anything. He's just more kind of like is the liaison between the judge and talks back and forth to people and kind of just organizes, writes stuff on the board, has no power greater than any other juror, okay? So just want to clear that up. All right, now let me go to this poll. I saw a poll coming in today. They asked people, how many people think Diddy is guilty or innocent? Now, let's not dive too much into, oh, I feel he's guilty on this or I feel he's guilty on that. Just overarching, there we go, starting to rain again. Overarching, do you think Diddy is guilty or innocent? And I want to take a poll. Let me get my pen out. 1 second, 1 second. Oh, gosh. Sorry, guys. All right, I want to take a poll. I'm going to look in the comment section. We're going to take, make a little chart. And I'm going to maybe take 20 people or 30 people. Hold on, don't put it yet. Don't give it out yet. Hold on. All right, here we go. All right. Let's go. I'm going to put right here. Did it stop raining? Oh my gosh. All right, let's go. I'm going to put a poll here. I'm going to put G for guilty, N for not. Okay, here we go. Wait. You guys already started. Hold on. Jeez. Okay, hold on. So, hold on here. Not, guilty, not, guilty, oops, guilty, send him to jail, I guess that's guilty. Hold on. Jeez, there's a lot of 1, 2. He is guilty of RICO or being, okay, no. Oh, here we go, not guilty, not. I guess that's a not. Here's a guilty. Oh, not, guilty. Hold on. Guilty on some charges, that's a guilty. Guilty, not. 1, 2, 3, guilties, 1, 2, 3. Not. Gosh, it's starting to rain again. I think it looks like there's more guilty here, guys. Yeah, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more guilties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. There's 1, 2, not. 1, 2. Here we go. All right, quickly here. Gosh, you guys really answered quickly. Jeez. Yeah, wow. I don't even have to count anymore. Just look at the feed. It's like, geez. 100% guilty. Yeah, there you go. I couldn't even keep up. Like, here it is right here. G's, not guilty. So I think unanimously, people think that Diddy is guilty. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I just want to see something now. Let's dive down a little bit. Hold up, take a pause. Do you guys think Diddy is guilty of RICO? Okay, let's start from here now. I'll be able to tell by the feed. I won't even write it down. Is he guilty of RICO? Just put guilty RICO, not guilty RICO. Yeah, no. Look at that. No. Wow. So a lot of you guys don't think he's guilty of RICO. Not guilty of RICO. Yeah, that's unanimous. Not guilty of RICO. Wow. Okay. So let's do the other charges, seeing that we have some time. They haven't called us in yet. Okay. So you guys think, I'm going to write this down just to take a note here. So unanimously, the vote is not guilty of RICO. Okay, now what about SEX trafficking, force, fraud, and coercion? SEX trafficking, force, fraud, and coercion. Not the Mann Act. We'll do that one after. Tell me, guilty. This is SEX trafficking. Guilty, not guilty. Ooh, this one seems like it's kind of 50-50. No, G, no. This one seems 50-50, guys. Innocent until proven guilty. All right. SEX trafficking, force, fraud, and coercion is halfway. I would say that's half. So this is no. Force, fraud is half. And I think I know this one. There we go. Now, guilty of the Mann Act, trafficking. Is this guilty or not guilty? Yeah, see, there we go. This is going to be guilty. Yeah. Guilty, guilty, guilty. I think that's obvious. Like even Diddy knows he's guilty of that. Yeah, so that's why when you ask an overall poll if he's guilty or not, it's definitely because of definitely the Mann Act. Half of you guys think force, fraud, and coercion, and not many people think RICO. Super, super interesting. Love that. All right. Thank you guys for that poll. So they said that the poll was 52% guilty, 48% innocent. We were kind of all on the same page here. Love that. All right. So before I call it a day, what do you guys think about? Ask me your questions. What do you think about the RICO charge, the double DRUGs? Like, do you think you should go to jail for that? Let me know. Let me know what your questions are. I can't scroll up because we just did a poll. Somebody says I should make a poll. I don't know how to do that. Let me see. Community moderator, filter, chat filter. I don't know how to make a poll. No, that's like my background. Anyways, I'll look into this. What is this? At least 1 minute video on the, okay, no. All right, let me go to your questions. All right, really? I don't know if I could say that on Instagram. Not on Instagram, on YouTube. Jessica, I don't know that, but no, he is definitely described their faces to you guys, but he's not black. The floor guy is not black. The floor person is not black, and juror number 25 is not black. Somebody said he's gonna get off on time served. Somebody says, can Diddy get pardon if he's found guilty? 100%. He can get pardoned right now. Look at what Joe Biden did. Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter. See, my coffee's cold. I missed my last sip. I got most of it though. Yeah, you can get pardoned at any time. And even somebody was telling me yesterday in the chat. I love you guys always giving me information. They can also give Diddy a plea deal, even when the jurors are deliberating. I didn't know that, so thanks for whoever told me that yesterday. He's going to jail regardless of RICO. Somebody said not guilty. Ross Chicken at Waffle Trent, we appreciate your effort, homie. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'll come for some chicken and waffles. Next person said, guilty of 2 or more is guilty of RICO, isn't it? Yes, 100%. That's what makes me very upset. I don't agree with the law of distribution being, hey, you want this pen? Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. That's a distribution of a little amount of white stuff. Again, I understand that it is illegal to have the white stuff. I totally get it. But charge him for a DRUG charge, not RICO. RICO was not made for that. I totally disagree. And I think the jury, for that charge specifically, I would hope that the jury would use their jury nullification and say, I don't care about that law. I think it's unfair. And just my 2 cents about that, laws are made by people. They're made by humans. There's a lot of laws that are changed, I don't know what the word is, fought against, but there's a technical word for it when you go and, laws change every year, every whatever, you know what I mean? Like there's things that could be changed in the rule books, and I think that needs to be taken out of RICO. Should it be kept in a normal DRUG charge? 1,000%, but I think under RICO, you should have a certain amount, because the whole point of RICO is to get an enterprise. 2 people from an organization have to conspire together to do something, arson, bribery, or whatever, which I totally understand the RICO Act, and it's good that they invented this to take down these bigger criminal organizations. But the fact that you're trying to take down a big criminal organization, but you still have in there, and you have slid into that law, it could be a personal amount. The amount doesn't matter. There should be a certain amount. Under an organization, it should be like a key is your minimum amount, and the distribution should be like distribution to multiple people. You know what I mean? Like you're in an area and they're building and you're serving, 10 people or more. That should be distribution. It shouldn't be, I'm giving you a pen. I really think that law needs to be changed. And I hope they do not find him guilty on this, because that will be precedent. And like I said yesterday, if that is the case and that is law, and Diddy goes down for that, then you know what? Go and arrest all the other record labels, rock bands, hip hop act, anybody in the music industry, because that happens in every single. I was in the entertainment industry and in the music industry for 10 years. You can go to any record label, and I'm telling you, there's been a person within that record label that has handed over a controlled substance to another person that asked, guaranteed. So go arrest everybody for racketeering. Here comes the rain again. Oh my gosh. Yeah, go everybody. Movie studios, everybody in the entertainment industry are racketeers. If that's the case, every single one. Gillian Crawford said, "Thank you, Trent, for being a mental health advocate." Oh my gosh, my coffee cup is empty now, so it's blowing around. I would also like to say how much of a beautiful soul and person you are. I would be a proud mama if my son grows up to be like you. Aw, thank you, Gillian. Gillian. Sorry, I'm really bad with names. Gillian Crawford. Thank you so much. My mom was like a big supporter of mine. Trust me, if she's not watching now, she'll be watching later. She watches all of my lives, every single one, and she texts me things like that every day. So I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm sure your son will grow up to be just as great. Somebody says, Tony Montana says, when's the verdict? The verdict is anytime. Who knows? The verdict could be today at 9 a.m. or it could be in August. Like, you know, there is no set date. It's up to when the jury comes to a decision. Hold on, I gotta scroll down because there's a lot that just passed. Somebody says, "Oh, that's cute." Another person said, "Why do you think they didn't bring?" It sounds a little bit no. The kids didn't get. No, okay, I'm not gonna read that. Mud, definitely she will. Trust me, I'm gonna get a text message from her. She's the best mom in the world. Love you, Ma. Thanks for tuning in. Somebody said, Diddy, please be free. Somebody said, shout out to Trent's mom. Isn't based on that one act. No, RICO is based on two. You have to charge it.
overnight. Other than, they're still talking about the Diddy lawsuits, a lot of civil litigation here and there. And that's probably going to be the next phase after this verdict. If it comes down this week, or if it ever comes down, then I think we'll focus more about the civil suits. And I also think once a verdict is reached, then I think Diddy's going to face a lot more problems with civil suits. And then I also put out a tweet yesterday, KK, I believe that KK, as soon as something is reached with this, pretty soon afterward, I think that some indictments will drop on others with this case. I'm thinking KK, the Ghislaine Maxwell of this whole case, the right brain of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I think KK will have a indictment or something with her moving forward. So here we are. Good morning. Good morning. It's sunny out there. It's always sunny in the great state of New York, New York City. Innocence doesn't cost $40 million either. FYI. I know, right? He paid off Cassie $20 mil. And then Cassie got another cool $10 million herself. Darla, thank you for the gifted membership. One gifted membership courtesy of Darla. A lot of gifted memberships popping up. I appreciate you. The gifted memberships continue to rise every week on the channel. We just continue to grow. We're a growing family on this case. We're not going to Idaho. Breaking news. We're not going to Idaho. There's been a deal reached in that case. So, you know what's crazy? I'll just tell you something on a side note here. I personally think a resolution with the Kohlberger case is good. He can't appeal. He'll waive his rights to appeal. He pleads guilty, spends the rest of his life in prison. We booked travel and everything like that. I had up to 12 a.m. last night or 12 a.m. this morning, July 1st, to cancel without being penalized. And on the 30th of June, just 5 hours before I would have been on the hook for thousands of dollars for travel expenses up there, hotel accommodations. It was an Airbnb. I was able to cancel. So I'm very good that at least he decided to come to his senses and announce that he's going to plead guilty right before the 1st. Otherwise, I would have been hit pretty hard. But we were looking forward to going to Idaho, but we're not going there. So that means we'll go somewhere else. You never know what will pop up, whether it's a hurricane, a storm, a breaking, crazy crime scene. We'll see what happens. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Yes, William, we've been saying that every single day. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Yeah, Diddy trial was pretty interesting. I wish one day in the federal courts that they start filming and allowing cameras inside the courtroom. But we got an understanding. We got a gist of what's going on. One thing, though, is Court TV reported again on attorney Mark for Diddy's closing. When he finished, there was clapping in the overflow room. Like there's overflows. There's 4 overflow rooms there. Feel like I think they hold about 50 to 75 people each in that range. And one of them just blew up with cheers. So there's the supporters of Diddy inside that overflow room. I wonder if that affects the jury in any way. The jury sees that Diddy has support. I'm assuming this is Brian Steele. Let's see. Brian Steele. No, it's Tenny Garagos. Garagos coming in. Garagos. Mark Garagos' daughter in the house. She's been doing a lot of cross in this case. She has a really good proactive approach in this case. The judge actually thanked the parties for allowing other lawyers besides the main lawyer to participate in this case. The judge actually said that's good to get some of the younger attorneys some experience, doing their arguments in the cross and whatnot. RRD freelance investigator. Hey, freelance investigator. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Welcome. You should still go and interview for the firefighters and their story. Yeah, the firefighter story in Idaho was really, really bad in Idaho. Probably not, Charlie. I canceled, so I don't think we'll be going to Idaho for anytime soon. That's a place I would like to be at, live in at one day, possibly. No, it's not bad that we're not traveling. I mean, I'm glad there's a resolution, though. Some of the families of those victims are not happy in the Brian Koberger case. They wanted the death penalty. I understand they're victims. They feel strong about their opinions about this case. And, I can't imagine being a victim of any crime. Victims go through a lot. Victims go through a lot, and victims should have a say. Should have a say. I don't know if y'all are aware, speaking of victims, in this case, if we get a guilty, there is victim impact statements. Victims get to say things in a federal case. They get to say things down the line. Victim impact statements, right? So I don't know at sentencing if we'll see actually people sit there and go to the podium and tell the judge what they feel or how they feel about Diddy, or direct it towards Diddy himself. There's strict rules about that. I don't know really if you can just address to the judge or address to the defendant himself. Some let you do both. Some limit to how you do it. But victims in this case, if there's a guilty verdict on any of the charges, have a right to speak. They have a right to be heard in this case. We haven't even talked about that. It could be of victims, really letting Diddy have it when Diddy's sitting there at his defense table. We shall see down the line. We're jumping ahead, assuming that there will be a guilty verdict. I think there'll be a guilty verdict here. I think so, but we'll see. You never know. I mean, I'll have weird thoughts about the justice system if this guy gets off in any shape or form, or all across the board. If he runs the tables and it's a full acquittal. But again, odds are against them. 97% conviction rate. Some feel it's higher. Plus, look at all this mountains of evidence on Diddy, and just the jury instructions itself, not favorable whatsoever. Case in point, yesterday, just handing drugs to someone else in the federal law, in the federal eyes, is considered distribution. We shall see. We shall see. Good morning. I see a lot of people pounding in the chat faster than normal days. It is verdict watch today. We are 15 minutes away from official verdict watch. As the judge said, they will let the jury start 9 a.m. Don't even have to go into court. They could just come right in and go right into their deliberating room. Who's coming in now? Who do we got? Who do we got? Tanya Roberts, thank you very much. Who do we got? We got people. We got people. Kind of. Oh, that's Shapiro, right? Alexandra Shapiro, right? Shapiro, that's Shapiro, right? It's one of his attorneys, right? If I'm wrong, correct me. Correct me. Attorneys are coming in. More attorneys are coming in. Every time the camera moves, it's usually an attorney or someone affiliated with this case coming in. Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone feel today? Good afternoon. We're here, 500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. Verdict watch starts today. Verdict watch starts today. So here we go. It's amazing how people like to analyze crime. The criminal mind is fascinating. It is. True crime. We love true crime. We cover true crime 24/7, 365. And yeah, Midnight says it's amazing how people in general like to analyze crime. It's tough to find justice when it's undefined when it comes to Idaho. Each fam feels different. Yeah, and 4 different victims' families. 4 different victims' families, 4 different opinions. It's said that one of the victims' families did not want the death penalty. One of the victims' families did not. So, others did. So it's tough. At this point, I'm a victim from hearing all the horrendous things he did. Just when you think you heard it all, then comes the diddler. I hope that we're not getting into like a celebrity like hold my beer. I got something else. You think freak offs is bad? Hold my beer. Check this out. It's something else crazy out there. You know, he's known for witness tampering. He also could do jury tampering. Dun, dun, dun. That is the concern that many people in this chat have had, particularly with the jurors not being sequestered. Jurors just go home. Just be nothing about case. Don't go on X. Don't go on Facebook. You're cool. You really think the jurors are going home, not even talking about it? I mean, of course they're talking to people about the case within their inner circle. Hey, I'm on the Diddy jury. I'm on the Diddy jury. I'm sure they are, some. Brian Steele walking in. Brian Steele seems like he's always the last one to start coming in. Brian Steele in the house. One of Diddy's attorneys. He's coming in. A lot of people take pictures of Steele. Steele, hey, Steele, any comment, anything to say? What's going on? Here's Steele. Good morning. Good morning. Steele likes those flashing lights. Look, he likes those flashing lights. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Steele coming in. Smiling. He likes to smile. Look, and he always says hi to the marshals. Hello. Good morning. Hello. He salutes. He saluted a marshal right there at the door. Look. Hello. Nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you. All right. So same routine. They're all start coming in. They're all starting to come in. JLR investigates. It's going to be a big, big day. We are on official verdict watch again. Day 2. Jury deliberations. Will today be the day? The international stuff with Cassie is definitely RICO. RRD freelance investigator says. The international stuff with Cassie. Definitely RICO. Yeah, this went beyond just domestic interstate lines. It's definitely international. Cannes Film Festival. Who do we got? Who's coming in? We got more people coming in. More people coming in. Rosie. Hello, Rosie. Misha, Tilly. New member. Welcome. Welcome. They Love Charlie says that Steele lives in New Jersey. Jersey. L, thank you. Rico Suave, Tanya Roberts says. 1 month anniversary gift is going to be a guilty verdict today. Rico Suave. Keep with the comments, folks. Rico Suave Day. Rico Suave Day. Question is, it's going to be all 5 counts. It's going to be 1 count. It's going to be split. Are we going to get hung on anything? Or are we going to get not guilty? Verdict day. But if it's not guilty, whoa, imagine that. Imagine if we are sitting here like, breaking news, they've reached a verdict, and we're all sitting there like, okay, it's going to be guilty, good to them. We get not guilty. That will be wild. You never know with the justice system. It's almost like a crapshoot. Penny, thank you. Thank you for the comment. Penny L. Any thoughts on what will happen to those who testify against him if he is found not guilty, considering they all were once close to him? Yeah, I don't know if he would retaliate, because then he would be digging himself in a deeper hole. I think he would just let and just shun everyone, and he just goes about his life if he's found not guilty. But I get it. Like, you're asking pretty much L, like, is anyone going to die because they betrayed him in his eyes and testified against him? Will Capricorn Clark end up missing or something crazy, or Cassie? Yeah, I get it. I mean, the guy said, according to testimony, he can make people disappear. Got guns. I don't know if he got any guns anymore. Is he canceled? Yeah. I think he's canceled, though. His music's still on YouTube. You put in Diddy right now in the Google search right now, and you see a music list of Diddy. So He probably still make some money. I don't know if he'll make what he's used to. I don't know if his power and his juice is gone. Dwindling away. Fortune dwindling away. He has a lot of civil suits to deal with. Even at the closing, the defense suggested Jane's going to file a lawsuit against him. Jane has not filed a lawsuit. The prosecutor said Jane's not going to file a lawsuit, but who knows? Maybe Jane files something on him. If Cassie got 20 million from Diddy, what do you think Jane can get? Now that this is all out there, do you think Jane could get any money? You think Jane could get anything out of him? But he's going to have to just deal with civil suits, regardless if he gets convicted or not. He got so many civil suits. One thing you know, though, if he's incarcerated, he can't duck a lawsuit. Anytime someone sues him, all the marshals, sheriffs that come to the jail tell Diddy, come on down to R&D, come down to central control. We got something for you, and gets handed the paperwork right to his hands. He can't avoid a civil suit. And if he says, I've seen people do that in prison before when they know they're going to be served, and they say, no, I ain't going down there. They tell you to, go downstairs. You got legal work or something. They're like, no, I ain't going down there. So what they do is they'll just bring whoever's serving them up to the jail cell and look through them through the window, so visually see them and serve them under their door in their jail cell, and they've been officially served. You can't duck it. People in the street can duck lawsuits all they want, not answer their door, but you're going to get served in prison, whether you like it or not. They'll come to your cell door and serve you and see you and serve you, and that's it. And swear under the penalty of perjury that you've been served. I've been served. You've been served. Pretty wild stuff. Hello, folks. JLR Investigates. Good morning. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from. We see a lot of people in the chat. So we should be getting started here very shortly with what's going to be said. And maybe we'll hear things, maybe we won't. But in the meantime, we're just kind of kicking it here on Verdict Watch. We do have a live feed out there, as you see, and we shall see. Hey, Tom and Lauren, good morning. Our Florida friends. Praying for a quick work of a guilty verdict. Does the judge impose sentencing in this case? Question mark. I'll be watching in mute all day while working. Let's go. As we discussed, federal cases, sometimes with state cases, judge will sentence you that day with a case. With this particular case, as we discussed, there's a process called pre-sentence investigation, PSR. And Diddy will go back to his cell, and PSI will be formed. He could waive it. He won't, because he wants to get a comprehensive mitigating plan for himself, too. That his defense wants to present. Westmoreland, one of his attorneys. Westmoreland is in the house. So you got attorneys still coming in. She gets the she drives up there. She gets up there and with the vehicle comes out. Never really saw Westmoreland walk down the street. Some people get dropped off, some walk. But yeah, the judge will impose the sentencing down the line, of course. They'll go off the PSI. There'll be a report, but they'll have a chance for both parties to object to certain things. I'm sure that the defense will object to all the enhancements when he sees that he is literally facing life with a RICO conviction with all these enhancements. They'll try to get it down to at least some number. Wouldn't it be crazy if he gets convicted and when it comes to sentencing, they object to the PSI, and he actually has the audacity, we'll say Attorney Mark, to go in front of the judge and say, we recommend probation for this, or some sort of, because the defense really has to really ask the judge what he should get. Diddy, what should Diddy get? And you really think the defense would be that brave to say, hey, we suggest probation, Your Honor, on a RICO conviction? That'd be insane. So you're gonna have to come up with a number. We shall see. We don't know what the number was when a plea bargain was offered in this case that he rejected. I still say 20 years. I still say 20 years. A lot of people feel like convicted here, he's getting a 30-piece plus. 30 years plus. Numbers show that they can do it. Verdict watch. What's going on? Hello, JLR investigates. So get an understanding what's going on. Lawyers are still coming in. Diddy's mom's there. The children, waiting on the children. Will the children arrive today for verdict watch? People are just hanging out at the courthouse. Diddy has been reading some books. There's rumor that KK has fled. Ooh, where did she go? Where did KK go? I'll put a tweet up on about KK last night, using the government exhibit, the little yellow stickers on the government exhibit. Co-conspirator, agent, right brain of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Definitely part of the enterprise herself. Will you guys report on the KK trial? Yeah, we will. Yes. We've talked about it. Yeah, I would definitely report on the KK trial or indictment, at least break it down. Would she dare to go to trial? I don't think so. But you never know. You never know. So we got a live scene outside the courthouse here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to sit around and chill out today. And see if we get any notes, if we get any drama. And we'll see exactly where this goes. Hello, hello, hello. Nope, Jane never had a child with Diddy. Nope. Diddy's defense wanted to point out that Diddy was taking care of Jane's child, though, and threw some shade up at 50 Cent. Saying basically is 50 Cent supports in the void. That's pretty much, and that triggered 50 Cent to put a tweet out calling Mark the worst attorney out there and said, you just gave Diddy 20 years in a sense. Yeah, they threw shade at 50 Cent with that. Diddy trying to play the stepchild. They actually tried during the trial to use, Jane's own words via text or communications that, oh, you're good to my child. You're good to my child. I know that had to infuriate Diddy or 50 Cent. So we'll see. We will see what's happening here. RICO is, in fact, not hard to prove, especially in this case. It's actually the easiest to prove. Georgie won. Magnolia was echoing that, Georgie. Same thing. RICO actually made this case easier, if you think about it. I do. It just makes it just the way the RICO statute is on a federal level, and to prove RICO is very easy, it appears. And it could be quite possibly easier than the other charges, the RICO itself. 2 predicates. So much stuff, crimes within the RICO have been testified with this trial. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of acts. And you just have to find 2. Hundreds. You just got to find 2. Just the threshold makes it, the odds are not favorable towards Sean P. Diddy Combs. Not at all. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. We are here. Diddy trial jurors face unrealistic expectations. Failure to sequester was a mistake, according to a legal expert. Now, that is kind of like jurors get to go home on their own and not being sequestered at all in this trial. This is a new report out by Fox News. I'm reading like each of the media outlets' reports on this. Legal experts claim problems could have been avoided if jury was sequestered during Diddy's 7-week federal sex crimes trial. Problems within the jury could have been avoided, according to attorney David Seltzer, told Fox News Digital that simply sequestering the jurors throughout the duration of the 7-week trial could have prevented additional issues reaching a verdict. I don't see how people are not influenced by outside factors. We live in a technology world where everyone wants their information now. I know the jury was instructed not to read anything, but I don't think that was realistic given the length of the trial. This legal expert says not sequestering the jury was a mistake. I've been saying from day one that it's impossible to tell people to stay off media and or computers for 6 weeks plus when people are addicted to their devices. I think the court is relying on admonishment, but respectfully turning a blind eye. I guess the courts are going on the honor system. Make sure jurors you're not reading or seeing or talking about this case. Impossible in a 7-week trial. You can't tell jurors you can tell the jurors to do this, but you're not going to really, you can't enforce it. You can't enforce it. But, you read the headlines on Sean Diddy Combs in the last 7 weeks. Have you really seen some major publications besides maybe TMZ that has shown favorable coverage towards Diddy or shown that these charges are bogus? Because the headlines that I've been reading throughout this trial are very damaging towards Diddy. It doesn't put Diddy in a favorable life. It doesn't seem like there's a massive social media campaign out there that Diddy has used or out there rallying for him. I don't see it. I don't see many celebrities at all supporting this guy. The headlines don't appear to be supporting this guy. So even if the jurors are out there reading the case, you would think that they would come back guilty by reading what they're seeing or reading the room of the internet. All of you. This is the room. Read the room. You are the room. All of you are the room. Read the room. Jurors are reading the room. TMZ goes pretty favorable towards Diddy, but they also put things out on Diddy. As you know, I mean, one of Diddy's defense consultants / attorney, Mark Garagos, is working with TMZ anyway. According to my sources, the Kardashians could be covering for Diddy a future lawsuit, maybe. We don't know how many other celebrities going to get entangled in this or anyone that's affiliated with Diddy whatsoever. We just don't know where this goes on criminal elements moving forward. But I think this conviction will definitely send shockwaves through the entire industry and put everyone on notice and everyone starting to delete whatever in their phones and hard drives and buying people off. If you think some of these celebrities maybe got that demand letter, kind of like what Cassie did with Diddy, if you think these celebrities get these demand letters, you think they're just going to start blowing off these demand letters? I think some of these celebrities will probably start paying off if it's legit. They know the demand letter's bogus. They know it's not true. But I think there's a lot of celebrities that are going to be wheeling and dealing behind the scenes because they don't want to be exposed. It's very telling that not one came forward to say anything good about Diddy. No one is claiming that he's a good guy or person. Kanye West is like the only one. Where's all these people that been hanging out with Diddy, partying, working with Diddy? Where's all these people? Where are they? Where is one of his baby moms in all of this? I am DJ Jason Paul in the house. Exactly. Like, where are all these people? Why aren't these people going out there and saying that he's innocent? You get the occasional free puff. That's really it. Some people, but where are all these people? Where is the hip hop community rallying behind Diddy, saying this is a witch hunt or this is the government's just reaching? You get comments, but I'm talking about people with influence that actually hung out with Diddy, and I'm not seeing. I don't see it. You would think they would go to bat for him, or at least, say something positive about him or call out the government, but they're not, because I think they're concerned for themselves, and it's just not a good look. You can't co-sign on to this behavior of what he's done. The beating of Cassie speaks for itself. Caught, and that was just on camera. Imagine what was going on behind the scenes with Cassie that we never seen, that has never been put out there, like the actual behaviors. Imagine if there was a camera on Diddy every day for the last 20 years. Imagine if we were a fly on his wall. What would we see? We would probably see, I personally think, a complete monster. And guys should have been taken off the streets 2 decades ago, at the beginning of the RICO in 2004. And beyond that, government claims RICO started 2004 to 2024, continuous RICO for 20 years. Personally, the RICO goes back to probably 1990s, early 90s in a sense. But there's probably so much stuff that we've never seen, while the facade, the man, is out there making everyone think he's a good guy, a likable guy, a party guy, the guy, the king of New York, the Mr. Number One on the Forbes list, like the prosecutor said. But behind the scenes doing evil. That's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde here, right? We are here, 500 Pearl Street, outside the federal courthouse. Day 2 of deliberations. Jury might be already starting. They're deliberating. We will find out if they're actually there. We don't know, because I don't think they actually are having a court hearing this morning that I'm aware of. The judge just said, leaving yesterday, that they will let the individuals just keep continuing to deliberate. So I think all the other parties involved in this case are kind of just hanging out. Lawyers might be all huddled together. Don't know where Diddy is. Might be in one of the holding cells there. But I don't think they're actually going to bring in everyone into court to say good morning and then for the jury to go back out. I don't think that's happening the way I read it before we left yesterday. But the verdict sheets speak for itself. I think it's very easy, explanatory, self-explanatory. It's very easy. You mark yes or you mark no. Don't think these verdict sheet is very complicated. You can also read the charge, 60-page plus charge goes down. I don't think it's complicated at all. That the charge is what they all worked on, agreement between the parties. Some things they wanted off, some things they wanted on. Eventually, judge hands the charge to the jurors, the jury instructions, and here you go. Start deliberating. Have fun. Be safe. Treat everyone with kindness. Good luck. Good luck. I don't know what goes on in a jury room. Any former jurors in the chat? How do we deal with this when you have a celebrity? How do you deal with this when we have a celebrity? Infighting, fighting, people clicking up, people taking sides. Do we have like what? Hopefully it's a smooth. Hopefully every juror there is working together at least. Do we have a compromised juror? Do we have a sympathetic juror? Do we have a bunch of jurors that feel like he didn't do it? And a bunch of jurors that feel like he did do it. They're all battling it out. Poll time. Poll time. Government took it easy on this guy with a speedy trial and had enough to convict 3 times over. The RICO is so easy and simple. and put a bank on it, Mikey S says. Easy. And Mikey's saying they went easy on this guy on a speedy trial. Well, the feds really don't need, the feds, the charges speak. What's crazy about the feds is statutes, man. They're so broad. You just got a little bit, can get you at the top end of the guidelines. Yeah. Statutes are so broad. I remember I was charged with a wire fraud statute, and it was 0 to 30 years. You can get anywhere between 0 and 30 years. I mean, it's broad out there. Big difference. These federal sentencing guidelines and these statutes and the maximum penalties for some of these crimes. And they can do it with ease. Prosecutors can do it with ease. Look at this. Diddy requested books to read. 25 to win. 25 ways to win. 25 ways to win. Trying to win. So he wants to look at his little fanny pack. Magnolia made this. Look at his little sweaters. The nerd defense. Diddy wants some books, some self-books to read. Hey, Green Eye Sparkle. Good morning, Green Eye Sparkle. Nice to see you again today. Hello. So we're here. Long day with us yesterday. Long day, all of you. We were here for 9 hours yesterday on a verdict watch. Do we go again? Everyone's avoiding him like the plague. He's done. I think personally, I think a celebrity knows if a celebrity puts their neck out on the line to their followers and supports this guy, they could be canceled themselves, literally. I think if you had a celebrity at this point that would sit there and say free Diddy, like a celebrity, like a big time celebrity, and says free Diddy, Diddy's innocent, whatever, I believe that celebrity would either turn their comments off or be ratioed, completely ratioed, and canceled. I really do. I haven't really seen anyone put their neck out. Who would want to co-sign to this? Who's going to co-sign to what he's accused of doing to these females? It's so bad. I mean, I think of UTIs. I think of marathon sessions. I think of urination. I don't want to be graphic, but you've heard the details. I mean, it's crazy what these victims were subjected to in a room with a stranger and what they had to do for days, like performances they had to perform for days, no rest, days. And they're forced into this because he groomed these individuals, manipulated, conned them, tricked them, and brought them into his inner circle web with love bombing, trauma bonding, love bonding, conning, manipulation. The carrot in the stick. You heard the prosecutor say the carrot in the stick. Crazy. It's crazy what these females were subjected to, and they couldn't escape. He filmed that stuff from the beginning. He had the tapes on them, blackmail. He could ruin their careers, embarrass them, leak the footage of them. Defense tried to say, well, just because he said he was going to do it doesn't mean he was going to do it. That's just him saying he was going to do it. Come on. Stevie J had a lot to say before the Fed stepped in. Why wasn't Diddy's character witness for the defense? He quietly disappeared. Where was Diddy's defense? Lady, where was Diddy's defense? Because he didn't bring anybody. No character witnesses as far as witnesses within Bad Boy. Just like the prosecution said, it can go both ways in bringing KK and the other ones to the stand. Why didn't they bring these nice people onto the stand? Nobody. They bring nobody. You mean to tell me you got mountains and mountains of evidence, so much that you have law enforcement and victims and everybody, and you don't bring up one defense witness, not one, nobody, and you rest in 30 minutes when a prosecution put a case against your client for 6 weeks and you rest in 30 minutes? What kind of defense is that? There is no defense, but you can't defend what he did anyway. So only that would be embarrassed. These witnesses, or whatever he would have brought up there, whether it was Vashta Wilson or the other one, they would have been nuked. They would have been embarrassed. Cross, they would have exposed themselves. Diddy ain't going to do that, and Diddy ain't going to take the stand. No way. No way. No way. All right, so yeah, we're here watching this. We'll put up the feed up here. Yeah, we actually have a clip here I want to play. We got a clip from Laura Coates, CNN legal analyst, talks about this case with the RICO.
Stands accused, charged with 5 felony counts: RICO, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. If convicted, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. RICO is the most serious of these charges, but also the most complex. Prosecutors had to prove that a group of people, known as an enterprise, worked together to commit a pattern of crimes within a 10-year period. While there are many different types of alleged crimes that can qualify as racketeering activity, the prosecution primarily focused on 2: bribery and arson. First, bribery. Although Diddy was not charged with assaulting Cassie Ventura, as seen in the now infamous hotel surveillance footage, prosecutors say that he did bribe a hotel security guard with $100,000 to make sure the video never saw the light of day. Second, arson. Prosecutors allege that Diddy played a role in the attempt to blow up the rapper Kid Cudi's Porsche with a Molotov cocktail when he learned that he was dating Cassie Ventura, and forced an employee to drive with him to the house while he was armed. Sex trafficking can also qualify as racketeering activity, but it was charged separately. To prove sex trafficking, prosecutors need to show that Diddy used threats or force or coercion to make women engage in so-called freak-offs or hotel nights or king nights, which testimony revealed were fueled by illicit drugs like ecstasy and ketamine and cocaine, sometimes lasting for days without sleep. Prosecutors claim that Diddy watched these women with paid male escorts drenched in baby oil have sex. Cassie Ventura and others testified not only did Diddy sometimes film these freak-offs, he also threatened to release them publicly, even including to her parents' jobs, to keep them compliant. Prosecutors also showed what they allege happened if she wasn't compliant: punishing physical violence, withholding of money, withholding of career opportunities. Finally, prosecutors have charged him with 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, accusing him of traveling some male escorts across state lines to cities like New York and Los Angeles and Miami, and paying them thousands of dollars a night to perform sex acts. But wait, the defense disputes all of this, maintaining that everyone had free will and exercised it. They say there is no criminal enterprise, just employees of Combs working for his legitimate businesses. They didn't facilitate sex trafficking or prostitution, and any money that was spent in his personal life was from the personal income of Diddy, not his businesses. And the defense alleges that some men were paid for their time, not for sex. They deny Diddy ever set fire to Kid Cudi's car and claim he paid for the hotel footage because neither Cassie nor Diddy wanted the bad publicity. As for those freak-offs, you might think it's strange, but it was simply his private sexual predilection, and all of it was consensual. The defense argues the alleged victim's own text messages and their organizing of the freak-offs confirm as much. The defense says that any evidence to the contrary is just the result of a jealous money grab. One thing they did not deny: the violence in that hotel surveillance footage. They remind the jury he's not charged with any crime for that. 12 jurors will decide who they believe.
All right. So, saw him throwing the vase when he sat down there. He was mad. He looked mad there, did he? All right. So that kind of breaks it down. That's from Laura Coates. That's a CNN legal analyst. She's been covering this case. Kind of breaks it down. Wanted to share that. So it looks like the jury could be coming in, and the judge is going to answer that question about the note regarding the distribution of controlled substances. So the judge said he's going to answer that question today. So I believe that they might be bringing the jury in. The judge is on the bench. According to reports 5 minutes ago, the judge is on the bench. So we might get an understanding of what he's just going to basically tell them to read. And yeah, 1 minute ago, the judge is on the bench, and the judge is addressing Comey, AUSA Comey right now. Ms. Comey, can we make sure that things that have been emailed in are put in the docket? So things that have been emailed in. Judge goes on to say, I am adopting the government's answer to the drug distribution question. Driscoll now suggests, can we just put something on the record about sole possession? The definition of distribution would mislead the jury. But judge said, hold on. Say they want that. See, defense is trying to move the goalpost here a little bit from that jury charge, page 37. He's saying now this definition of distribution would mislead the jury. Wants to talk about sole possession. Interesting. We'll see what the judge says. I think the judge is going to be like, the charge is already out. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Judge is like, hold on. Sole possession. I guess the defense wants the jury to think there's just small amounts of drugs, not distribution on large amounts. Sole possession. We'll see if the judge allows that. I'm not so sure, but we'll see. So that issue is being addressed about distribution. We'll see what the judge ultimately says. Hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. The judge is like, both sides agreed to this definition without objection. So what is it? Combs is Driscoll. 1 second. AUSA Comey. They are trying to mislead the jury. They're trying to sneak it into that charge, but the judge is like, this definition has already been submitted without objection before. It's page 37. Look on page 37, 1 and 2. So we added the music. The reason why the music has been added, the defense wants this sole possession into the charge to get clarity. But Comey saying this is going to mislead the jury. And the judge is saying, well, when you guys did the charge, you all had no objection to this. So we'll see what happens. Trying to move the goalpost a little bit, the defense. I don't think the judge adds this in at this late in the game. But it'll be another grounds for the defense to appeal, for sure. Leave it as it stands. They're trying to be slick. They wanted sole possession listed in it. Put the music down a little bit. What's going to happen here? Waiting for a response here. The prosecution is now accusing the defense of trying to mislead the jury. You want to put something on the record when it comes to drug distribution about sole possession. You want to add some language to the charge that's already in the hands of the jurors. The judge, they have been specific in their question, and so is this answer. Driscoll goes on to say, Your Honor, can you just mark our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Judge says yes. So now it just goes on as a court exhibit. Adjourned. All right, so the judge did not is not going to change that charge there to add possession. However, the defense now says, can you make our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Judge says yes. Adjourned. So there you go. That's what that, and now we're adjourned. So judge sending back to the jurors, apparently responding to their note, saying it's in the language there, but yes, that's what I'm assuming till we hear more what's going on. So I think that issue has been addressed because now court is adjourned. But we'll get a more understanding, more context here of what just happened. So back in the hands of the jurors, folks. I think deliberations have resumed. Back in the hands of the jurors. JLR investigates. Come on in. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs verdict watch. We are on verdict watch. Come on in. Come on in. We are here. So we'll wait for the next question. We'll wait. Verdict watch. So thoughts, folks. Come on in. We're going to put up a different feed here. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Jury deliberates. Day 34. And we're here. So we're going to kind of just like hang out a little bit. And see where this goes. As we're watching a live look outside of the courthouse. Verdict watch. Sean P. Diddy Combs. And there's that. Court has been adjourned. So we'll just kind of like listen to see what's going on. We'll kind of just sit here and wait. I am scouring around trying to find information. Verdict watch. We're on verdict watch. And there's that. So we're kind of just waiting to see. I'm kind of scouring around looking. And we just wait. Official verdict watch. All right. I'm going to just look around here for a second to see if I can find some info. So it could be from this point, anything could happen at this point. I'm just scouting around, looking around to see and read some information here. In the meantime, we'll continue to put comments up on the screen. Y'all know the victims are so ready for this day. All right. Hello, hello, hello. JLR Investigates. Come on in. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Verdict Watch. We are on official Verdict Watch. We're just hanging out today. We're going to see what's up. Looking around. I bet he screams when he gets convicted. Lucha Mom, thank you very much. Thank you. Rico. Billy Ray Valentine, thank you. Society's cooked and loves a villain. He walks, he'll be celebrated, and makes his acts okay, and people will work with him. That's the sad part. Capitalism, period. That's what Billy Ray Valentine says. Thank you for the comment. Dear Dana, we have to remember that there was closed evidence. Public was not allowed to see. Diddy is a psychopath. Hey, A to Z, thank you for that comment, dear Dana. A lot of things we haven't seen in this case behind closed doors that we think we know it all. A lot of things that haven't been docketed, apparently. A to Z, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 more members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of A to Z. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by yesterday and each and every day. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so we got some updates here. So according to CNN, Combs briefly talks to his mom in court before headed back to cell. Defense attorneys and prosecutors are now adjourned following the brief court session this morning. Meanwhile, the jury is continuing deliberations. Diddy Combs stopped to talk to his mother, Janice Combs, seated in the gallery before leaving the courtroom with the marshals. Combs leaned over and whispered to his mother, telling her he was headed back to a cell. He told his mom, just relax. It's going to be all right. Whoa, just relax. It's going to be all right. That's what he told his mom. Just relax. It's going to be all right. Huh. He also said he loved her outfit. Diddy told his mom he loved her outfit. She is wearing a green and cream zebra print outfit. Yeah, I love your outfit, Mom. So he got to at least whisper in his mom's ear. Now, going back to the jury instructions, judge refers to jury the instructions on distribution. The judge said he will send the jury a note saying, in response to the jury's question, the court refers to page 37, lines 1 through 3. Exactly what we've been saying. That's what the judge told the jurors today. Page 37, lines 1 through 3 of its jury charge. And then quoted the language from the instructions. Here's the jury charge. And as we shared yesterday when it came to distribution, we went down to page 37 yesterday, lines 1 and 2 in particular. And the judge just told the jury this morning before he adjourned, go to page 37, 1 through 3 of its jury charge. And then quotes the language from the instructions. Those lines from the charges say, the word distribution means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or handed over to another. Distribution does not require a sale. It's right there, 1 through 3. We read this yesterday. We said the answer to the jury's questions is right there in page 37. It's right there. The judge rejected proposed language from both prosecutors and defense attorneys. The defense had suggested referring the jury back to the full set of instructions or other parts of the charge, while prosecutors had proposed simply responding yes. So we knew exactly where it was, and that's exactly what the judge told the jury. So it's back in the hands of the jury. We are back deliberating. Yeah, it's interesting. Looks like we were correct in that. Interesting. JLR investigates. Magnolia investigates. Come on in the chat. Page 37 answers your question. So, do we got a verdict by noon? We shall see. We're on verdict standby here. How's juror number 5 feeling this morning? How's everyone feeling? All right. So since we have 14,000 people, we got almost 15,000 people in the chat. We're going to do what we do each day and look on the side of the screen or in the chat. Drop where you're from. Drop the location where you're from. Where are you watching from? Now watch this, because so many people are going to drop their location. We have the best chat on the internet here, and the locations of where everyone is from is being dropped right before your eyes. Look at this. 15,000 people in the chat. Where are you all from? And here you go. Worldwide. Look at this. Look at all these places. Wow, we got 15,000 in the chat. Look at all these places on the screen. Look at all these cities all across the world. Holy smokes. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of places. Unbelievable. Look at this. I'm looking at all your locations just going down. We got international cities, places from around the world, all corners of the earth. Look at that. That is so cool. I like that. Thanks, everybody. Look at that. So many locations. Everyone is from so many locations. If you're jumping in, look at this. Look at this. Look at all these locations. All over the place. The internet's amazing how we all can connect. West Michigan, London, UK. UK in the house. Rio Rancho, New Mexico, Albuquerque, Bay St. Louis, Wisconsin. See so many places. Mount Vernon, New York, ATL in the house. Canada, I see Vegas, Tennessee, Maryland, North Carolina, so many places. It's wild. Moscow, Russia, really? Wow. We got Moscow, Russia. Thank you for being here, Moscow, Russia. South Africa. We got Australia, New Zealand. All over the place. All over the place. UK friends, our Irish friends, our Brazilian friends, Brazil, South America, United States, cities all across the United States, communities all across the United States. JLR Investigates is a worldwide RICO. Hi, Curtis Brandt. Birch, how are you? Nice to see you, Curtis. JLR Investigates is a worldwide RICO. Nice. Shelly B, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Terry Coleman, he shouldn't be allowed to talk to anyone. No one knows what he whispered to her before acknowledging her outfit. No special privileges granted. Going back to Diddy, whispering, "Mom, I love your outfit." Marshals actually did him a favor. Marshals really don't let anyone talk to their families in a courtroom. But not many people dare go to trial either. I mean, it's a long trial. It's over a month of the trial. They're like, well, at least let Diddy say hi to his mom. We don't got a problem. We don't got a problem with that. We don't got a problem with that. Just let him say hi to his mom. That's when the marshal's like, no harm here. Amsterdam in the house. Y'all are great. Appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by here. As we watch in real time what is up, what's going to happen here with the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. Do we get a verdict soon? Travelers Rest, South Carolina. Hey, that's out there way western South Carolina, isn't it? Up in the mountains. North Florida. We're from Central Florida. Central West Coast Florida. Like on the West Coast. Salem, Oregon. Oregon. Two-Star Island. Do we have, really? You're from Two-Star? LOL. Star Island. Should we take a boat and do a tour of Star Island and walk around on the public streets of Star Island? Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll go to Star Island, do a tour. Not like on its compound, but just walk around on the public street. Maybe we should do that next. Star Island. So we're just sitting here. We're kind of just waiting on verdict watch. Jury got that note, or the jury sent the note. Judge sent the response. Is back to negotiation time. Inner City Press put out a report. We'll get that up in a second. Verdict watch. Will we get a verdict in the Sean P. Diddy Combs case? Soon? Sooner rather than later. We shall see. Verdict watch. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that sub button, like, notification button. We will 100% be around when the verdict is reached, if there's a verdict reached. So we can cover it in real time, get you all the reactions, and all that good stuff. God's beloved daughter. I'm glad I found your channel. Great coverage. Thank you, God's beloved daughter. Danny. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny. Samantha Hill. Maybe he's told his mom to call KK and tell her to leave the country before they can arrest her. Sending codes to somebody. Yeah. Some people say KK has left the country. Doodle Crew, 8. It's going to be okay, Mommy. Here, take a pill. Sheila B. Hey, Sheila. Hello from Norway, Egypt. Is that Nyxe? Not Nyxie. From Egypt. Hello. Hello from Egypt. We got Egypt in the house. Shelly B. Thank you, Shelly B. Scouts. Bird. Is that Scouts? Bird. Best coverage of this case anywhere I've seen. Thank you, JLR and Magnolia. Watching from Liverpool, UK. Brenda Rivera, thank you. Terry Coleman. Hello, Terry Coleman. He shouldn't be allowed to talk to no one, anyone. No one knows what he whispered to her before he acknowledged her outfit. No special privileges granted. Leah on the tube says Diddy told his mom to meet him out back with a helicopter. You know, some of the federal prisons, the higher securities have helicopter wire going across the top to prevent people from being rescued.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Tuesday, July 1, 2025. It's day 34 of U.S. versus Sean Combs, day 2 of deliberations. Now, yesterday, almost as soon as the charge was done and they went into the room, very quickly, they came back and said that Juror 25, who we covered during jury selection, was not following instructions. So there was a big debate about what to say. The concern is that if the jury in a note or otherwise lets the parties and the public know what's happening inside the room, there's a big problem with that. Various cases were cited. There is, in fact, a case saying, more than one, that you can remove a juror if they refuse to follow instructions. Not for their substantive views, but for refusal. But we haven't reached that stage yet. They've tried to smooth it over. Now, we put up on Expert Subscribers and Substack stuff from jury selection concerning Juror 25. I don't really know what the rules are. That's why we're having to do it that way, because the judge has made it clear and the prosecutors have made it clear that they can threaten for publication of things that were actually said in court. So I don't know. That's been one problem with this case, with this trial. Another problem with the trial has been the failure to docket things. For example, at 6 p.m. yesterday, there was a joint filing of some kind due by email, but it really doesn't matter if it's email or a letter, about how to answer the drug question. And we don't know. It should have gone into the docket. That's my view. And it does in most trials. So something is going wrong here. But it is what it is.
All right. So we kind of, that is the great Inner City Press Talking about juror number 25, talking about things docketed. One thing about this case is a lot of things don't necessarily get docketed. Don't think there's an issue anymore with juror number 25. Let's hope there's not. Waiting to see if there's any notes or waiting for the verdict, as we're just kind of hanging out, just kind of like on a hangout session. Got to get used to reporting or not reporting, because there's nothing to report right now, to be honest. We're kind of just like chilling. So I'm kind of just browsing over, kind of like reading different publications on this case to see if there's anything that's new that we can share. But this is kind of like what we said we were going to do during Verdict Watch, is hang out until there's a verdict. And let all of you share your comments and thoughts. We put them up on the screen. If I was running the show, I would have sequestered the jury. Yeah, absolutely. But in a sense, look at the charge. Look at the jury verdict sheet. Very unfavorable for a defendant, where I don't even know if it thinks it really matters if they're sequestered or not. It's inevitable that they're going to mark guilty on most of the stuff, not all. There's just no way to get around these. I mean, sex trafficking, you got to prove one act. One time. RICO. 2 predicate acts. 2. And RICO, there's so much stuff in the RICO. We had the RICO buffet. Pick a buffet. Pick a charge. Looking at it, I can't see any crime where he's found not guilty. The only thing I could see could possibly, even though he said it, and I believe he did it, is the arson. Only because it does show a little bit of reasonable doubt in the sense of a DNA, unknown female DNA. Don't think Diddy did it himself. We know Diddy's involved. It's common sense. But I'm not so sure if the government necessarily proved the arson. Kidnapping, I think the victim's testimony speaks for itself. I think they've proven kidnapping. That's the only one I see. It's really out of the 8 predicates, arson is the only one, even though I believe he did it. Him, and he's involved. I'm not saying he's the one that dropped the Molotov cocktail in the Porsche himself. But I believe he's involved. Or one of his people did it. Maybe going against what he wanted to do, but still did it anyway. That's the only one, but it doesn't matter. The arson will give him a enhancement on the RICO, but it's the only one I see out of that. Thought. I mean, the clear language of the law speaks for itself here. It's a very difficult hurdle for him to get around. That's why arson is the one the prosecution told them they can use their common sense on. He said he would do it, and it happened. Prosecutor said, use common sense. Just use common sense. Court listener for all docs, United States versus Combs. Yeah, thank you, Mikey. Court listener. Got all the docs. It doesn't say about someone asking for the substances. Fire, 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 fire. I'm going back to this jury charge sheet. I mean, it's really, really brutal for Diddy. And I don't think there's any way he can get around this. Jordan number 25. I have a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. I like documentaries about climate change. My domestic partner, he is a graphic designer. That's the one that couldn't go with the flow. Acts involve kidnapping. I think they proven that. Acts involve arson. Not sure. Acts involve bribery. Come on, that's clear as day. Bribery, clear as day. Witness tampering. They're trying to say, well, Mia didn't know she would, or Diddy, in reference to Mia, trying to communicate her to influence her testimony after the Cassie lawsuit. Prosecution's trying to, or the defense is trying to say, well, Diddy didn't know he was under investigation at the time of the Cassie lawsuit, therefore witness tampering. That could be a questionable one, I guess, maybe. Witness tampering, unless we have other incidents. Witness tampering, that could be something that's not proven. Acts of forced labor all the way. I feel like they've proven forced labor across the board many times. Acts involve sex trafficking, check. Acts involve transportation for purposes of prostitution, check. Acts involve drug distribution, check. So out of the 8 predicates on the RICO, I see, I'm giving my kind of assessment. We'll see what happens at the end. But I think arson and witness tampering could be not proven. But I really think witness tampering was proven, but I'm just saying there's a possibility. I think of all of them, I would think arson would be the one that's not proven. So I think 7 of the 8 predicates. That's just my thoughts. We'll see what happens here. I think they prove drug distribution, prostitution, sex trafficking, yes. Forced labor, yes. Bribery, yes. Arson, not sure. Kidnapping, yes. Witness tampering, not sure. We shall see. And then the additional 2 to 5 counts, I think that's all it's going to be proven with Cassie and Jane. But maybe 4 and 5 might be taken off. Maybe he's not guilty on 4 and 5 solely because they didn't believe the testimony of Jane or saw that Jane was benefiting from this from one shape or another form, Alicia Piazza, welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you very much for being here. Forced NDAs definitely don't portray innocence. That's what Charles. $100K to hide a tape sounds like bribery to me. Clear as day, it's bribery with the tape. Yeah, I think 6 of the 8 predicates he'll probably be found. I think 7 personally. Well, I wouldn't be shocked on witness tampering, but we'll see. We'll see. I think he knew he was under investigation or knew he was going to get under investigation at the time of what he was saying to Mia when he was sending one of his bodyguards to try to get Mia to try to see if she's good and all that. Witness intimidation. And also, witness intimidation, I think, goes with Diddy's behavior anyway of threatening these victims with the sex tape free calls. I consider that witness intimidation too, because you're trying to intimidate them so you don't leave them or you don't tell or think that's witness intimidation itself.
fault specifically against Cassie to deliberate about. So I agree with the viewers. I think the testimony is super important here. And I also found it interesting that they're almost split down the middle between the defense and prosecutors, closing arguments or strategy. I think that's interesting. And I think that we're going to see that reflected in the jury deliberations too.
Yeah, always good to agree with our viewers as well. I know they like that. Old Hollywood Angels chiming in this morning. Good morning to you, because I know you've been with us each day as we've been live following this trial, Candace. How long is too long for a verdict to take place? Can this take as long as it needs? What's the time limit? And you think of the 4th of July coming up on Friday, so it's a short week.
Listen, that is a great question, especially with July 4th coming up. Here's the deal. They can deliberate for as long as they want. I mean, do they want it to go for 2 months? No, they don't want it to go for 2 more days. We've got July 4th coming up. Last week, it was 104 degrees on one of these days. These people are coming to and from this particular courthouse, and it can be very, very straining on one. I think that when we look at something like Rico with R. Kelly's case, which I also covered, it took about 22 hours in one of his cases, 11 hours in another case. I mean, Kenneth Raniere, 4 hours. It really depends. It depends upon all the evidence. The fact that we are at 5.5 hours and we're still in RICO and we're still in those predicate crimes, which their last question was about, a predicate crime of drug distribution. They're not going to have a verdict today. I mean, there's no way. I would imagine that it's going to come before the 4th. I can imagine that tomorrow they might wrap up some of the details, all get confirmed by the end of a long day, right? Because they can also go beyond the courthouse closes, and then maybe come back the day after, regroup and say, are we still on the same?
Yo, what's good with y'all, man? Yo, who just said in the chat, yo, did you have a wild king night last night? Yo, y'all wildin', bro.
Because, I mean, the jury instructions themselves are 62 pages.
Verdict watch. We are here, people. We're here. This is day 34, I believe. Day 34, or was it 33? I think it's 34. Or maybe 33. Regardless, we are on verdict watch for the P. Diddy trial. By the way, the latest update is that the jury ain't even get to the RICO yet. They're still going through the predicate acts. They're still supposedly, the way we could tell, we're not in the room. They asked a question about some definitions in for some of the predicate acts, which means they're going over the RICO charge, which is count 1. Now we don't know if they're going sequentially. We don't know if they already did count 5, 4, 3, and 2, but 1, if they were going in chronological order. 1 is the biggest and the most heaviest and the lengthiest charge, and it looks like they're still going through it. So, you know, it's looking like if we're going to get a verdict, it's going to be later in the day today. And it's looking like it's possible that we're probably going to have to be here tomorrow again, okay? We're going to be in and out of this case as we kind of wait. We're also going to double back on a few things that we missed. If you guys didn't watch the episode, did anybody watch our stream yesterday? We actually streamed with Unc. We streamed with Lauren Conlon. Amazing stream. We streamed for about 3.5 hours. It's actually on the page right now. So if you guys didn't watch that, you guys should watch that. And yeah, we're just lock in for the day. We're going to cover some other topics as well. Drake's lawyer was in court versus UMG. They had an argument over a motion to dismiss. A few other things going on in hip hop, and we'll try to touch on everything. All right.
I don't know. You just kind of have to go with it. You have to pick something that's going to get him off. There was so much testimony here to bury him, I think, that they had to go with something, even if it sounded inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to go through in that jury room, Candace. Another question coming in related to juror number 25, who's the one yesterday. The jury sent a note about saying that he may have issues just understanding the directions that the judge gave. The question comes from Lucy Whitaker. If number 25 cannot follow the judge instructions, will he get replaced or given chance to figure it out?
Listen, B, he's got to get a chance to figure it out. They've started deliberations. There's been nothing that's been put on record that says he's going.
Now, this is always a big source of a possible mistrial right here. If jury selection starts, or not jury selection, but deliberations start, what happens in that room is supposed to be sacred. It's supposed to be devoid of any interactions or any influence, but also the jurors themselves influencing each other should not happen. I could imagine Diddy's team has taken quite a good look and notice at if there is discomfort, or hey, they got to keep coming out to say, Judge, this one juror, he's acting up. Yo, this person won't get along with this. He don't want to do that. Here's the thing. Tom Short, thank you for the 10. It says yesterday's stream was huge W. You should do more of those collabs. Reminded me of everyday struggle vibes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thank you to Lauren Conlon, and of course, my man Soul G, Sean G, because they were great as well. So here's the thing. We've seen, like, for example, you guys know, like, my favorite entertainer, like Vibes Cartel. That's one of the reasons, actually, that's the reason his case got overturned. And then the Jamaican government said they weren't going to pursue it again. So it went to what's called the Privy Council in the UK. They looked at the case, and what happened was that there was a juror that was in there while they're deliberating on murder for Vibes Cartel that offered like $1 million if people would change their vote. That person got ratted out. They told the person, like, yo, there's this guy in here, is a juror, he's offering $1 million. They basically kicked the guy out, right? Like, yo, whatever. But here's the thing. They continue on with jury. They continued on with the jury deliberation process, as opposed to, I think they either allowed the person to stay or something like that. It was something weird. And it was like, wait, you can't, like, the whole process is tainted if niggas in the room is bribing, And the council actually agreed with that. So I could imagine any disruption that we hear further coming from that court, from that deliberation room, when they got to come back to the main court to say, Judge, this is going on. We need your help. Okay, and by the way, this is like holes in my. Remember them old Yeezy joints that be having that it was, yo, why did niggas wear this shit like it was cool, or should I have an undershirt under it? This is a joint with, like, remember when they were making the sweat with the hoodies with holes in there? It's like, yeah, this is fire. Just have some holes, random holes, right? It's like, yo, this, or maybe I should have had an undershirt on this. I'm like, when was this popping? Anyway, so that's the thing, right? You gotta you. If I'm Diddy and I'm his lawyer, you're hoping for one thing. You're hoping that, you connected with one person on the jury. And yesterday, I don't know if you guys watched when we were doing the podcast with me and Sean G and, of course, Lauren Conlon. Like, Sean G is like a New Yorker, man. He's a New Yorker. And I've seen some people say, yo, he's a little bit biased towards Diddy. And I think he was fair, though, in how he says he's got to this bias. He said he was believing a lot of stuff that was said, but being in the courtroom, and that's why he even heralded Mark Ignifulo. He says he talked to us like we were New Yorkers. He's like, and that's different. You got to know your crowd. You got to know your audience. You have to know who's sitting in that jury box. He said he talked on the level of how New Yorkers get down. And I think that's why, he started relating to Puff, right? He started relating to Puff. And, there's a moment where he describes about when Puff spoke, and he's like, yo, I thought I was about to hear Biggie after this. And I'm like, damn, maybe the idea of being also like that fanfare of, him might really have tugged on the heartstrings of, like, somebody in the jury pool say, yo, they're convicting or they're trying to persecute one of our legends. I'm about to ride hard for him. Pause. Once we get up in that deliberation room. So I guess Diddy's team has to think they've gotten one person to do that. If not, they got to also be very wary of any type of disruption. I think that the prosecutors are kind of peeping this already. That's why they eliminated one person. I thought it was bullshit when they said, oh, no, you don't live in New York anymore. Bullshit. I think they thought that person could be problematic. This is going to be a very interesting jury deliberation process. And I can't wait to hear the people do the post-conviction or post-acquittal interviews, because if they do interviews, because there's going to be some drama. You know there's going to be some drama, right? Going to be some drama.
Going to be acting in any way that goes against the grain of how the jury system works. He just simply didn't understand, and they didn't understand what they needed to do. Unless you've been on a jury, you really don't understand the rules and guidelines. So asking questions is okay. And the fact that he had a question and wanted to make sure that he could be kind of guided through this, that's okay. He is not going anywhere at this point. They're going to continue. And the worst thing to do is to interrupt the whole process of the jury system and the whole process of making sure that people get their voices up.
Mistrial heaven. Anything that sounds funky about this and Diddy gets found guilty, they're going to appeal, and this is going to be listed. Trust me. Or one of them other jurors going to come out and going to be like, yo, this is what really was happening there, and it's going to give Diddy the fodder and going to give him all the substance for an appeal. So the prosecutors really, I think they're on pins and needles that this process goes fine if they're hoping for a conviction and hoping for it to stick. Pause.
You don't want to mess with the jury at all. You just want to have them be put in their place. And until they come out, whether it's 2 weeks, 2 days, or 2 months, we will wait for you to come up with your decision to make sure that justice is served.
Could you imagine if it's 2 months and we're here every single morning for the next 2 months? I don't hate it. I love it. But
what's Scott Lauren thank you for the membership?
Question, Serena, coming in from Show and Tell Knitting. Aren't the names of the jurors known from voir dire, which is the process of when the jurors are selected, or when they're sworn in? What protects them from the press hounding them or Diddy stalking them after the trial?
A great question. Yes, their names are known. It is not buried. It is not hidden. They don't get into like witness protection. And, you know, some of those jurors might take advantage of that. Like some of them after the case, we've seen that in other high profile cases, they could, you know, write a book about it. They could get their interviews. And sometimes people parlay their experience into a whole new career for themselves. But on the other hand, you're right. It is a very scary position to be in. You know, think of it as comparing them to the victims that testified against Diddy. They too are afraid to point the finger at him. And if a jury comes back guilty, you know, Diddy is not alone, as he's being charged, in fact, with this RICO crime, right? He could have other people who do his dirty work for him. And so if you're a juror finding him guilty, it probably is kind of scary. Like, who are his associates that could stalk you or go against you? They really do not have protection. What I will say is, if there is a verifiable threat, if a juror actually has, you know, something, people calling them, people visiting them, then of course they could, you know, go to law enforcement and try to get protection there. But there's nothing just like built in to the system that protects them immediately.
Have a few more updates coming in from court, and this is the back and forth that we're hearing from the prosecution and the defense related to the question about drug distribution that came in yesterday just before the jury went home. I'm going to read it for you from the information we're getting. The judge says, "I'm adopting the government's answer to the drug distribution question." Combs's defense attorney Driscoll says, "Can we just put something on the record about sole possession? The definition of distribution would mislead the jury." The judge then says, "Both sides agreed to this definition without question. So what is it?" Combs's defense attorney says, "1 second." And then the assistant U.S. attorney Comey says they're trying to mislead the jury. Then more from court, another update here. The judge says they have been specific in their question, and so is this answer. Combs Driscoll, Your Honor, can you just mark our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Yes. Serena, what do you make of the back and forth as the prosecution and defense, after they were very detailed in figuring out these jury instructions, in the wake of this question from the jury, here they are going back and forth some more?
Yeah, so I think that, you know, the judge is going to want to simplify this as much as possible for the jury. It sounds like the judge is adopting the prosecution's position here to get a pretty easy answer to the jury with these questions. And the defense wants to, you know, elaborate a little bit more. They don't want a jury to they don't want a jury to think that it's so easy. You know, a defense usually wants to make it a little bit more complicated for a jury, because the more complicated it is, the more reasonable doubt. And so that, I think, is what Ms. Comey, the prosecutor, was trying to say, like, oh, you know, the defense is just trying to mislead the jury, trying to confuse the jury. And the judge, as the referee, is really trying to simplify everything as much as possible. They do not want a mistrial. They do not want a ton more notes with clarifying questions being asked. Judge wants to really streamline things. And then you hear the defense say, well, can you at least mark our position as a court exhibit? So what the defense is trying to do is say, okay, judge, well, if you're not going to give us what we want to at least lay a foundation for a potential appeal down the road. Mark this as an exhibit. Like, let's put a stake in it. Let's make it clear on the record what we wanted, what you did not give us, so that if we lose down the road, we could use this as another avenue for appeal, that you didn't give us an instruction that we were entitled to.
Updates coming in from court again. The parties have adjourned after the judge's yes, which the yes is to the question of if an individual asks for a controlled substance and that person hands it over, is it distribution? The judge answering the jury's question again with a simple yes. We do believe that deliberations started at the top of the hour, so that would put us now at 6 hours of jury deliberations. Candace, I want to turn to you because you have been in.
Wow. That's actually huge. Because I think what people would normally believe is drug distribution. We would look at this case and be like, nah, everybody's just kind of like popping pills to get high to fuck. Like no one's like, when we hear intent to distribute, we think of somebody bagging up drugs to go sell the junk, right? But we're now being told that this definition is so broad that the definition of intent to distribute literally means, yo, say you have one pill and you pass it or you gave it to one person. That's intent to distribute, which is like, you know what I mean? Given how much how much penalty it is for the crime of intent to distribute, you would think it would be more on a larger scale. So let me just start reading through this. It says, this is Comey. Can we make sure things that have been emailed put in the docket? Summarina says, I'm adopting the government's answer to the drug distribution question. Driscoll says, can we put something on the record about sole possession? This definition of distribution would mislead the jury. Driscoll says, but, Justice, hold on. Says, both sides agreed to this definition without objection. So what is it? Driscoll says, 1 second. Comey says, they are trying to mislead the jury. So they're arguing about this idea of drug distribution. And I'm going to be honest with you. This spells trouble for me. This spells trouble for me. I'll tell you why. I think the prostitution, I've always said the prostitution predicate offense of the RICO is a gimme. The sex trafficking is, I don't know. The forced labor, well, that goes if you believe sex trafficking, you believe forced labor. So if you don't believe sex trafficking, you don't believe forced labor. If they are puzzled over something that I think should be as a non-issue, because again, as per my understanding, and if I was a juror, I'm voting no to that. I'm not convicting him of a RICO because he passed out a few mollies. I'm not doing it. Also, you know, granted, they found drugs in his hotel when they arrested him, but you know, we've never observed him handing out drugs. Yes, there's multiple testimonies that he instructed people to that he did, but all of these witnesses, could we believe everything they said? And again, it's not, of course I think Diddy gave out drugs. I'm not like, come on, I'm not fucking stupid. I'm just saying, as a juror, you're going to have to show me a videotape of the nigga doing it. Now, granted, this might happen on the free call videos that we never seen. So he could be on there like walking over while Cassie's getting her back blown out, and Cassie puts out her tongue and he drops a fucking Molly on her tongue, and yeah, at that point it's okay, right? But I wonder if the evidence of this is just through text messages, like, you know, KK, you know, was basically saying Puff needs you to bring this, da da da, or give da 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 to da da da. And then the testimony of Cassie, some of the sex workers, Jane. By the way, you see how respectful I was. Me and Lauren and Unc, we had a conversation before. Well, I couldn't say who Jane Doe was while they were there because they planned to be in court, and that could have jeopardized them from staying in court. Like, if they were on my stream and then we start just throwing around the names of the people who have pseudonyms, if someone raised that in court, they probably would have got kicked out of court. And they're in court this morning. So anyway, the judge Summeranian says they have been specific in their question, and so is this answer. So, Your Honor, can you just mark our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Judge says yes. They adjourn. So essentially, the judges agreed. The judges agreed. Right? Oh, let me see if the paperwork is there. Is it that? Hold on. Wait. Okay.
In this courtroom during the trial, you have seen this jury. We were talking specifically about juror number 25, but we've only seen the courtroom sketches. You've seen this jury. What stood out to you about them, the way that they took in this testimony, especially when I think of Cassie Ventura, I think of Jane, how emotional they were on the stand, certainly the freak off videos that they had to see. What stood out to you?
Well, let's start with the freak off videos because there was such a reaction by the jurors. During the first couple of weeks of the trial, what the jurors were seeing were just pictures.
It's like I don't know if that's the actual deliberation room, but that's a example of what it would look like.
It was only during the last couple of weeks of trial that they started opening up the door to have moving video. And there were jurors who ripped off their headphones because it was a lot. It's a lot, especially in the morning, because you're taking in a lot of pornographic, what we would understand as pornographic video and information. And if you are not exposed to that and haven't looked to that, it can be very, very jarring. There were other times where there were some jurors who just did not have the poker face. 2 or 3 in particular from day one. Sometimes they would look at the audience to even look at what people were thinking about in the gallery, maybe to get some eye contact. Many times, most of the times it translated as, I don't believe this, do you? So I think it was really interesting to see how just progressively things kind of turned out in terms of how much they were giving. Now, when it came to the point where Sean Combs got in trouble for potentially communicating by his nods and his head shakes with the jury, well, then that's when things kind of settled down a little bit. He got a warning. I don't know if the jurors got a warning, but it certainly made a difference in terms of the physicality and the emotions and what they showed on their face in terms of reaction. That slowed down a lot. Nobody wants to be in trouble. And certainly Sean Combs got admonished by the judge. You got to stop doing this. There should be no communication. The jury should not have any type of facial expression the best that they can. I mean, yeah, they're going to laugh. They're going to wince maybe every once in a while. But during those first 2 weeks especially, they were very, very interactive, shall I say, with their facial expressions.
I remember Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter, who will be joining the live stream around noon, as she typically does with our Jesse Weber, just talking about how emotional it was specifically during Cassie's testimony right at the beginning of this trial, and now 6, 7 weeks.
By the way, this is what I was talking about yesterday. Let me show y'all. I meant to play it. I didn't play it on stream, but I could play it now. Court TV. I was shocked by this because remember, 50 Cent, who's he's not one brutal murder. He's not really fond of what do you call it again? Give me 1 second. He's not really fond of Diddy. Ooh. Where is this at? Fuck. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. It was something like they said that there was a standing ovation. There was applause. Agnifilo. Let me see. Right here, look.
The defense team finished up their close, and at the very end, attorney Mark Agnifilo asked the jury to acquit Sean Diddy Combs of all of the charges and to send him home to his family. And with that, you know, there are listening rooms because the main courtroom is packed. That's where I was this morning. And then there are these overflow rooms. There are multiple overflow rooms packed full of people from the public, from the media, so many people converging on New York City because of this trial. And in one of the rooms, I can confirm to you that when Mark Agnifilo finished, the room erupted in cheers. Everyone in the room started cheering loudly, clapping. When his closing argument was finished. Mark Agnifilo giving that close on behalf of Diddy's legal team. Numerous lawyers taking part in this process for him. And from what we understand, Diddy was quite pleased with that closing argument. Now we're in the government's rebuttal. So that is currently taking place in the courthouse behind me. Diddy's trial happening at the very top floor of this building. We're in the Southern District of New York, and they actually have two federal courthouses, Michael and Ashley. This is one of them, the larger one. It is beautiful.
By the way, we have Lauren Conlon, who I encouraged to go live. She is live right now outside of the courtroom. So I do want y'all to show her some love. I want y'all to tune in.
So the
Gotta get a little
question
bit
was
of
something
quality.
along the lines of
Turn her up, people.
one person asks for drugs and the second person gives them these drugs, is the second person guilty of drug distribution? And they referred to actually a section on the charges for this question. They referred to page 37. And I think it was, my pen actually broke when I was
Go
writing
check her
notes. So
page
I
out. Pop
missed this
Crime
part.
TV with Lauren Conlon.
Yeah, they referred to a certain section about the drug distribution. So I was like, whoa, okay, that's interesting. I did not see them having a question about drug distribution, but they did. So the defense wanted the court to answer their question and say that they should refer to the charge as a whole. However, the government and the judge did not want that. They wanted to make it a little bit simpler, as they thought if they said, refer to the charge as a whole, that would be misleading. So he said that, the judge, I have an obligation to answer this direct question, and he was again, not playing around. He was like even Mark Agnifilo was standing up and he's like, Judge, can I give an example? And the judge was like, no, you cannot give an example. So I was like, oh, okay. So let me see. They basically want to know, is a sale required for a distribution? And it's confusing. It absolutely is confusing. So, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here. And thanks, AK, for sending everyone over here. So the defense also, they took a minute and they tried to come up with something that would work to send back to the jury. And the judge was like, nope, sorry, we're going with my original thought was to, again, explain it and refer to a certain section on the jury charges. And by the way, if you haven't seen the jury charges, I can put them up on Twitter. I have them in my email. Actually, Dizzy, I should send them to you and then you can distribute them as well. Because they're very long. I said that before. But yeah, so the defense also said, refer to page
turn her up,
38
Chad. Turn her up
3
real quick. Turn her up.
through 7. This is about intent to distribute. And again, the government and the judge, they were like, no, we can't point them here because that's misleading. So anyway, I don't think the defense is very happy right now. And they preserved that objection on the way the court handled sending this note back to the jury. Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are so awesome. Okay.
Turn her
now
up,
let me go through. I'm going to sit here for a second. Let me
now,
talk about something that I think I may have been wrong on. And I really went through this on academics yesterday. But okay, I finally saw, as I left academics, I finally saw the verdict sheet. And I hadn't seen it before, the finalized one. It had been talked about. But guys, thank you so much. You guys are so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I said, I don't think that, I don't necessarily think the jury would find him guilty of racketeering based on what I saw in court, based on the fact that they might have reasonable doubt about XYZ. Okay, I'm now thinking they are going to find, they could find him guilty of racketeering very easily based on the verdict slip, because all they would need to do to find him guilty on racketeering is also find him guilty on a standalone sex trafficking charge, which let's say that's Cassie, and let's say they found her guilty or found him guilty of violating the Mann Act as well, the transportation to engage in prostitution. Let's say he's found guilty of those two, but let's say they say not guilty on Jane, whatever. That is also under the RICO predicate. So yeah, all they have to do is find him guilty on one count of sex trafficking and one count of violating the Mann Act. And that right there is unless they feel like he did not have a co-conspirator. If that's the case, then they could just say no to RICO altogether. We don't believe he had a co-conspirator. That intellectually I knew that, but I didn't put it together.
It's a flip-off state. It's a playoff. It's a playoff. Yo, you deserve it, Daddy. I can't call her Daddy. What the fuck?
Until I looked at the verdict sheet and the jury form. So yeah, this is definitely, it's definitely tense in there. I have to say, like I pointed out at the beginning of the stream, the judge did not seem like he was really in the mood for any arguments, nothing like that. He and at one point I kind of saw, Agnifilo seemed a little bit nervous when he was making these arguments. He had a paper in his hand and it kind of looked like
y'all going
it was
crazy.
shaking a little bit. But yeah, let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, thank you so much. You guys are so nice. Thank you. Someone said no other race has these charges. Free Diddy.
Y'all going crazy.
Some of you guys are saying maybe not great things. Yeah, but let me know what you think. I did put
Lindell,
the verdict slip or the jury slip up
I'll read your
on
donations.
my Twitter, which is at Conlon_Lauren. And like I said,
Charles, enough. Thank you.
I really was.
Oh, don't let me pause.
Was under the impression that they might have some issues with the RICO charge, but now that I've actually taken a look at it, I don't think they will. I think that, again, it's quite possible he could be convicted on RICO, again, because they get a 2-for-1 here with the sex trafficking and with the transportation to engage. And I'll see, people are supporting. Do you see that? Can you see that? She's a sign that says can't stop, won't stop.
Come on now.
Got it. So yes, he still has a lot of supporters. I'm trying to think.
Yo, chat, y'all are the best.
It was equally, I guess, as tense. Oh, also Diddy this morning, he turned around to his mom in court after the judge left the bench and everything. He said something like he likes his mom's shirt and he likes her outfit. He said it pretty loudly too. So let me look and see.
It's drilled to she on
Diddy should pay his supporters more. Oh my gosh, hung jury. This is I mean, and listen, if they're hung on Cassie's sex trafficking, then that means they could be hung on the RICO as well, unless they're unequivocally unanimous on some of the other RICO charges like bribery and kidnapping and obstruction. But
that would be bullshit. That would be bullshit.
At this point, I am like, I have no idea what is going through the jury's head, except I just didn't expect a question, I guess, on the drug distribution. I really didn't. So, read the super chat. Sorry, that's what happens. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Okay, take, Lauren. Thank you so much. Let me see. Mike Sam, thank you so much for the memberships. That's so nice. I didn't realize I was supposed to read these. Great work. Thank you.
I begged her to go live because I showed Unc love and we've been watching her too. I got to show love.
Thank you so much. Academics, are you kidding me? That is so generous. Holy moly. I don't even know what to say. That's so kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So nice. How do I do this?
She's learning. She's learning.
You said you'd start going live and now you're live. Yes, I'm trying. But again, like I said, it's weird because it's like we don't have our phones. Obviously it's federal court. You know this by now. And so I'm sitting there. I don't want to miss anything. However, the one good thing I will say at this point is that we gave our emails to somebody on the 8th floor. So they are emailing us when a note comes in, and just, they emailed us all the jury charges and the verdict slip and everything, but also the verdict slip. And I think the jury charges are on the docket if you want them. Some people are asking.
Yo, chat, I donated $500 to Ung too. Relax.
Personally think that we could get a verdict tomorrow. I think that, let me go. You know what? Does anybody have the verdict?
Chat, honestly, all bullshit aside, you got to realize, these are smaller creators. And I remember being at where they were, where I was doing extra work. And I wanted somebody like me to show love, like actual love, not like just use your content when it benefits you and then just take all your credit. So I'm trying to do that for them, and I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to turn them up too,
Stupid with you. Okay. Salute, Queen. Big AK sent me. Love your covers. Oh, thank you so much. That's so nice.
She's been great. She's been great, honestly. She's been honestly great.
Sorry, I'm clicking all these. It's so hard. Ugh. You and AK look good together. Thanks. Thank you so much. And thank you again for the memberships. This is so nice. Okay. So Dizzy, wait, racketeering is first. Yes, but what are the predicates under there? Because I'm wondering if they possibly went in order when they're asking questions about, about these predicate
acts. That's a great question.
But
let me go back to that. That's a great question.
I can't believe it because yesterday I'm on academics and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if which way they're going to go on RICO. I'm guessing not guilty because of XYZ. And thanks, Vanessa. But now, again, after seeing this form,
hold on.
I don't know anymore.
I'm gonna try to get the predicate.
I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get the predicate form.
She didn't care. She's married. Yes, I am married with children. Thank you.
She is married. People.
Lorna, thank you so much. Oh wait, do you just click on the? I'm so dumb. Do you click on the box? There you go. Okay.
I got a teacher.
Thank you so much. That's so nice.
Let me see. I'm trying to find. The judge had said the predicates.
Let me see. I'm waiting for Dizzy to look at that sheet. Dizzy, okay. Acts involving kidnapping, arson, bribery, tampering. Yeah. Okay. All right. So drug distribution is not first. So maybe that's good. Maybe that means they didn't have any questions on that. And this was just their one question. So let me see. Thank you, MJ, as well.
Is it a jury scrambling?
So where is the drug distro? Where is that on the? Because I'm afraid if I pull this up, my screen will just go black. It will. I feel like I don't know. Thank you, Marsha. That's so nice of you. I don't know. I don't know what some of these comments mean. I really don't understand.
It's on Interstate.
But yes, I would love for you all to like and subscribe to my channel as I show it. Because there's a lot of cases that need to be covered after this one, and there's a lot going on down here in downtown Manhattan and elsewhere. But some people say they overcharge to get a charge. Well, I think some of you might remember that they added the Mann Act charges pretty much, I think, a couple of months before this actually went to trial. They added the transportation to engage in prostitution, and the defense tried to get it dropped again before the trial started, and they cited that it was a racist charge and that he shouldn't be charged with this in the first place.
Yeah, I remember that. Hold on, I'm trying to find the predicate.
I don't even know what was said for someone to say that, but I'm scared.
Kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking. It continues
on page 2, involving trafficking. Okay, so drug distro was last.
Yeah.
MJ, that's last. What it seems like. So
it was last.
either they didn't have questions on the other predicate acts,
and there's
right?
a verdict
because this
sheet.
was
Here's a
last,
verdict sheet.
or maybe they went backwards and started there, and maybe they will have questions.
Here's a verdict sheet. So
You know, however,
drug distribution's
it
last.
does seem like, oh, hey, how's it going? Good. It does seem like they
Cortez, thank you for the
resolved
20.
Juror
Keep
25
turning her up.
issue on their own. I mean, I could be wrong, but I was
360
happy to
Jeezy. I
hear
see you,
that,
my boy.
because I think when they came back initially, basically 30 or 40 minutes.
And also, chat, like, you know, first of all, I don't actually have a donations like that. But the reason why I do appreciate when I turn another credit, it matters for them. They got to take the train. Most of them take the train down there. They're kind of like, they're toughing it out down there. Like, they got to get lunch barely. I even asked her right before we started this. I said, when do you eat? You know what I mean? They don't really have that much time. I don't want to share some of her personal life, but I'll just say this, because she told me yesterday, she's like, hey, listen, like, a good part of her family is already, like, they were supposed to go somewhere, and they're there, and she felt bad, like, as a mom, because she's like, it would suck to leave the trial right now. I don't know if I'm sharing too much of her family. I'm trying to keep some elements out. And then she's putting, she sacrificed a lot to cover this trial for 7-8 weeks, right? And, I think when you guys help, turn her up, I definitely think she'll appreciate it and probably encourage her to keep going. You know what I mean? It's not about, I know some of y'all are joking and shit. It's not about me and her. It's like, we got to support, like, we watched her for fucking 7 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate y'all for that.
Guys, thank you. So I think that Sean and I are going to go back at some point to
let's do it.
Academics today, but I'm so nervous because I do feel like the jury is making progress here. So I'm scared to leave. But who knows? Maybe I'll wait until the afternoon and we'll see what happens. But hey, how's it going?
I told him we could do it after it depends on their schedule, but we could do it after 5.
Oh. I mean, I don't know if whose AirPod he's using. I mean, I just assume it's not his AirPod because he can't have AirPods in federal jail. But who knows? Yeah, whose it is. But like, I just wondered what he was listening to. I mean, what are you listening to in court? I have no idea.
I wonder if Diddy's listening to like soothing music, because his body language has to be calm, but it's probably impossible for him not to be like just dying with anxiety.
There's a message held for review. I don't want to even know what that is, but it's quiet back here. I'm wondering if, let me check. Hold on. What I'm going to do really fast is check my email to make sure that a note didn't come back, and then I'll you'll see my face in 2 seconds. Let me just say, there's nothing. No note yet. So here we are. Let me see. So in the courtroom this morning, Diddy's mother was there. Charlucci, who has been there every day, he wasn't there yet. His children were not there. Oh, you know who showed up today that I didn't see yesterday, but I was like a little bit late yesterday, so maybe she split. But Dana Tran, the mother of his daughter Love, she showed up today. She's very beautiful. I do need mods. Yeah, maybe I do need mods. Oh no, I can't. Don't say that. Come on, I'm not gonna read that.
Jamar, what's
wow,
up?
Wow.
Jamar, chill, bro.
So what is? I just want to know what everybody is thinking, and did your minds change? And I'm not saying your opinion per se. You don't have to say your opinion, but do you think, now that you've seen the jury slip, how my mind kind of changed in terms of the jury here? Do you think they could find him guilty of RICO at this point very, very easily if they think that he is guilty of trafficking Cassie and violating the Mann Act? Like I said, my mind changed. Now I think the jury most certainly will have an easier time with the racketeering. Let me know your thoughts. Again,
Marsha, thank you for the donation over there.
The only way at this point that I think that he wouldn't be, they wouldn't check any predicate boxes if they do not believe that KK was his co-conspirator, and if they do not believe that, actually, yeah, I'd say KK or D-Rock. I guess they have two options there. I think they would lean more towards
Andy, thank you for the donation too. Please,
Thanks,
appreciate
Andy.
you guys.
And the thing is, I don't know if the jury slip is necessarily BS. I see that comment. I know what you're saying. I think the jury slip is actually very clear. They are making it very, very easy for the jury at this point to not be confused. I think what you're saying is you feel like it's BS because of what he's charged with, but that's pretty much how it works. They have to list those predicate acts. I'm just surprised that they are able to do that. I mean, that is the law, but the defense didn't heavily object on that little 2-for-1, the trafficking and the Mann Act under RICO, and then the standalone charges. And I'm sure they did object at some point. I just have to go back.
So the reason why they can't object, right? So what she's kind of alluding to, and I know I'm pausing a little bit, she's alluding to, it feels like he's charged for the same thing twice. Now, it's actually different, and this is why I say RICOs are impossible to beat, right? They could charge you for sex trafficking by itself, and then they could charge you for sex trafficking within a organizational RICO statute. So here's how, you've heard of double jeopardy. You can't pretty much, can't try to convict someone for something that that's what double jeopardy is, if they get acquitted. Or you can't really charge someone twice for the same thing. They're not charging him twice for the same thing. A predicate offense under RICO is not a charge. It's not a charge. And that's been a thing that's even been challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court on that, because it feels like the predicate offenses are charges. Arson is not a charge. It's a predicate offense. So even though it still has to be proven, right? That alone, because RICO, if there's not 2 acts, it's not, and RICO is the actual charge. If it's not 2 acts, it's no RICO. Okay? If there's no enterprise, there's no RICO. If there's not 2 people or 2 people with the understanding of doing a crime, there's not a charge.
And look at the transcripts and see what was said, because, I mean, again, they are following the law. But if I was the defendant here, I would be like, wow, there's a really good chance I could be convicted on both of these and spend life in prison because of the connected charges. So let me see what you guys just said. Let's see.
Yo, why Kendrick intern over here so talking about Kendrick and Drake? Look at this nigga.
I don't like to spit it on the ground. I don't want anyone to step in it. But I do need to get rid of it somehow.
She said, Kendrick intern said Kendrick still beats Drake in the battle. They not like us. What the hell?
It says Diddy is guilty. Drunk drivers belong in prison. Yeah, true. Let me see.
Damn, peace. Thank you for the
what is that? A scorpion?
Yeah.
Big. What is it? Big. Diddy might beat this. Nothing bigger than the chat.
You gotta tell her, yo, the scorpion is for the chat.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're fine. You're at court, not us. Oh. Sorry, I was trying to look and see what you guys say about him beating some of the thank you so much. I'm Millionaire. What was that song? That song's really old. I forget what he sang. But it was like a one-hit wonder, I thought. Come on. I'm not reading that. There is a trash can somewhere that I can spit it. It's around. I'll have to walk around. Thanks, guys. I'm looking to see.
Yo, y'all are going crazy. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all.
Okay, I don't think the judge is biased at all. I think Judge Subramanian has done a really good job in trying to be fair and trying to accommodate both the government and the defense. And I say that because obviously I've been here the entire time. I've seen the objections he sustains. I've seen the ones he overrules. I've seen evidence he lets in. And I've also seen, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, he doesn't just say, no, this evidence is not accepted to, whichever side, unless it's completely inappropriate or egregious. He'll say, why don't we take this evidence? Why don't you redact certain parts and I'll allow certain parts in? That's why I don't think that he is, I don't think that he's biased in any way. I mean, I guess one could say that judges generally do somewhat favor the prosecution. And that's just because they sort of work for the same team. But I just don't think, I don't.
Less working. Yo, she has a husband. Chill. Just turn her up. She's dope though. Like, yo, we want her to be our friend, you know?
Has also been really.
My friends don't want to say, but no, we don't think like that, chat. Like, and also here's the thing, especially with female creators, you know, we got to be a little bit careful because we don't want to scare them off or get the reputation like we just some horny ass niggas, right? And I do know y'all some horny ass niggas, but we can't get that reputation. And we have beautiful chat queens in the building who I think they also want to, you know, it would be great if I could bring on a female at times to give their opinion, because I do think that dynamic yesterday was pretty interesting. When we were speaking about Cassie, she was very, you could tell her being in court watching Cassie was a thing. Like, you could tell that she's like, yeah, Jane Doe, I could see Jane Doe being whatever, but like Cassie, you know?
And let me know if anybody also has questions about what's going on in there in terms of, any questions about the government, any questions about, again, about the judge. I really, again, do not think he's been biased at all. And I know that I was following first I was doing the following the Harvey Weinstein case before this, and also Karen Reed. And it's funny, there's a lot of sidebars in the Diddy trial. There have been a lot. And there have been a lot of arguments before, during breaks, after. And I really have never seen the judge, one, deny a sidebar. He has never denied one. And number two, he's never seemed exasperated when, you know, we just had a sidebar and a lawyer requested another.
Lorma G says, yo, please shout out R Block, man. R Block in the building over there.
So fine with that. And I think that the judge in the Karen Reed case, she was not necessarily like that. We would hear her sigh into the microphone a lot about these sidebars and just didn't seem as patient. Judge Subramanian, very patient. And then in turn, I felt like the Harvey Weinstein judge, Curtis Farber, he was good, but he did not have this courtroom.
Shout out to H. Bezzy 662
in order like Judge Subramanian does.
Booking.
This courtroom
Thank
is in order. We are on schedule. We are on track. Again, we didn't get breaks towards the end. He wanted to make sure the jury's time was respected, and he wants them to get out of here just as much as they do. So I'm a fan of him. I have to say, I really am.
So Nola 504, thank you for the 10.
Let me read some of this. Hey, Wendy, good to see you. Let me see. Okay. Thank you so much. That's really nice. Lauren, do you have a good looking sister friend? My sister is, no, my sister's married, but
oh, man.
Do I have any friends? I don't know. I've got to think. I actually don't. I feel like I have no friends anymore because I've been doing this and I haven't really been
sacrifices.
Very social lately. But
hey, I like the work she putting in.
Let me see what else.
Stay on your job, Lauren. Stay on your job.
Who is my favorite on the defense team? That's a good question. Like, who do
Nicole?
I mean, I think I do have maybe a favorite attorney on both sides. I have a favorite on the government side, and I do have a favorite, I guess, on the defense side. But I'll start with the defense. I do think that Tenny Garagos is really an amazing attorney. I think that she is very skilled, but it's also there's something inside her, I feel like, that you can't have any type of training to be. And it's because she just has this genuine thing about her. And I've said this before, it's like you're talking to one of your girlfriends. So I feel like she was able to get some of the witnesses tripped up without them even knowing that it was coming. And I'm kind of referring to Jane in a way, because Diddy has he's got an amazing team, right? Like Nicole Westmoreland, she's incredible as well. But I feel like the difference there is that they know it's coming. Same with Brian Steele. They know these guys are pit bulls, and they've just got to be ready on the witness stand to get called out. And so it's not so much a shock, but with Tenny, it's more of a, you know, more of a sneak attack. And so I thought she was very skilled in that. And again, I think all of his attorneys are great. Mark Agnifilo is great in his own way. He just, again, seems like this unassuming guy. Even him, just, you know, you've seen the videos of him walking into court with his bat.
Eva, yes, meet and greet. Where are you? I want to come to you. Yeah, we got to do a meet and greet. Definitely, we're doing a show. I'm going to announce the date and the city. Y'all got to tell me what city I should be coming to. I've been working on refining a show, and I'm honestly here to say, because I was always testing this, I'm actually going to put the show vlog today or tomorrow. It's a multifaceted show, probably going to have a performer or two. I'm doing like 30-minute stand-up, right? Like 30 minutes. Oh, my God. Yo, who just put this in here? So who just put this in here? What's wrong with y'all? Brother. Hey, I'll tell you how the show is. And obviously, if you've been to the birthday one, again, it'll be just a more refined version. There's obviously, I didn't have enough crowd participation. That's what I didn't like about the last one. But we're going to do more of that. But do 30-minute comedy set. Usually some special guests, whether YouTubers, then we'll have some performances, and then probably some giveaways and some shit like that. But we do meet and greets at the beginning of those as well, too. So yeah, I've been working on trying to get like a really set, because that's the thing about people who go on the road a lot. They do the same thing every place. And it's like clockwork. So I was like kind of fumbling to figure shit out, but it's going to happen.
This guy's like a multimillionaire. He's just so down to earth. Before I go on to who my favorite on the government is, let me pull up some of these chats, because I really appreciate you guys. I don't even know.
Oh my.
After the devil made, JK, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
thank you. I read that. Thank you again. Okay, so on the government, I will say Maureen
Black
Coley,
Hole 79, thank you.
I mean, she is.
You going to the UK?
She is so buttoned up. She is so good. She never stutters. She's always just spitting. She's spitting the law. She's spitting case law. She's on it. She is good. She does not miss an objection. She just doesn't miss anything. And also, you know, Slavic is very sharp as well. And I'll say, you know, these women, they are just not messing around. I do feel like, and I think I've been
Quentin, thank you for that.
Honest about this, or I got a little honest yesterday on AK, but
OJP, bro.
They were given this case really, you know, it was thrown onto their laps.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna do a pop-up, almost like a pop-up shop type of thing in New York. I got to show more love to New York.
And they, you know.
But our next show is gonna be Miami, Atlanta, or Houston.
Witnesses, and I think that.
And we're doing something in Toronto.
You ask, some people do think that a lot of these witnesses were incredibly effective. Again, it depends on who you ask. So this is why it's so hard to predict which way the jury will go. I feel like also I was looking at some of the descriptions back in my notes of these jurors, and I'm going to go through the super chats in a second. Sorry, but some of these jurors, I think that Diddy should be worried about is there is a social worker on the jury, and there is also a nurse on the jury. So I think that Diddy should be very worried about these jurors, you know, as well as some of the analytical guys. So we'll see, because some of these analytical people, you know, they might be more familiar with the government's angle to everything and the government's close, you know, the charts and the graphs, but who knows? We'll see. And then meanwhile, half of the jury, and again, I said this on Academics' stream yesterday, I feel like, you know, Agnifilo and Diddy's team, they knew what they were doing with this close. They had to have, right? It clearly was strategic. He was talking to the 8 male jurors. That was my opinion as to why.
Professor Splash, you say, yo, Act, let's take a shot. All right, I'll take a shot for you, my brother. You off work? I'm happy for you, man. I'll take a shot for you.
Yes, I mean, maybe some people don't think it was risky,
Terramana.
But I thought that the sarcasm angle was risky. But I think it was most likely effective to some.
Yeah, so I'm gonna if we get to sit down today again, I'm gonna ask her about that, because I did think that was like, yo, you're playing with my life with the sarcastic shit. Like, you know, some people's sarcasm could come off as being asshole-ish, right? You ever seen somebody trying to be sarcastic, but they come off like an asshole, and it makes them unlikable? Like, brother, if you're playing with my whole life and freedom, but apparently there was this standing applause or whatever, and Diddy supposedly liked it. Sorry.
I saw them laughing and kind of interested. All right, let me go to these.
Hey, Belle, thank you for the sweet super chat. I don't know if you came from here, but oh yeah, she did. She dropped the scorpion. Thank you for the Canadian donation to her, and the sweet message, and also BLG. Thank you as well.
Super chats. We love you, Lauren. You deserve it. Keep putting in work. Oh, thank you so much. I was waiting for that. And when there was really nothing more to the baby oil than he, one, used it during hotel nights consistently, and his assistants picked it up for him. I guess that's 2. And then 3.
So, that was a very great question. You said, do I feel the authorities misuse the law? And that's the Dale show. Do I feel the authorities misuse the law to bring this case or to try to get a win? This is the issue with RICO. The inherent issue with RICO is that regular things could always be criminalized if they want to. And this is why I think it's so hard to beat. And that's why I always say once you get hit with the RICO, it's almost over, because they just got to string together a few things that in isolation doesn't seem like big deal. Like, come on now. Like, you're telling me if you think that Diddy is the only person that has done some shit that probably hasn't been like, yo, could you delete that footage? Yo, I'll give you 10,000 for it. I have record labels that will pay me to remove a post. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, like I'll have people say, oh shit, somebody yo, could you not put that up? Stop. No, people don't want to look bad. So again, when that's now seen as a bribery charge and no cops were involved, of course, the thing with RICO is that you could look at people's conduct and then you could, the thing with RICO, you build a narrative. Once you build a narrative, this is a violent street gang who, through their brazen actions of gun toting and drug selling, they have ruined the community. No, you have 3 knuckleheads who are shooters. They should go to jail for life. But this other person who be throwing up hand sign, he's pussy. He's not really doing nothing. He shouldn't be in jail with them, right? But you get to hit everybody with RICO. You get 20 people off the streets. And that's the thing with RICO. You do a narrative. You string together some isolated things. Like, for example, think about why I sell RICO. They really wanted, like, RICO, it gives the government such a escape plan, like an out. Yo, y'all really wanted to prosecute Thug for the murder of Donovan Nutt Thomas. Y'all could not do it for years. Y'all even arrested other people. Y'all could never get the conviction. You couldn't get no one to flip on him, right? He was never in the car. He didn't pull the trigger, even if you thought he was responsible. You couldn't prove it. Y'all tried to see. Y'all raided his house, took his cell phones. Y'all couldn't prove it. So you know how you say you're going to prove it? You basically start threatening one guy, Woody, harassing him, and basically almost feed him a story like, you need to, we don't give a fuck about you. We want Thug. To the point the guy just starts lie snitching. Yo, yeah, Thug did do it. So now you take that, because it's fitting your narrative, and then you just piece together a bunch of other stuff. The other shootings that was happening, there was a guy who shot an off-duty cop. Was it off-duty cop? No, it was a Atlanta police officer, but he was on duty. That had nothing to do with Thug. Like, Thug didn't direct that motherfucker to go do that, but that guy gets lumped in with Thug and a RICO, all because they said, here's a narrative, YSL, right? So again, it's kind of crazy. Noob Cybot says, do you think this whole case is a warning to all celebrities not to go against the industry? That's such a very complex question you ask, whether you knew it or not. I don't think it's going against the industry. I think the question and the answer is that you got to know when to get out, right? I think Diddy was still operating on a level for way too long, like he thought he was still moving with impunity. Like, you could tell when some of these other niggas have checked out. You could tell Jay has checked out. Diddy was still moving around, and I think if he had stopped this behavior after Cassie, I don't think the lawsuit even comes, right? But I think, again, he was still running around thinking it's like the 90s. Like, he was running around like thinking it was Pac. So I don't want to say the industry made this happen to him, because it was it was a convoluted amount of things. It was his relationship with Young Miami that got other women jealous. It was him having a new baby when he probably told multiple women that he weren't going to have babies, and him treating one woman way better than the other. It was the Diageo thing, and obviously now his partners who probably were super with him, they start kind of isolating away from him. He start looking a little bit more vulnerable on the business level. He was no longer a powerhouse in music. There was a multitude and a myriad of things that went, I won't say went wrong, but kind of culminated in Diddy being in a position where this drops, and then the feds, because that's exactly what happened. So if you don't know how a federal indictment starts, a lot of it, like, for example, this guy got indicted. He was on No Jumper. He was like hacking people's Instagram. It started because one guy he had a law enforcement friend, and that friend connected him with a federal agent. That started the investigation that led to the indictment, or criminal complaint that led to the indictment. Now, here's the thing. In most cases, the cops waits for a victim to show up. In this particular case, Cassie, even after she got the money, she didn't go to the cops. The cops came to her. The cops read the headlines, read the lawsuits, and it's one of those things, is like, could you stop? Again, we're in the era now where, you know, if Jay didn't jump out with that forcefulness on the against the lawsuit, bro, there would probably be like 14 lawsuits against him now, right? And then once, if they see there's blood in the water, there's more gonna come. And then if this is all over the news for weeks and for months, you think the federal government's not gonna look into it? It's an attractive takedown to get Jay. Right? It's an attractive takedown. So that they're going to look at it and say, all right, let's go check into some things. So again, you know, I can't say is the industry out to get these people, but I definitely think people are taking some notes, right? However, I don't think anyone's sexual behavior will change. I don't. Like, there's some niggas who went to freak offs. They're still going to do freak offs. Okay? They probably don't do it with other people that might not be their wife or their significant other for a long time, but they're still going to do whatever they want to do.
It, quote, affected interstate commerce because it was manufactured in New Jersey, and it crossed state lines to, you know, to be part of these hotel nights, these wild keg nights. I was like, whoa. So that was it. So yeah, I that's crazy to me. That is crazy, but I completely understand. I get it. Okay, let me go to these chats. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Jamaica in the building. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you, honestly.
That's not me,
like,
though, but it's
so generous, you guys. This is so generous. Belle, thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work and dedication during this trial.
Thank you for that
Your
comment.
coverage is
Now, question is, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? I expect many other notes and a lot of suspense. Okay, so CNN reports, I don't think it's in reference to this, but they're saying that Combs is back in the courtroom and his sister and mom are also in attendance. That's their report. Mom and sister is in attendance. Diddy's back in the courtroom. He's been back in the courtroom since 10:50, 10:40-ish. 10:50. We are now at 11:11. As we wait to find out what this is about. What could this be about, ladies and gentlemen? As we are on verdict watch. They want transcripts, 2 witnesses. We don't know who those witnesses are. I don't know if we get the transcripts or they have to read the transcripts. We don't know how long that could take. It means they could take a while. Kind of like on pause here. Some people say this is not going to get solved before 4th of July. I'm assuming court is in session on Thursday, the day before 4th of July. Some say it might not be. Let me see. According to AI Overview, Thursday may be treated like a holiday by some federal courts. Since 4th of July falls on a Friday. Court reporter will have to look through the transcript and the parties will have to agree on what portions of the testimony they want, not whole transcripts per instructions. Thank you, Landa A, for clarification on that, some insight. That might be why we're kind of like in a lull right here of what's going on. The last report came is everyone was in the courtroom, but we haven't heard an update. So it could be court reporter in there going through the transcript. I want to know who they're inquiring about. Hey, D-Rod. Nice to see you, D-Rod. Thanks for being here, D-Rod. Transcripts. Who could they be? Someone else getting a photo? Yep, somebody's getting a photo. People want to take a photo in front of the federal courthouse. Yeah, I can't really listen to animal abuse either. Horrifying. Horrifying. All right, so we are waiting to find out where we're at here in reference to jury deliberations. He locked the dog in the bathroom. I know, right? Crazy. Locking the bathroom or locking the dog in a room wouldn't do nothing to it. He traumatized it, though. So just saw a comment. Cuddy said his dog was never the same after the incident. My cat gets spooked. Even if I get a knock on the door, my cat is like, pew, going under a bed, hiding. Just on a knock. My cat also growls. It's strange when somebody is like about to approach my area or my property, cat's coming and growls, and then just dips as soon as he hears a knock on the door or ring of the doorbell. And goes hides. All right, so 52%. A lot of people voted. Feel this is centered around Cassie and Jane. Cassie and Jane. Hopefully we just at least get an idea of who this is centered around, these two witnesses. Hopefully Inner City Press shares. All right, come on in. We're here, folks. And so according to people are posting AI overviews, and I'm seeing here who we got here. Why are they moving the cameras? They're moving the cameras for someone. We're going to drop this photo. What's going on here? Did I hear somebody say Mark? What's going on here? We got a van. Ooh, the Suns. The Suns have arrived. Van 7. See what this is about. I think it's family members, right? Hey, Alicia White. Thank you for the one gifted membership. Thank you. Gifted membership. Courtesy of A. White. One lucky member of JLR Investigates. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Sandy, we'll put the Rico buffet back on the board shortly. The Rico buffet board. Daughters. Survey says. But the jurors do not have direct access to transcripts for personal review. But it's up to the judge to allow it be read back. It's up to the judge. Hey, it's Quincy. Quincy jumping ahead. Christian. Whoa. The boys. The adult children are back. The adult children are back. Jerry D, thank you, Jerry D. Very appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. All right. They could be there. We didn't see it. So it appears that the jury can't get actual. Jurors do not have direct access to transcripts for personal review. All right. 11:18. Here we go. On the screen. We received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassie as to the Intercontinental and Cannes incident and the Daniel Phillip hotel incident. Cassie. Okay. Thoughts? Daniel Phillips' testimony on that as well. So it's Phillips and Cassie. AUSA, we have a disagreement. with the incident, the testimony of Cassie as to the Intercontinental and the Cannes Music Festival incident. First, the judge says, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. AUSA Comey says we don't see a need. Mark says, I've conferred with Mr. Combs and we don't see a need either. Judge says, as to any future note, let me know. Looks like they agreed on something. So there you go. It's over. Daniel Phillips' testimony. So let's go back to Daniel Phillips' testimony. He's the second witness. He was the second witness. Folks, to me, it feels like they are addressing count 2 and 3 of the indictment. Like they're on 2 and 3. Which would be count 2, sex trafficking of Cassie. Count 3, Mann Act transportation of Cassie. I think they're on count 2 and 3. What's your thoughts? I think they're on count 2 and 3. I think they're done with the RICO personally. Here, going back to May 13th, I'm going to read, kind of give you a summary of Daniel Phillips. He was the second person to testify in this trial. Shocking full testimony of male escort who claims he was paid by Diddy to sleep with Cassie. A male escort testifying in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial in New York has delivered a graphic account of how he was regularly paid thousands of dollars by the rap superstar to have sex with his then girlfriend. Daniel Phillip took to the stand for an hour after yesterday afternoon, which was way back in May, the beginning of May, to allege how Combs paid him up to $6,000 each time to take part in an orchestrated sexual acts with Cassie. Diddy would often direct their encounters, forcing them to engage in awkward role playing before giving Mr. Phillips specific instructions on when and where to orgasm. Pretty sick. He said Combs routinely instructed him to massage baby oil all over Cassie and have sex with her while the rapper performed a sex act on a chair in a corner. On one occasion, Combs allegedly instructed Mr. Phillip to orgasm It's very graphic, and I apologize for it. It's very hard to say some of this. Inside Cassie. With Mr. Phillip mentioning that the pair rarely used condoms. He also claimed to have witnessed Combs physically abuse Cassie multiple occasions, and added that the music mogul once gave him MDMA. So, folks, we are at the second person to testify in this trial. And they want this guy's testimony, which I feel is not necessarily the RICO aspect of this case. I think it's count 2 and 3. And they're just going through incidents, and they're going through the first stuff that was discussed at trial in reference to things that happened to Cassie. So that's what they want here. Distribution and prostitution all in one sentence. I know, right? At one point, he also testified that he felt threatened by Diddy. Though Diddy never struck him, Mr. Phillip said that a rapper once took a photograph of his driver's license and told him it was just for insurance, just in case. I understood it to be threatening at me, Mr. Phillip testified. He was also offered drugs. So we are in Mr. Phillip and Cassie. Here we go. So according to CNN, jury requests key testimony transcripts in trial. The judge is on the bench. The jury sent a note at 10:15 asking for several transcript sections. This is coming from CNN. 1, Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. 2, Ventura's testimony concerns the events at the Cannes Film Festival and those that immediately followed. Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions with freak offs with Daniel Phillip. Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. The Essex Hotel incident. Daniel Phillip told the court that what started as a simple gig in New York's nightlife scene quickly turned into something far more unsettling. Hired between 2012 and 2013, the former dancer and escort says he was recruited to join what Sean Diddy Combs allegedly called freak-offs. Phillips claims these sessions occurred in swanky Manhattan's Park District, the Essex House, and even in Combs and Ventura's private residence. The money he received was $700 to $6,000 per session. We have a disagreement about the redirect, about the can incident, and the events immediately following. She goes on to say the answer was to what happened when Sean was angry. It referred to the freak off that occurred upon landing in New York. Remember, she got kicked off the boat. Eventually got on a plane on the way back to New York, sat away from Diddy. Diddy comes up and sits next to her on a plane, shows her the laptop of freak offs. Upon landing in New York, then they went and had a freak off. I would likely cut it off sooner. Garrigo says, I have nothing to add. AO say, Johnson, we may need to speak with the court about the Intercontinental. Judge says, let my deputy know when you're ready, and I'll come back. Adjourned. Thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, thoughts. So we got a few things that they want to see. Testimony regarding the Intercontinental, Cassie. Cassie's testimony from France onto that plane and those that immediately followed. Ventura's testimony in regards to interactions with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura, which was in New York jurisdiction. Venue is proper in this case, according to prosecutors. Venue is proper. Okay, so yeah. Interesting. For sure. JLR investigates. Come on in. So I guess they're at this point now we're getting that together. Let my deputy know when you're ready, and I'll come back. Adjourned. The answer was to what happened when Sean was angry. It referred to the freak off that occurred upon landing in New York. After Diddy showed Cassie the freak offs on his device. All right, so we put this up. Stand by. I'll be right back. We got this up on the screen here. This is what they want. This is what they want. But please enlighten me, though, because does that mean that they actually get the transcripts, or do they have to read it? We shall see. Hello, everyone. Welcome aboard. The Real Kels, thank you. Hey, 15 months. Thanks for being here for 15 months. Appreciate you. Renee 3304. He used the word forcing in capital. Summer Rain. Hey, Summer Rain. And D-Rod. I didn't see you guys. D-Rod, 5 gifted memberships, courtesy of D-Rod. Thank you very much, D-Rod. 5 gifted memberships, courtesy of D-Rod. 5 more members. Our army is growing strong. And Summer Rain, 1 gifted membership, 1 lucky member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Summer Rain. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, you too. And nice to see both of you again, over and over. All right, so, folks, this could be long. This could be easy. But when it comes to RICO, in this case, very complex. But here's what I'm saying. The fact that there are asking this for this transcripts, I'm looking through the 8 predicates of RICO, and I see acts of kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor. None of that, it seems like it applies to what they're asking for here. Now, we still have in the predicates, in a sense, acts involving trafficking, sex trafficking, and acts involving transportation for purpose of prostitution. And we also have drug distribution. I'm thinking all those 8 have been settled in reference to RICO, and now they're going into the counts, the actual count 2 and 3 of the indictment. Count 2 and 3, which is just the crime itself, sex trafficking of Cassie, and the Mann Act, transportation of Cassie. And we're centered around Cassie. Well, we shall see. Looks like the jurors are doing their job and taking this very, very serious. At least jurors are being thorough, Victoria Ann says, and I agree. Jurors are thorough here. It appears. Sure, we'll get more of this soon. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. We are here. JLR Investigates. Magnolia Investigates. People coming and going outside the federal courthouse, New York, while we wait and see what happens next. The trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Verdict watch. Did anyone find Mr. Phillip not credible? He set the tone on this trial right from the get-go. Government means serious business with this case. They mean serious business. I'm going to go back to Daniel Phillip a little bit and read up more about him, kind of so I can share and remind everyone. You know, it's been so at the beginning stages, we almost forgot about Daniel Phillip, right? The dancer, Daniel Phillip, here, Magnolia put this up. Mr. Phillip was the second witness to give evidence. He described in graphic detail how he would take part in freak-off parties with Cassie and Diddy that could last for up to 10 hours. He claimed he first met Combs and Ventura in 2012 when he was asked to perform a strip tease at a bachelorette party in Manhattan's, is that called Gramercy Park Hotel? Gramercy? This is where Diddy got the label as being a, you know what that word is, the C word, sitting in a corner watching. We won't say the word, but you know what the word is. Mr. Phillips said he expected to meet a group of women and was instead greeted by Cassie, who asked him to have sex with her. Combs was sitting in the corner with his face concealed by a bandana. I know some people during this have chuckled. Cassie is said to have told Mr. Phillip that Combs was not gay and assured the male escort he would not be touched by the rapper. We're going back to what he testified. The jurors want to know about this. The encounter was allegedly the first of many that took place over the subsequent 2 years until 2014, in which Mr. Phillips said he was routinely asked to engage in S relations with Cassie. The escort said Combs on multiple occasions videotaped him having sex with Cassie on a cell phone and a camcorder. He also gave graphic descriptions of the S acts he was asked to perform. He claimed Cassie once asked him to urinate on her and added that the rapper once directed the pair of them through a role-playing game. We were not very good at that at all, he said. On occasion, Combs would switch places with Phillip to engage in sexual intercourse with Miss Ventura, the court heard. It's crazy testimony. Mr. Phillip recalled another occasion when Combs had called Cassie from another room. But when she told him to wait a second, Combs came out. And Mr. Phillip says he saw a liquor bottle fly past her. Diddy was alleged to have hit Cassie before grabbing her by the hair and dragging her out of the room. Jurors want to know about this stuff right now. Mr. Phillips said she was screaming, and he pulled her into the bedroom. I could hear what sounded like him slapping her. She was screaming, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Mr. Phillip added, Combs said to Miss Ventura, "BITCH, when I tell you to come, you come now, not later." The escort alleged that in one incident at the Jumeirah Essex House Hotel in New York, if I didn't say that right, I apologize, he heard slapping and screaming sounds coming from a closed bedroom. Essex Hotel is what the jury's asking about. So what you're seeing here is what the jurors are asking about. He heard slapping and screaming sounds. Cassie later exited crying and sought comfort from Mr. Phillip, kissing and hugging him without instruction, while the escort said she had never done before. This is what the jurors want to know about. He claimed to have asked her why she was staying in the abusive relationship with Combs, only for her to say she was okay. Mr. Phillip went on to allege that Mr. Combs later came back into the room to watch them have sex. Mr. Phillip also told the court that he felt he was threatened by Diddy. Though Diddy never struck him, Mr. Phillips said the rapper once took a photograph of his driver's license and told him it was just for insurance, just in case. See what I mean? I understand it to be he was threatening me, Mr. Phillip told the court. Jurors want to know about this. The escort added he was offered MDMA, also known as ecstasy, Molly, by Combs, but was not forced to take it. He was offered, but wasn't forced. Very interesting, folks. So, Essex House. Jurors want to know about this incident. Does this incident help or hurt Diddy? Of what was just described. This is what the jurors want to, they want to know about this incident. Now, also, Again, this is the second person to testify. Maybe they're just going from the beginning down. The jury sent a note at 10:15 a.m. regarding this and the other things too. But this incident, what we just shared, that's what the jurors wanted to know about. The only thing I'm thinking a little bit about what I just heard was why did Cassie want to be in an abusive relationship? And she said she's okay to him. That's the only thing I could see how that could help Diddy. But other than that, this looks like it's damaging. It clearly shows Mann Act, clearly shows this guy too was threatened in a sense and blackmailed. We got your license. You do this. Drugs were involved. Even offering someone drugs is a form of distribution, right? On a federal level. She was crying. Sounded like it was forced to me. I think it hurts Diddy. I can't see how anyone could want to read that and take that as this was consensual. Do you? I can't see it as some sort of consensual. Because sometimes you want to know where the jurors are at. I just think the jurors are going thoroughly through everything. I do, though, think that this is regards to count 2 and 3. It could be the element of sex trafficking and trafficking in the RICO, or the transportation for force for purposes of prostitution. It could be. Interesting. It's just interesting to say this. And if they're going through each and every one, I mean, that's just, we're on just witness number 2. Cassie's testimony regarding the Intercontinental Hotel incident. Cassie's testimony regarding the events and Cannes Music Festival in France and those that immediately followed. That's what the jurors wanted to know. Patricia P., thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Welcome aboard. Terry Coleman. Terry Coleman with the comment. Thank you for the comment. They're not going to tell us if Diddy and the sex workers did play together. The sex worker don't want to be portrayed as bisexual, nor does Diddy. Thank you for that comment. Chloe Jin, do you think AUSA had a filmmaker follow them for the past 7 weeks? I would love to see a documentary on this. I think Diddy has his film people inside that van for the children. Magnolia put up on the screen Cassie's testimony, if any, regarding interactions, free calls with Daniel Phillip. That's another thing they're asking for. And number 4, Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex house, which we just read. It's almost as if, to me, is they started with the RICO. They went all the way down the 8 predicates of RICO. One thing they had a question on, the last one, the drug distribution. Think they settled that. Now they moving on to count 2 and count 3 of the sex trafficking of Cassie and the Mann Act transportation regarding Cassie. And they're going through the beginning stages of people that testified at the beginning of this trial and going down. The parties are reviewing the transcripts to identify excerpts that respond to the jury's request. One, 2, 3, and 4. That's what we shared. Now, how long will it take them to iron this all out? I don't know. Now, Intercontinental jumps ahead a little bit, though, too, from this Phillip incident. So it's unclear here to me, but it seems like we kind of know the direction, right? Yeah. Welcome aboard, JLR Investigates. Make sure you hit that sub button, like notification button. We have a lot of new people in the chat. Welcome. We are on Verdict Watch. We are getting an understanding of what's happening with the jurors, listening in, questions, things of that nature. And that note just dropped a little over an hour ago. And here we are back, waiting to see what happens next as we continue to stay on Verdict Watch. Yesterday's poll, two-thirds of you voted, 10,000 people voted, thinking there will be a verdict reached within the 2 to 5 day window. We are in day 2 now. With the majority of people thinking once there is a verdict, if there's a verdict, or a verdict will be guilty of one or more. 3/4 of the viewers. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial, right? I'll put on the ABC feed right now. Pretty much they just put it out they just put out 5 minutes ago. It's pretty much the same thing what we've already said. Jury asked for testimony transcripts from Cassie and male escort Daniel Phillip. They moved on from the drug distribution. 11:58. I understand there is an issue to resolve. All right, Judge. 11:58. Here we go. AUSA Comey. I understand that during the break, the defense came up with an issue about Daniel Phillip. What's the issue? Combs is Xavier Donaldson. U.S. wants one more question and answer in than we do. It's his later thoughts. Latter thoughts. Later. That's what's being put out. Sometimes we have to decipher through any potential typos. Goes on to say, AUSA Comey says, the answer is about the Essex Hotel incident. On the Intercontinental Hotel incident, we think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. The defense wants to include Miss Ventura's IG post of 2024. See, my take on this, on the last, is the defense wants that IG post because didn't they say in the closing that Cassie never talked about sex trafficking? Here, Magnolia kind of clarified what I was about to say. The IG post where Cassie describes her experience as domestic violence rather than the legal term sex trafficking. And the defense seems like they honed in on that and video out there because they claim that, well, she didn't say anything about sex trafficking. Nothing. She just referred to that as DV, not sex trafficking. So I can see how the defense wants that included in this. They want the jurors to see that video of her IG video. T. Smith, welcome. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Thanks for being here. Restored Faith. Hey, Restored Faith. Thank you for the gifted membership. Restored Faith in the house. Thank you. One gifted membership courtesy of Restored Faith. Patricia P. Thanks for being here. New member. Got some new members, some gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you. So, yeah, they want the jurors to see Cassie's IG. They want the jurors to think this is nothing but domestic violence, not sex trafficking. $12:06. All right, Garagos. We did include several messages from after the Intercontinental incident where they are talking about it. It's regarding the incident. It's important to weigh in. It's important to weighing whether Mr. Combs coerced Ms. Ventura into commercial sex on that date. Judge responds. Hey, it's the same person we've been seeing every day out there. Right there. We've been seeing her every day. The request was for Ms. Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. How does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? in 2024, she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it here. So the judge is like, the way she put it out there, it's 2024. It's 2024. And this incident happened back in 2016. How does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? AUSA Johnson chimes in. Says, she was asked, do you recall posting on Instagram in May of 2024? She wrote that domestic violence is the issue. But that's not what the jury is asking about. Adding, we like more in about the cans incident. Yeah, it seems like this is sex trafficking that the jurors are inquiring about. And the defense knows that. So they want this IG video that Cassie made in 2024 talking about domestic violence. They want the jurors to see that. Even though Cassie made that in 2024, 8 years from the incident. But AOSA hears that's saying that's not what the jury is asking about. Defense wants it in. Very interesting. We're trying our best to decipher through this. Of what's being discussed here. All right, so they're still discussing which part of these transcripts the jurors will see based off their request when they handed in the note now almost 2 hours ago. So that issue is being addressed right now. Within these transcripts of what they're asking for. Pretty soon we'll probably get an idea of what the judge is going to rule on this. We shall see. Film Festival. And that was right after the Intercontinental Hotel, by the way. One point, wasn't it? Or was that before? So many incidents here. You got to refresh your memory of dates on certain incidents. We're waiting for more information. What we do know is, though, is court is not adjourned and they're ironing this out. We know that. So in the meantime, it makes me wonder, is the jury just on standby waiting for, like, do they continue to deliberate or do they have to wait for this note to come back to them, the response to their note? Are they just on, like, pause here? Or are they continuing to deliberate, but they have a question with a bunch of things they want in reference to transcripts? They continue deliberating. So they send their what they're asking for, and they continue to deliberate. It's what a lot of the people in the chat are saying. They just keep continuing. So while this is being addressed about what within these transcripts they get, the scope of what they're asking for, and that's being ironed out between the parties, the jury are still deliberating. So everyone's on the clock, and we're probably about 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of now deliberations. I think they've been on 5 yesterday, 5 hours yesterday, 2 hours so far today. Maybe 3, close to 3. Penny, thank you for the gifted membership, Penny. Thank you. One gift, one membership, courtesy of Penny. Hey, Penny, thank you very much. Jonathan Avery, cheers. Hello, Jonathan Avery, my Florida friend. Welcome back, Jonathan. Love the name, as always. Love the name. Jonathan Avery, I got 2 mugs. One with iced tea, one with coffee. This is the Christmas one. Actually doing Christmas. Might be a Christmas celebration here. Oh, what we got? We think we should start with the first government exhibit about the intercontinental freak-off. If we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF. The judge is like, I agree, some earlier and later messages should be given. What's left? All right. So, Intercontinental Hotel. Judge is like, I think some a little bit before and after should be given. Messages, communications. From the Intercontinental incident. AUSA goes on to say, we like to include photos she took of her injuries. And the message from March 5th. Miss Garagos, don't those fall into the same category? What would be the objection? So Garagos apparently objected to that. I have to maintain my objection to the photos. All right, so Diddy's defense, don't want those photos. That Cassie took of the injuries. Whew. At the Intercontinental, now they're ironing out some of the messages before the Intercontinental incident and some afterward. The time frame in there. And the AUSA wants photos Cassie took of her injuries after the Intercontinental. The defense is objecting to that. We'll see what happens here. we'll see ultimately what the judge says here with that. It is 12:23 p.m. We should be on today to about 5. We'll see if the jurors continue if they haven't reached a verdict yet. We are on verdict watch. They're ironing out some of this material that the jury has requested to see. What and what not can be permitted. And they're ironing it out on the bench right now. To clarify, the jury has asked for all testimony from Cassie related to the Intercontinental incident and the Essex House or Essex Hotel incident with Daniel Phillip. AUSA wants her injury photos included. You can add on and say that the defense wants Cassie's 2024 IG video included. The defense. About the Intercontinental Hotel incident. So both sides want some things. I feel like the prosecution doesn't want Cassie's 2024 IG included with what was been asked for, and the prosecution doesn't want that, and the defense doesn't want Cassie's photos taken of her injuries from that Intercontinental Hotel incident. Someone responded, and I saw this, and this kind of sticks out. So the defense wants to add their own extra photos and messages, but they object to the prosecution adding theirs from the same time. That's kind of what it is in a nutshell. Like the defense wants stuff added that Cassie said 8 years later, but they don't want the prosecution to add injuries that happened right after the event that Cassie took. So how does that make sense? Injuries are receipts. That's why they encourage all domestic violence victims out there of any type of criminal. If you've been, crime happened on you, assault, domestic violence, sex trafficking, whatever, take pics, evidence. Always take pics. Yeah, the IG is not a video. I just want to, Magnolia clarified that to me. I want to clarify that. The IG post. To post. That. Yeah, we'll put the post up. Yeah, let's put the post up. This is what we're going to put the post up because this is what the defense wants in reference to what was just asked about the Intercontinental. Now, this happened in May 23rd, 2024. And they honed in on this. This is what the defense, Cassie's own post, IG post, verdict watch right here. May 23rd, 2024. Thank you for all of the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I am better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. Thank you to everyone that has taken the time to take this matter seriously. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those that are living in fear. Research out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. This healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me. Thank you, Cass. May 2024. Now, defense wants this because they want the jurors to think this entire intercontinental thing was domestic violence, not sex trafficking. But what AUSA is objecting in a sense to this, because saying the way I'm seeing what's happening is the AUSA is like, this is years later. The jurors are just asking for stuff around the time of the Intercontinental, not this in particular. And that was after the video went public, by the way. The Intercontinental Hotel video. Just like Diddy himself made an IG or social media apology via video himself. All right, so prosecutor responds here. AUSA Johnson. We do not think her testimony about her Instagram post is relevant. We think it's confusing. Judge is allowing it. I think it could be included. Both sides have reviewed. We'll proceed on this basis. Okay, so the judge actually ruled in favor of the defense and is allowing that IG post that we just read. See, the defense honing in. Domestic violence. Didn't say anything about sex trafficking on there. Nothing about sex trafficking. And they pointed that out during their closing. So there you go. But the judge is allowing. Adjourned. Court has been adjourned. So they figured out what the jury is going to be able to see based off those 4 things that they've requested. Transcripts in reference to Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. A little bit, the judge said a little bit before the incident, a little bit after, but also including that IG post from May of 2024. Cassie's testimony concerning the events at the Cannes and those that immediately followed. Ventura's testimony regarding freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. Those are the 4 things. And it looks like it has now all been addressed. And court is adjourned. So there you go. You think that IG post might persuade a juror or 2 or the whole jury to be like, yo, she didn't say anything about sex trafficking here? I don't even think that matters personally. I mean, it takes you so far out. But I'm sure if she was asked in that moment, well, what's your thoughts on sex trafficking? She would have probably put sex trafficking stuff on there too. You would think. We shall see. All right, good. Court is adjourned. Back, jury. They apparently going to get some stuff. I thought they were supposed to read it, though. People are like, according to federal court rules, you have to get somebody to read it, but court has been adjourned. Or are they getting in things together for someone to read it to the jury? We have to wait and see, but the court has been adjourned. So I think they ironed out about what they're asking for. We'll see how they receive it. Personally, I'm starting to think this might take a while. Like longer than today. Now I'm starting to shift a little bit. Mine starts shifting based off developments. It's a lot to go through. There's a lot of things to go through here. Hey, Gail, thank you for the gifted membership. One gifted membership, courtesy of Gail Madlock. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Jody, 7,000 people here. Yeah, we have 17K here. A lot of people. We got a mini city in here from all across the world watching. Diddy verdict watch. We all want to know what's happening here in real time as the jury deliberates. We'll see more notes, more stuff, twists and turns. Going back to the Intercontinental Hotel incident. We all saw that. We all saw the Intercontinental Hotel incident. So here we are with that aspect. Welcome aboard. JLR investigates. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. That's going to take a while to go through all that, don't you think? Or you think they'll just streamline and go through up? Okay. Lawyers in the chat, share your thoughts. Any lawyers in the house? What do we got? Revisiting Daniel Phillips' testimony from day 1 and 2 of the trial. Heating up the coffee. Be back in a minute. Stay tuned, folks. We'll continue to put things on the screen. Verdict Watch. This is the go-to channel when it comes to Verdict Watch, as we are watching in real time and discussing the case. right, coffee's back as Magnolia continues to put up on the screen in reference to transcript regarding Daniel Phillip. So Daniel Phillip, 212. So they're jumping around a few years, going with Daniel Phillip in 2012. And they're also going with Cassie's 2016 Intercontinental Hotel. They're jumping around some years here. And here we are. All right, so you can see here, I'll continue to read, but you've been reading. This is what the jurors want to. Okay, so we do have an update in reference to the transcripts. Here's how it's going to work. CNN put an update. CNN said transcripts should be sent to the jury by 1 p.m. Judges' rules. It's saying the judge ordered the lawyers to send the transcripts, excerpts regarding the Intercontinental Hotel incident to the jury by 1 p.m. The judge ruled that the jury will get the transcripts for Cassie Venture's testimony about the days before and after the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. The jury will also receive Venture's testimony regarding her IG post in response to the release of the Intercontinental surveillance video. The judge ruled over an objection from prosecutors. The prosecutor, Emily Johnson, said they could send the jury the testimony excerpts that are responsive to the jury's other 3 requests now. So, the 3 requests, besides the Intercontinental Hotel, there was 4 requests. The 3 requests the jurors are getting now. The Intercontinental Hotel incident, request number 1, they're going to get by 1 p.m. So 2, 3, and 4, they're getting now. 1, the Intercontinental Hotel, the before, the after, and the IG post, they're going to get by 1 p.m. So they're all getting it. There you go. Interesting for sure, folks. Jurors want to know about Daniel Phillip. Carrie Ann, thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you. Frosty, New York, UK. From the UK. I'm assuming. Thank you for being a new member of JLR Investigates. Oh, yeah. So that's another thing we have to find out about the photos of Cassie's injuries, have they been included? Because I don't see any clarification on that. So I'll have to find out. So unclear. The prosecution wanted photos of Cassie's injuries. I'm assuming they probably were included, but we don't know for sure. So I'll try to get some more clarity on that, if more information. Now, the problem is there's only a few media outlets that are actually reporting in real time what is going on out of there. In like real time, we're getting the information out quicker for us. But we're here, the latest twists and turns based off the available people that are there that are doing a great and phenomenal job. You got that. So, transcripts. Intercontinental Hotel. Before, a little bit before, afterward, plus Cassie's IG post. How long is it going to take to go through all them? We shall see. Verdict watch. I mean, it's going to take a while to go through all them. 1 o'clock, probably go on for another 4 hours. Verdict today. Are we on count 2 and 3? Has the RICO been proven? Have they moved on from the RICO? Have they moved on from the RICO? They're plowing down the list. Continue to go down the list. Family probably coming out shortly for lunch, you would think. Magnolia just informed me about Daniel Phillip. Could be the most damaging of all the escorts, technically, because he testified. We didn't hear from Anton. We didn't hear from Sly. We didn't hear from the other ones that were mentioned here, Jules and Don and Paul. We didn't hear from them. We heard from Phillip, though. We heard from Phillip. He could be more damaging than the Punisher, if you think about it. Phillip was pretty damaging. Phillip said he did not report the incident because he feared for his life. I was completely shocked and messed up in my head. There was nothing I could do, he testified. She was afraid I could see. She was afraid I could see she was afraid. Fear, coercion, sex trafficking, drugs. Got the combination on just that Daniel Phillip incident. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Jurors want to go back to this. All types of crimes occurred with Daniel Phillip alone. Am I tripping? Meech says. Am I tripping, or does inquiring about predicate acts mean they found him guilty of the charge? Meech, I'll answer that question. I think they found him guilty. Because inquiring about the predicate means that you at least found him guilty of committing RICO. If you weren't inquiring about a specific predicate in like distribution of drugs yesterday, they wouldn't go that far down the list unless they're going down that list to see if any predicate was met to find him guilty of RICO. But I think it's total opposite. I think that they found him and now they're inquiring about a predicate. I do. So I don't think you're tripping, Meech, at all. Great question, though. Thank you very much for responding to that, because that's where we were at yesterday. We had another, was it MTK, or we had another person, MTO, another person in the chat that brought that out to everyone's attention. Remind me, who said that yesterday? Someone, one of our members said that yesterday. One. Can't figure out which one. MKO. Yes, MKO. It was MKO that brought that, like, that point. And it really is like, whoa. Yes, people say MKO was the one that brought that really argument up. Like, you're going down the predicates, but I think they're gone off the predicates. Personally, I think they're done with the Ooh, what we got here? What's going on? Who's coming out? Oh, is that Lucci? Hey, that's Lucci. He's suited up. That looked like the family friend, right? Looks like the family's coming up. Let's turn the volume up some. All right, we got the volume up. Looks like family's coming out. That's Lucci. Suited up. Yep, here comes Janice. Here we come, family members. Lunchtime. Christian holding his mom's hand.
You heard me, brother? Rest in peace for me.
All right. So no daughters today. Male children, male adult children, mom, sister, and they're off to lunch. What'd that say? Design Limousine Service, INC. Lucci's dressed up sharp with a top hat and a suit. Yeah, Lucci is like Diddy's bestie. I mean, he's been there every day. The family friend, his bestie. I mean, he's been there. If you're going to think ride or die, he's ride or die for Diddy and his family, because he's there every day escorting them in and out, helping them get out of the van every day. Every day. I don't think he's missed a day. All right, so they're off to lunch. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so we are here. Verdict watch. We'll find out more twists and turns, anything going on. Hopefully 25 and other of the jurors are doing great. Of what is being said in that courtroom. Scouring around the net with more information to see exactly what is up. Jurors can just eat and review the evidence while they're deliberating. Lunch is being brought to them. Live outside the courtroom, courthouse, federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. All right, so we're still on verdict watch. Has any of the jurors been compromised? That's a lot of talk. I just don't know. Earlier, just 5 minutes ago, NBC put out a report. Says the prosecution and defense went back and forth over what parts of Ventura's testimony regarding the March 2016 assault she endured from Combs at the Intercontinental Hotel should be sent back to the jury. Which parts? Combs' defense wanted to include messages between Combs and Ventura leading up to the hotel visit in which they were coordinating a free call. Still, prosecutors wanted it limited to the incident at the hotel itself. Both sides went back and forth until the judge suggested offering the jury Ventura's entire testimony transcript. Prosecutor Emily Johnson told the court the prosecution had no problem with this, but defense attorney Garagos pushed back. Garagos argued that the entire testimony, which is 800 pages long, would be too overwhelming for the jury. Eventually, they agreed to send a portion of Ventura's testimony that would include the text from before and after the hotel assault, plus the Instagram. Now, I didn't see anything about the injuries to Cassie. So at first, they were about to just give them 800 pages. But the defense objected to that, saying it's too long. So they narrowed it down to the incident itself and text before and after the incident, including Cassie's IG post from 2024. Who knows how many pages that is? Could be still over 100 pages, right? Could be over 100 pages. Could be hundreds and hundreds of pages. 800 pages. Cassie's testimony on the Intercontinental Hotel is 800 pages. That's a lot. If that was given to the jury, expect to be here for weeks Now, there's a lot. There's a lot. Welcome aboard JLR Investigates as we continue to be on verdict watch and just kind of chill and hang out. The case of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. Case of Sean P. Diddy Combs. We could maybe see what some of the media reports are talking about. So Inner City Press, he went to some other matters that he's tweeting about. Not sure if he's jumping around a different courtroom.
Yeah, after him. So you got to direct him over there.
A lot of people coming out. Hey, there's the sketch artist. She's one of the sketch artists.
This morning, still fixed on federal court in Lower Manhattan, where jurors are back deliberating the sex crimes and racketeering case of Sean Combs.
All right, so 5.5 hours of deliberation so far, and already there have been a handful of notes from the jury back to the judge, including one asking for clarity about the drug allegations that underpin and are really only important if they go for the racketeering charge.
Yeah, that's important to note. The juror form, the verdict form that jurors have instructions on, it tells them to consider the drug offenses if and only if they find Combs guilty of, as you mentioned, that racketeering conspiracy. And of course, we don't know what's going on in that jury room right now. It's hard to know. In the courtroom, reporters tell us that they looked at Combs and he looked stricken when he read that note. Whatever.
So, right. So we're just telling you the order of things given by the judge. Now, for now, though, we wait. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate outside of the court with the latest. Phil, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. For now, we wait. Day 2 of jury deliberations are now underway, and that's after the judge had clarified for the jury panel regarding the drug allegations that was tied to that racketeering conspiracy charge with that panel of 8 men and 4.
The first full day of deliberation is now underway after a rocky start for jurors who sent conflicting messages on where things stand. Jurors must fill out this form and deliver it to the judge once there's a verdict. Almost immediately, though, deliberations were interrupted. After about an hour, jurors sent a note that said they are concerned one of them cannot follow your honor's instructions. That juror is a 51-year-old Manhattan scientist. The note did not say what led the other jurors to have concerns, and the judge sent back his own note that reminded jurors they have a duty to deliberate and an obligation to follow my instructions on the law. Later, the jury sent another note asking the judge about the drug allegations that support the racketeering conspiracy charge. When Combs read the note, he looked stunned. The verdict form says jurors should consider the predicate crimes if and only if they decide Combs is guilty of racketeering conspiracy. The jury saw multiple photos of drugs, and prosecutors told them Combs and his associates had committed hundreds of acts of drug distribution. The defense said the evidence was exaggerated, and prosecutors charged personal use drugs and threesomes as racketeering.
Now, inside of the courtroom, there was a short exchange between Combs and his mother where he told her it's going to be all right. But over the past 7 weeks, the prosecution has presented 34 witnesses, and Combs himself did not testify at this trial. Now, important to note, there are still so many questions regarding what this verdict will be. You can take a charge in terms of the sex trafficking, as there's a minimum mandatory of 1 count, which is equal to 15 years behind bars. We are live outside of the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Phil, thank you for your coverage there in Lower Manhattan. Joining us now here on set, ABC legal expert Shauna Lloyd. Thank you so much for being here, first and foremost.
Absolutely.
Let's get right into it. So Diddy admitted to drug use, but the notes on the drug abuse appear to have shaken him a bit. It looked like reporters said he was concerned.
Correct. Because when we look at the verdict form, we know that they are not supposed to look at the subsequent crimes unless they've already found him guilty of the RICO. Oh. So if you're looking at the order of the form, this is at the end, which means they've already found that. Now, the counter argument to that, though, is that if we have a majority that feels as though there is no RICO, the minority might be trying to prove their point, and that is where the question came out of. So we can't be so quick to look at these jury questions and know, because it can be looked at either way.
It's not always if then,
correct?
Right? And they might not be going in order. And already we know that the jurors don't seem to be on the same page. What if the judge dismisses a juror?
So that's always a delicate balance, because we have to remember that dismissing a juror is something that's going to be ripe for appeal. So what we'll typically see happen is the judge will inquire of that juror. He's not going to inquire about deliberations, where they stand. What he'll find out is what is it that this juror is unable to do? What is it that they can't do? Can they not follow the instructions? Are they not willing? Are they bringing emotion into it? Are they bringing outside resources? Once he's made that inquiry and has it on the record, if he dismisses the jury, then the next alternate will come in, and unfortunately they kind of start deliberations again, because this new alternate that would be brought in needs to be a part of the discussion as well.
So even though alternate jurors are in the pool and they hear all the testimony, they're not necessarily in the room with the discussions. I didn't know that until you just said it. So and there was one juror that was in question, so if they have to pull that juror out, put another in, and then they go through the whole conversations again, does that give the Combs group a chance at like an appeal?
Typically, once the judge has made that solid record as to what is the reason he's dismissing it, if it's something that is required on those jury instruction forms, remember there's certain things jurors must do. They cannot consider the fact that he didn't testify. They must assume he's innocent until proven guilty. They cannot bring outside resources. If they are not doing one of those things, it is absolutely imperative that the judge remove them, because that's what's required of a juror.
It was interesting. So throughout this trial, Diddy's defense, they didn't bring up their own witnesses. They didn't have, Mr. Combs take the stand, anything like that. They seem to admit, hey, he used drugs in the past. He's not the best human. He's had physical, domestic issues, but that's not what this is about. They seem to be confident about the racketeering and sex trafficking, specifically those charges, not about his character.
Absolutely. They were very confident going in, which is why they didn't bring any witnesses. We believe that they saw reasonable doubt, and what they did was really try to reinforce that in their closing, as opposed to bringing additional information into the case. Because anytime you bring additional witnesses, remember, that's additional cross-examination.
Sure.
They may actually muddy the waters for you if you feel as though the prosecution has enough holes that they're already dealing with.
Wow.
Do you see a verdict happening this week before the holiday? Or is there any way to tell? And if you have an opinion on that, why?
I'll tell you. So whenever we look at a holiday, right, we know that the court is closed on Thursday and Friday. Typically, jurors that have been in a trial this long, they want to get out. So they're going to try to move as efficiently as possible. I believe that is why that note came out so quickly about that juror, because they're like, listen, we're all going to get on the same page and we're going to execute and we're going to be done with it.
Is that good for the defense? The longer it goes, typically you hear if it wraps up quicker, not a good look. Is it better, I guess, for the defense the longer it goes?
Typically we find so, but I will tell you, this jury goes and we don't have a verdict by Wednesday, I'm starting, I smell a hung jury, because what they're probably going to say to one another is, let's take the long weekend, go be with our friends.
So much.
Very good.
Yes.
Shauna Lloyd, thank you so much for being with us. Very
Great to be
good.
here.
Good information.
All right. So, yeah, interesting. That legal expert there kind of pointed out what we were saying with the predicate and the RICO itself. Very, very interesting, folks. Very, very interesting. We wanted to share that, kind of like a local media there in New York, touching on this case, the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Combs reassures mothers today when he whispered to her, it's going to be all right. Combs sat with his defense team this morning wearing light pants and a light sweater. The nerd defense, appearing a little bit on edge as the day began. He waved to his family and blew kisses to his mother, Janice, as she sat in the second row. Combs leaned over to speak to her later in the morning after both parties had argued over how to answer a question from the jury. This is what he told his mom. Just relax. It's going to be all right, Ma. He added, I like your shirt and your outfit. He just told his mom earlier, relax. Here you go. Voodoo. All right, so here we are. Interesting. What do you think? You get anything out of that? And Diddy telling his mom everything's going to be all right? As if does Diddy know something like, hey, we got a drawer in our pocket? As you heard from the report that we just said, the longer this drags out, possibly hung jury, is everything's going to be all right? Meaning, or is he just, no, it's not going to be all right? And he just wants to assure his mom just to say, just everything's going to be all right here. What do you think? I don't know if court is open on Thursday. I don't know if the jury will be deliberating on Thursday. Unclear. That hasn't been cleared yet. Clarity to that. I don't know if it will be on Wednesday. How about some people saying everything's going to be all right when they know it's not? Some people say everything's going to be all right, but they know it's not. If he was confident, he wouldn't have said nothing to his mom. Right? Come on in. JLR Investigates continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Family went out to lunch. there's any new development or a break, I'm sure they'll arrive back to the scene. Don't worry, we got this. Don't worry, we got this. Would be something he would say if he was confident, right? Don't worry, Ma, we got this. That would be something if you're really confident. But it's going to be all right. Sounds like kind of defeat to me. JLR investigates. Come on in. Verdict watch, verdict watch, verdict watch. And nothing new to report right now in reference to what is going on. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what the jurors are thinking. Looks like it's in the mid 80s there. So it's not too hot. Looks like the sun went down over the buildings there. Usually towards the end of the day, it gets he assures his mom everything's going to be all right. That was the 5th note, by the way. Good afternoon, Judy Smith. Judy. We'll continue to put, he's just comforting his mom, Karen says, even though he knows it won't be okay. JLR, did you tell your mom everything will be okay when you went to prison? Great question. Matter of fact, Nemo, thank you for asking that, because I totally went flashbacks. Of course, when I had bad things going on in my life, when it wasn't okay, I would assure the people around me that it's going to be okay, even though it's not. That was a great question. Thank you. I don't know the answer to that. Plus years ago. When I got indicted by the FBI or the DOJ, it was 2003. And no, everything was not okay. But I remember me being shackled, going for federal transport, and I would self-motivate myself saying, everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. I do remember that. Everything's going to be all right. Be all right. Try to pep talk yourself up. Self-motivate. I'm a prisoner of war. It's terrifying. It sucks to have your liberty and freedom taken. It's horrible experience. But you do the crime, you do the time. not like the time. But I put myself in that position. Can't when you do the crime knowingly and willingly. Diddy, here's the thing about this too. When we hear about the penalty phase with Diddy and how much time he should get if there's a conviction, you got to keep in mind that the federal government has said that Diddy is part of a RICO that existed for 2 decades, from 2004 to 2024. That means a continuous criminal enterprise that spanned 2 decades. Now, don't you think if you're involved with the crimes, committing crimes that spanned 2 decades, you really think that you'll get less than 20 years when you committed crimes for 20 years straight? Because that's what the government just say life expectancy. We'll just say life expectancy 100 years. You're talking 20% of your life you've been committing crimes, and he's 55. So really, technically, half his life he's been committing crimes. If you want to think about it, Diddy's 55, 20 years. You could say almost 40% of his life he has been committing crime. That's what the government's saying. So you think you should get the penalty, that you should get less than 20 years, less than the amount of time you committed the crimes? The years you committed the crimes? So the government just comes back, or the judge says, okay, I'll sentence you to 5 years in prison for you committing 20 years of crime. Sounds like to me, you could arguably say that Sean P. Diddy Combs is a career criminal. Career criminal. You know, anybody in this country that does crimes continuously for 20 years, even, I mean, you're literally looking at a life sentence there alone. JLR, TMZ got in contact with Gina. Ooh. Really? Let's see if we can get any information on. Hey, there is an article out. TMZ put an article out 22 minutes ago. Thanks for the information. 22 minutes ago, there's an article about Gina. Gina says, I won't be scared if he walks free. He's not dangerous. Oh! Isn't that interesting? Breaking news from TMZ. It just posted 22 minutes ago on TMZ's website. The imagine that. Well, maybe because Gina got paid off, maybe. I mean, you know, what's up with that? The prospect of Diddy possibly being acquitted in his criminal trial isn't weighing in on an ex-girlfriend whose name kept coming up in witness testimony. Because she says she's not scared of him. Diddy's ex, Gina, was leaving a Whole Foods store in Las Vegas on Monday when a photographer asked her if she thought Diddy was going to walk free. Gina says she's not get acquitted. It sounds like she won't run for the hills. Gina. And what is she got subpoenaed in this case. What is she doing out there at Whole Foods in Vegas? Diddy's ex says he never did anything dangerous to her, which is interesting considering prosecutors were trying to get her to testify in the Diddy trial. Now, oh, he's not dangerous. Prosecutors confirmed last month Gina was victim number 3 in the Diddy indictment. And the document labeled her as an alleged victim of sex trafficking. Gina didn't end up taking the stand during the trial, with the Fed saying early on in the case they were having a difficult time contacting her and weren't sure she would show up to testify even with the subpoena. Time believing federal prosecutors couldn't track down her and compel her to testify. The fitness. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it got interviewed, right? And swore Diddy did all these things, but now suddenly she's disappeared during the trial, even though she got a subpoena. Prosecutors didn't enforce that and also didn't use her testimony at all that we know of. Whether there are exhibits and stuff referenced her, I don't know. But now she suddenly appears at a Whole Foods in Vegas right after everybody rests and the jury starts deliberating. Oh, Gina's now suddenly seen in public in Vegas at Whole Foods and says, I'm not scared of him. I wouldn't be scared if he walks free. He's not dangerous. I wonder what happened. Why is she changing her tune? This is coming out on TMZ 25 minutes ago. They found Gina in Las Vegas at Whole Foods. Imagine that. And also, they probably got tipped off, TMZ. They all set it up. Because, TMZ, very favorable towards Diddy. Mark Garagos' daughter on the defense team. Mark Garagos does a podcast with TMZ founder Harvey Levin, right? They got a podcast together. And now suddenly, oh, Diddy's not a bad guy if he walks free, according to Gina, who just happened to be at the location she was at in Vegas, Whole Foods. We got a clip.
Hi, Gina. How you doing? I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, I just what I want to know. If Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened? You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that if Diddy,
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
you're not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Whoa! Thoughts? Oh my goodness. Yo, that is crazy. Suddenly pops up coming out of Whole Foods. I'm not scared of him. If he walks free, he's not dangerous. How much money did she receive? Whoa. We all know, Patty says, we know TMZ is in bed with the defense. They lied. It's just that seemed a little bit scripted to me. Did that look scripted to you? Look a little scripted to me. Oh, they just happen to know where Gina is after the prosecutors couldn't find her How much did she get paid? Of course, you're not going to be afraid if you got paid. If you work the deal out, not to testify. We can't have Gina in between Cassie and Jane. Can't have that Gina error. Remember, they were also trying to, defense was trying to say the RICO stopped in 2018. Therefore, the statute of limitations went off and stopped, more or less, and try to use that gap that the prosecutions did not use in this trial. Didn't work. They tried. How much money did Gina get? Did she get paid? If she got paid, she might not get paid. Maybe she getting paid. But now she's suddenly showing up. Now everyone knows where she's at after the jury takes the case. Now you know where Gina is. Now I know where Gina is. Las Vegas. She's hanging out at Whole Foods. I'm not scared of him. Yeah, they want that out there, right? I'm not scared if he walks free. He's not. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gina, we heard that Diddy threw apples at you in the foyer. Apples. Threw apples. That's been testified. Diddy threw apples at Gina. That has been testified. Diddy didn't throw apples at you? Is Gina watching? Carolyn Jobs, welcome to media. Thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing that, because I immediately started Googling around. I'm like, holy smokes. There's a Gina video. Huh. Unbelievable, folks. What do you think? Gina. I'm not scared of him. How much money did you get from Diddy? These people roll up on Gina. Hey, Gina, how much did Diddy's team pay you not to testify in this trial? She gave the interview. A lot of people are talking about the interview that she gave. She clearly said things. All right, so CNN says the jury now has been deliberating for 10 hours in the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. The jury started deliberations yesterday, 11:30 Eastern, and they were dismissed for the day around 5 p.m. They returned at 9 a.m. Several notes. 10 hours. We're at 10 hours. They just put out. So 1:30. They're saying 10 hours. 10 hours of deliberating. Still no verdict. Welcome aboard, folks. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Yeah, everyone's saying the interview that she gave clearly said all the violence that she was subjected to. But now everything's okay. And now she just quits and then doesn't even come. Prosecutors don't even pursue her. Walking freely out there. It's pretty wild stuff. Maybe the prosecutors abandoned her too and said, she's not credible. She's going to botch this case, or be a plan and botch this case. Yeah, they are working behind the scenes. TMZ just accidentally just rolled up on her. Just happened to just roll up on her, right? Like, Gina is not a recognizable person for TMZ just happen to be there, or whoever working for TMZ. They have freelance people. So they set her up to bump. They set her up to bump into TMZ. That's pretty crazy. All right, 10 hours. Jury has been deliberating for 10 hours. There you go. We saw your interview, Gina, with tears rolling down your eyes. You said you wanted to be an advocate for women who've been abused. This doesn't pass the smell test. Yeah, put a bench warrant out. Just saw the comment. Put a bench warrant. People said they've seen the video of her. Let's see what else is circulating while we're here, while we're waiting. We're on verdict watch. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Gina out there. No, that is wild, man. For real. It's crazy. Absolutely, she met him in February and in May. He was kicking her behind. Are you kidding me? If he was abusing her so early in the relationship. All right, keep the comments coming. We'll wait for new information outside the federal courthouse. We are on verdict watch. Got a lot of comments coming through. I like these eyewitness news reports out of New York. I might get this other report and put this up on the screen. Kind of fill in some time while we're sitting here waiting. Yeah, she was relaxed as the paparazzi. It looked all scripted. I think it was scripted. I call script. Staged. I think it was all scripted and staged. But I mean, keep your opinions coming. Appreciate that. She's full of diarrhea. Yeah, they're reporting 10 hours. We've been verdict watch now for 10 hours. Ten-hour verdict watch.
I'm on 36% of my jet rate. I want to do this full, but I just he's on charging up.
All right, we're going to play the clip again of Gina.
Hi, Gina. How you doing? I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, I just what I want to know. If Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way? You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that if Diddy wins, she's gonna leave the country.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You're not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Oh! Thoughts? Sounds like to me, set up. Sounds like to me, staged. Sounds like to me that was fake. Trying to create the narrative that Diddy is not a dangerous person, and even one of his own victims is not fearful if he gets acquitted or a hung jury or whatever if he gets out. Pretty convenient that coming out now so it can go viral so the jury can see it. Someone got to her. As a survivor, F her, Angelo. Angela P says, thank you for the comment. I mean, it's kind of insulting that she went on podcast and shared that Diddy did this, that, and the other, but now no. Huh. They should have asked her if she was jealous of Cassie because she's prettier than her. No, they'll never ask the right questions because they'll ask the questions they want the viewers to think and see. Scripted, pre-planned. Like, wouldn't you find it weird if you were walking in a parking lot and some dude standing there with a camera asking you questions like that. Like it looked fake. It looked fake. Clearly looked fake. We're not buying it, Gina, on JLR Investigates. Most of us here. Maybe some people are. I'm not buying it. We're just not buying it, Gina. JLR Investigates. Let's make it happen. Set the record straight. Come on. It's for the jurors. It's for the jurors. Potential jurors. Jurors that go home each day that are not sequestered. Alternate jurors. Jurors. While Diddy's telling his mom everything's going to be all right. It was a setup, obviously. That was a setup. Gina's a fool. I never understand why. Hopefully we get some clarification on why she suddenly just vanished in the course of the middle of a trial. Sounds like she is still in Diddy's pocket. She got into his deep pockets, money. Cassie's getting Gina to not testify. See if anyone's talking about this on social media there. The prospect, they just tweeted this out just a few minutes ago. The prospect of Diddy possibly being acquitted in his criminal trial isn't weighing on ex-girlfriend whose name kept coming up in witness testimony. Yeah, they just put it out there. They just put it out there. TMZ themselves. The Diddy docket even. Did Gina fabricate her story on Tasha K, or is she suffering Stockholm syndrome? Or does she think Diddy is rehabilitating? Money. Now she just happens to just resurface in this video going viral. Gina. People are like responding in the comments to TMZ. You found her. So shady. How did you find her when the government couldn't find her to testify? None of the above. She's a simple opportunist. So she's doing whatever is most to her own personal advantage in the moment. Just like she always has. All right, we're over 10 hours. And nothing that we've heard what's going on. We're approaching the 2 o'clock hour. Diddy Combs. I'll continue to check different reports of information that's coming out. Jayla Vault. Or Jella. I say Jayla because I know my friend has a name V-E-L-A, and I call him Vela. Could be Jella Vault. Staged or not, that was pretty triggering for me and survivors to hear that I want to vomit my run. I mean, it's a slap in the face for people that have been following this case. For her to just come out now and say this, considering she said on her own things that Diddy did, and it's almost like you sold out, Gina. Or it's all a big game to Gina. It's a big game. She thinks it's serving for her. She could have had a powerful impact here and made a difference. And she's just like nonchalantly doesn't care. That would have been a good question. But do you want him to be free? You want Diddy to be free, Gina? Yeah, Gina's not scared, but she hid from court. Kaylin says it's all for clout. She's doing it for clout. Gina, my angel. Ha! Gina, my angel. Eddie, my angel. Gina, my angel. Nice to see you here. Be careful how you spend it. It's probably like KK. KK. It's probably KK. Hey, Gina, my angel. Be careful how you spend this. I'm shaking in my head at this one. She just magically appears now. The whole mystery of the case, and she just magically appears now. Gina in the Las Vegas area. Huh. Unbelievable. Let's see if she continues to give more interviews or decides to go out there and speak. Then you should be very familiar with how TMZ sets up bumps with celebrities at their request. Anytime, anywhere. I mean, TMZ gets the scoops. They get the goods. They all, go favorable towards people. Amber Heard had them on speed dial. All right, continuous coverage. We are probably 10 hours and 30 minutes into deliberating as we wait and see. Keep your comments coming. I'm looking around, scouting around for information Verdict watch. Broken, don't have nothing going on. She needs every dollar she can get. Yeah, TMZ just casually shopping with the camera in hand. Right? Can be paying her much if she's at Whole Foods. Terry. Thank you for the comment. Kind of just listening outside the court. No notes, nothing. So everything is apparently the jury got their transcripts of what they were asking for the 4 requests. And we're just seeing where this goes. We're sitting here waiting. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. Already. Yes, it is. Yesterday went faster than today. Today's a little slow. I don't think Whole Foods is bad either, Chef. Thank you for the comment. Did you know TMZ found Gina, but the feds couldn't? Never heard her. He is a good person. Her true testimony, people are saying, is it Tasha K? Tasha K? Thank you, Chef. Let me see something here. Three weeks ago, ex-Gina tells them all. Tells it all. So she just flip-flopped in a matter of a few weeks. This interview was like 3 weeks ago. That has been posted. Verdict watch. We're still on verdict watch, folks. No new updates yet. See if NBC News has anything going on with Diddy. Oh, he comes out in just shorts and a T-shirt out of the courthouse. Some people get released from prison here. I'm not saying that with that guy. I'm just saying some people that we've seen for the last week or two, prison outfits. People get released. Outfits that they had when they got arrested, things like that. Not saying it with that guy. Usually, normally with courts like that, it's people that get released if they're in shorts and shirts. If they're in court clothes, then they're there for court matters. Some of them just get released. People are like, I'm done with TMZ. I'm done. Gina deserves an award. Academy Award. All right, no new update yet. Nothing. Deliberating. We're on verdict watch. Welcome aboard for people that are in. Verdict watch outside the federal courthouse. Verdict watch. Again, earlier I saw that Busby's motion to dismiss Jay-Z's defamation suit has been granted. So according to this suit, Sean Carter versus the Busby law firm and Anthony G. Busby. And it appears Busby's motion to dismiss the defamation suit has been granted. And it goes on to say Jay-Z's attorney, Alex Sparrow's statement on the order granting Busby's motion to strike of California law on the admissibility of the investigator's statements. Notably, the judge expressly states that his decision would have changed dramatically if he had admitted the statements into evidence, as they would have shown. Not only that, Carter had nothing to do with any sexual assault on Doe, but that Busby knew it, and thus the court would come out the other way on this motion. What does it say about our justice system if false claims on the most heinous nature imaginable against an individual, an innocent individual, and get away with it on a technicality? We plan to appeal this case immediately. So it looks like Jay-Z lost today. Jay-Z took an L today. His attorney's not happy. Now, what's going on here? Because NBC is kind of recapping what happened yesterday, and now NBC in their report that just posted is trying to say the issue with the jury yesterday was not juror number 25, but they're saying juror number 3. I don't know if they're going to correct that because we've been hearing juror number 25. They're trying to say it's juror number 3. So I don't know if NBC is getting this wrong or trying to put out some misinformation or corrected information. But their new report talking about juror number 3. So I'll see if they correct this or why they're putting out juror number 3. I thought it was 25. Thank you, Dominique. Jay-Z, the people want to know if you have a statement. Sparrow said he's going to appeal that ruling. I do not think they came back yet. It's going to get a little noisy. Hold your ears. All right, wasn't that bad. Man, I don't know if you've ever been to New York City, and when those things start sounding, you got to hold your ears. All right, so we are waiting. Like some of you have been doing, and kind of just scanning around and seeing what's being said and what's being reported. With this case. People are tagging Jay-Z. Yeah, that's interesting. You're not the real Jay. We have a Jay-Z in our chat. I just kind of ignore it because I don't think it's the real Jay-Z. Will the real Jay-Z please stand up? Will the real Jay-Z please stand up? Please stand up. Street is saying Jay-Z is worse than Diddy. Yeah, if Jay-Z went into hiding, TMZ will find him. You never know who's in the chat. Oh, we got celebs in this chat. We know the celebs are in this chat. Especially on this trial. We know they stopped by. At least stop by. We know. We know. But you never know who's in the chat. Katursky, ABC News Justice reporter, right there. Eric Katursky. Been there every day out of there. Federal courts. No indication if Diddy's family have been back from their lunch, if they're even going to come back. We're past the 2 o'clock hour. Nothing to report as far as questions, notes, any developments here. We are on official verdict watch. Yeah, give us a wave. Any celebs in the chat? We got any celebs in the chat? All rise. Verdict watch. Might as well get another cup of coffee while I'm here. I have a feeling something's going to be brewing soon. I just have that feeling. I just have that. I feel like something's going to happen here. Like soon. Sooner rather than later. With Gina is like just happened to come up in the middle of the trial here, and Gina just pops up. Fox News put out an article 1 hour ago. The title of this article is Diddy Case is a Rare Nail Biter Possibility of a Split Verdict, expert says. Legal experts claim problems could have been avoided if jury was sequestered during the trial. The case against Diddy is proving to be a rare nail biter for the prosecution, according to Fox News contributor. The Southern District's conviction rate is well north of 90%. They don't take. Oh, what do we got? Hey, she's back. Mom is back. I'll be right back. I'm going to get more coffee. Very welcome back. Fourth cup of coffee. Verdict watch. The Southern District's conviction rate is well cases to lose them. That said, the Diddy case has some real challenges. In the end, the evidence came down to how coerced the female victims were. As these women reached out affirmatively to Diddy, were they suffering a version of battered wife syndrome? Question mark. Allegations suffice to demonstrate an actual racketeering entity. This is a rare nail biter for SDNY. Far from a slam dunk. Very real. Split verdict. A rare nail biter, according to a legal expert for SDNY. Split verdict? Is that what might happen here? A split verdict? I don't think a split verdict benefits Diddy in any way. I think any conviction on any of the counts is going to nail him for decades, even on split. Split verdict? Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. I am peeling on the screen here. My eyes are peeled for any new development as we get almost into 11 hours of deliberating. They said CNN reported and officially at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, they said they were at the 10-hour mark. So we are here almost at 2:30. Might have 2.5 hours left. You all ready? Erica, think about it. R. Kelly opened the door for Epstein. Epstein opened the door for Diddy. Whose door is Diddy going to open? Oh no. Thank you for coming after the trial. I don't know who's on those tapes. I know that celeb names weren't necessarily named at all in this trial in reference to involved in freak-offs. But it will be interesting once this case, if it gets resolved, the things get released. Keep the comments coming. Verdict watch. Who does this open the door for? Fat Joe? Fat Joe next. Fat Joe. Tyler Perry? Tyler Perry's getting some civil suits on fire suit, right, Tyler? What about Diddy's children? His boys. His boys are being sued. I mean, Justin and Christian are sued. Jay-Z, a lot of people say Jay-Z. Justin and Diddy are being sued together. Oh, the camera's starting to move. We got a movement. No, it's just shaking. I have to keep looking at my screens every couple minutes to see if any new information in reference to notes. Nothing has been reported. Well, at least everything seems like it's going smoothly, possibly. This individual we're seeing in front of the courthouse, we've been seeing her for days. Outside that courthouse. Split verdict. He looked familiar. He looked so familiar. Gentleman that just walked out, he looked very familiar. You know who that was? Norm Pattis. Holy smokes. I don't know if you know Norm Pattis, the attorney Norm Pattis. He represented Fotes Duelis in the Jennifer Duelis case. Did anyone see the gentleman, the older gentleman with the ponytail that walked out? He's a high-profile attorney, takes on some cases. He's also on board on the Monster Mom case out of Connecticut. Look like Norm Pattis to me. Let me reverse. I'm going to reverse my own live. Look on the other screen. I'm on People Watch. Lawyers come and go, you know, they get their cases. I said yesterday, I just said. Yeah, that was Norm Pattis. I just had to review Norm Pattis. He's on the team of the Monster Mom out of Waterbury, Connecticut, that helped her, Millie Sullivan, that kept her stepson trapped inside that home. He's part of her legal team. I don't know. Don't mind me, folks. I'm just one of those guys that pretty good at that. Walking around in public, but hey, I know that person. I've seen that person before. I know who that is. All right, so we're still on verdict watch, verdict watch, verdict watch. Nothing has changed. It's like it got pretty quiet out there. All right, no see. Yeah, NBC's reports acting like yesterday. They're saying it's juror number 3. They still got the report up. I'm going to see if there's any other news reports here that are talking about this case a little bit. About what has been said. Like the New York media up there, because they're familiar with SDNY. Things that go on in SDNY. Kind of just on chill mode right now. But we're watching. We're watching like a hawk. Seeing what is, if anything breaks, we'll know instantly. Anything breaks out of the courtroom, we're going to know. Probably within less than a minute if it gets reported. Diddy in the transcripts. Oh, she decided to go in. What is this? What is this individual doing? Like, I don't want to be mean here, but this individual keeps walking in, walking out. Walking in, walking out. I'm just generally curious. Daily Mail with a report today. The 2 books Diddy turned. We'll share a little bit. "12 jurors deciding his fate right now. Verdict watch." Look at this. All right, so it says a jury panel made up of 8 men and 4 women, ranging the legal fate of Sean Diddy Combs. Here's what we know about the jurors. Juror number 2 is a 69-year-old man who works as a massage therapist in Manhattan. Now that's interesting. A massage therapist, juror. He has a Bachelor of Fine Arts in acting from this, who has a Bachelor of Fine Arts in acting. Goes on to say, juror number 5 is a 31-year-old man who works as an investment analyst. His hobbies include golf, tennis, and video games. He is described as an active churchgoer. Juror number 25. We talked about 25. An issue here. 51-year-old man who worked as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. Juror number 28 is a 30-year-old woman who lives in the Bronx, clerk at a grocery store. So juror 28, 30-year-old woman, lives with mom and brother, works as a deli clerk. Juror number 55 is a 42-year-old woman who lives in Manhattan with her fiance. She works at a nursing home and said she is not a fan of the news. So juror 55 doesn't like the news. Juror number 75 is a 68-year-old man who is retired and previously worked in finance. He lives in Westchester County with his wife, and he said he listens to old Indian music and likes to play cricket and volleyball. Now that's interesting. There's two of the people that I've read so far. Here's another 68-year-old man, juror number 116. A 68-year-old man who lives in Westchester County with his wife and kids. He is a retired lineman. Juror number 160 is a 43-year-old woman who is a physician assistant and works with elderly patients. So that's interesting. Juror number 55 also works in a nursing home. So you got 2 people here, at least right now, that work with elderly patients or a nursing home. She lives in Westchester County with her husband and kids. Juror number 184, old man who lives in the Bronx with his brother. He's a social work program supervisor and part-time security guard. Elderly man. Juror number 201 is a 67-year-old man. And I'm not saying to be disrespectful saying elderly, but 60 in the late 60s is considered elderly, I would say. But, I mean, some people might say that's in your prime. I hope all of you live through your 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s and enjoy as much life as you can get. 67-year-old man, juror number 201, 2 adult children, works as logistics analyst. He lives alone in Westchester County. Juror number 217 is a who works as a treatment coordinator and has a bachelor's degree in sociology. She lives alone in Manhattan. She does not have children. And then juror number 230 is a 57-year-old man who works as a manufacturing architect and has a master's degree in mechanical engineering. He lives with his wife and kids in Westchester County. This juror started as an alternate and was replaced by a juror who was dismissed over inconsistencies about the residents that we talked about. So, looking at the jury makeup here, one thing that sticks out to me is you have 4 men in their late 60s. 4 men in their late 60s as jurors. And the oldest juror is 74, and not one juror is younger than 30. Any thoughts to any of that? Anyone have any thoughts about the jurors and their ages or occupations? Anything stick out with this jury? Juror number 2, the first one they said is a massage therapist. You know, a lot of this entertainment, escort stuff, massage, in that type of industry, maybe? No. Oh, yeah. Entertainers, or is that totally different? 30 years old. Works as a deli clerk, and that's a female. The youngest juror is 30, female. The oldest juror is 74, female. And a variety of men in their 50s. Now, it's just interesting. It's interesting of this juror makeup here. This is the group that's going to decide the fate, Diddy's fate, is in the hands of the jurors. So you see it right there. That's the jury. Now, CNN put that out there. It's public information. Names not disclosed. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. Watch continuous. We are waiting for the verdict to drop if we get one, but we're not there yet. No indication of anything going on. except deliberating. Transcripts, they're reviewing transcripts. I would think at this point they're past it, but they could be stuck on the testimony of Daniel Phillip. They could be stuck on the Intercontinental Hotel. BBC reports it's been a slow afternoon as lawyers argue over jury notes. It's been a slow afternoon in the court so far, with lawyers spending a long time arguing about how to handle notes from the jury. Most recently, jurors requested several bits of key prosecution witness Cassie testimony, including her account of the Intercontinental Hotel. So they got these pages, unclear how many pages they got. It's not the full testimony. They're saying there's lots of pages. That means at the courthouse. BBC also reports at one point in the courtroom, Diddy blows kisses to his mom, Janice Combs. Verdict watch, verdict watch. Sean P. Diddy Combs, continuous coverage. Jamie Peterson, thank you for being a member. Welcome aboard. Hex Maniac Chris, hey, nice to see you today. The defense definitely bought and sequestered Gina. As soon as the jury requested those transcripts, they activated their ace. Thanks for that comment. Talking about Gina. L jumping in earlier, saying a big gone for an hour. Can we get an update? Still got some transcripts from Daniel Phillips, his testimony from the Essex house, an incident that happened during a freak off in New York, and Cassie Ventora's Intercontinental Hotel testimony, including messages beforehand and afterward, including also Cassie's May 2024 IG post about the incident. Mary Reed, welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you for being a member. Is that Dyla? Dyla Kolik? Welcome to JLR Investigates. Moisani, welcome to JLR Investigates. I'm going to step aside for just a minute or two. Stand by. interactions with the marshals. That's the only entertainment we got thus far. While we wait, it's up to right now, other than they are deliberating. And we're probably 11 hours into this. By tomorrow, we could be into hung jury territory. I don't think it would be hung jury across the board. I would say split verdict. I would go more the split verdict, but I also think they've reached an agreement on RICO, personally. I do think they've reached an agreement on RICO. But how do you think Jane will feel if the jury comes back saying guilty on count 1, count 2, count 3, but not count 4 and 5? What about if the jury comes back and says guilty on RICO and not guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5? How do you think Jane and Cassie will feel? They're victims, right? Do you think they would feel like their testimony didn't count? What do you think? Keep the conversation going as we wait. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. Angela, welcome. Let's see if there's any other media reports of what's going on. Most of the media are reporting now about the transcripts that they've requested. Jury's still deliberating. So we are officially up to speed. Almost 3 o'clock, folks. I know some of you are like, what's going on? How come they haven't reached the verdict yet? This could be days into next week. All right, where's this gentleman going? He probably said, I had enough talking to her. I got to move on and do my job. Turn it up a little bit. Live outside the federal courthouse. They've been deliberating for 2 days now. Sure, some of these jurors want to be released for 4th of July where they don't have to worry about coming back to court after the 4th of July. They want to be able to. So I think they're trying to mull through this before we bump into 4th of July. Hey, the pigeons. See a pigeon? Everyone walked away and the pigeons are coming out eating. The birds, the pigeons. She left. I think crimes have consequences. I think she finally. You know, she was talking to him, and then he just dipped away. And then when she left, he's back. He tried to shake her off. It's like, all right, enough is enough of the talking. Still no verdict. That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting on the verdict, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you have been like, where is this? Starting to get a feeling we're not going to get a verdict today as we bump into past the 3 o'clock hour. Now the question is, will the jurors stay past 5 p.m.? Or will a note come in around 5 and say, we are done for the day? Or maybe they continue to trek on. If they ended yesterday at 5, what about if they say we want to continue? Does that mean they're getting close? That's another hint they could be close. If 5 o'clock rolls around, they say, well, we want to go home, meaning they're not close, or if we want to stay around a little bit longer, or it could mean total opposite. I think they stay. I'm ready for an all-nighter. You? Nothing new to report. Was that another sketch artist? There's 3 sketch artists. I think that was another one. Oh, she's back. He walks away. She comes out. Combs. Diddy. This is another photograph here. Diddy in the courtroom with his team of lawyers. His team of lawyers. I see Brian Steele. I see Xavier Donaldson. Mark. Looks like Shapiro. Looks like Driscoll. Looks like Tenny Garagos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Liebach. Thank you. Thank you for dealing with the woman in the background. Yeah, we took her off for a second. I'm starting to get a little impatient, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be honest. Starting to get a little yawning. Like, oh, we got some packages. Hey, some packages. Somebody's getting a delivery. Let's get this. Let's get something. Let's get an indication of where these jurors are at. Most cases would have a verdict by now on any trial. Most. It wouldn't go on this long. And here we are. Verdict watch into the 3 o'clock hour. Can't wait to see what happens. Kate, welcome aboard. Thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Angela, thank you. Kathy, welcome. Lord of the Sky was like, those two were dating. a circus atmosphere out there that I thought would be. Like, I thought more people would be congregating here and stopping by and, like, what's going on? Hanging out outside a Diddy trial, but not, I mean, there's people there, but not hundreds. I don't believe hundreds are there. I mean, it's quite a scene out there. The tents are out there. The tents have been out there. We wait and see. Verdict watch. Live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Hey, there's Lucci. There's the family friend. There's the one. There's Lucci, Finney. Lucci. It appears somebody's probably coming back. Hey, there's Westmoreland. There's Diddy's attorney, Nicole Westmoreland. And the family friend. Family friend and one of his attorneys going out and about.
Okay, no problem.
Family friend. So lawyer stepped out. Nicole Westmoreland. Where's Nicole going? They going to get themselves something to eat? Near there, there's quite a few Starbucks around there. Yeah, he's dressed up today. Nice hat. JLR, you know all these people outside the courthouse. Yeah, I used to be a courthouse reporter outside like courthouses. Like I eye everybody. Once I know all the key figures and cases, it's hard to slip by me. If I see a face, I never forget. Really, literally.
In like right there.
Like this guy right here, he could be in Times Square in a week from now. And if I'm walking in Times Square, I would recognize the guy and go, hey, I remember that guy. That guy was outside the courthouse. He's a marshal.
With this Celsius and everything.
Remember, folks, if there was an issue, the lawyers would all get summoned back. And Westmoreland just stepped out. So it's like just deliberating. Lawyers are on standby, but they're going about kind of in and out of the courthouse, probably on standby, probably going around there. And going to get something to eat, take a break, take a walk, get some fresh air. We are on standby like we do every day during this trial, waiting. Now, this is the family friend, Lucci, right? His name is Lucci. He was outside the courthouse holding up this shirt today. The family friend, the one that has been wearing those free puff. A Frico is not a Rico. So he's been holding that out up there. And some of Diddy's people apparently have been handing out these shirts to anyone that wants them outside. Garner support. So apparently the defense has a lot of those shirts. Diddy's people have those shirts and they're handing them out or showing them in front of media. Combs tells his mom earlier today, just relax. It's going to be all right. What Diddy says to his mom. What do you think? I don't think so. I haven't seen many people out there again with those free puff shirts and hats like we did the first week. I think that group kind of bounced. Was Diddy and his people expecting more support out there? Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. All right, we're at the 3:15 hour. We don't know how much longer this goes on. Could be days, could be minutes. No indication whatsoever of anything. All right, looking into the chat a little bit, what's going on. I was trying to scour around, see if there's anything additional. We're just waiting, nothing, waiting for a verdict. Kind of all sitting here at the edge of our seats. Hey, that's Laura Coates. Laura Coates, CNN, legal analyst. We played a video of her earlier. She just walked past. Laura Coates at the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. Laura Coates just walked by. People said Alligator Alcatraz for Diddy. Some people say Alcatraz for Diddy. Some people say ADX Florence, Colorado for Diddy. Some people say maximum security for Diddy. Some people say free Diddy. Yeah, it's a waiting game. Think about everyone's shoes here, particularly the victims, Diddy's family, everybody that's involved in this case as far as really close to this case. What do you think they're all thinking right now? one side's going to get or split verdict or what? What do we got? What do we got? No, the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. SP says it was reported juror number 25. It's a young black female who wants him free. SP, I believe juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male. I believe the way they are putting it out there. We just read a list of the jurors, and it's been reported going back to jury. And they're impaneling a jury. They say 25 is a 51-year-old man who works as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. The note. Probably got a text. Yo, Skip, I see you on camera. I see you on camera. I see you on this JLR Investigates channel. You're standing right there in front of the camera. Make sure you behave. You're on TV. All right, group of people coming in. I almost yawned. Trying to stop myself from yawning. Need coffee. Need more coffee. Almost 3:30. Do we go on at 5 p.m. or what? Do we get enough? Monitoring the situation here at the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. They changed the angle. A new look. I'm going to wait and see. Got the umbrella and everything.
Yeah, wait. I was looking something up.
Tomorrow will be a little interesting if they don't reach a verdict by tomorrow afternoon. We'll go live here doing this, and then we'll cut in to a Brian Kohlberger hearing while the jury deliberates, and we'll just go back and forth. So hopefully you'll join us tomorrow if a verdict is not reached here today or until tomorrow morning. Raining. Looks like the rain has come in. Let's check out the it looks like they shifted because the rain has come in. New York City weather radar. 90 degrees there and raining. Wonder what that rain feels like. It's probably hot. Got little showers in that area right now coming through. Just a little shower. But rain is nearby. More rain. No questions from the jury today. They only asked for specific testimony from Cassie and Daniel Phillip. Counts related to those incidents are more than halfway down the jury instructions, which means they've done this a little bit ago. I'm just wondering if they're even farther down on this. So we shall see. And here is the charge here. It's 62 pages. It's a 62-page charge here. And I think they're just going down and down and down. As you see here. The elements. Fraud or coercion, or any combination of such means. Sex trafficking begins on page 42. So the reason why we say that is because they might be just going down the charge. And they went from 37 when it was the issue with drug distribution. Now they continue to keep going down and down and down and down. I do believe they are in the sex trafficking element. And the count 2 and 3 on Cat gone to Jane. They might have ironed out all 2 and 3. We suspect. We shall see. We shall see. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs case, and it just lays it all out. I'm not going to read it. Y'all can see for yourself. So what page are they on? What page could they be on? Law and Crime says 11 hours, 71 minutes. Yeah, we just crossed the could be 12 hour. Could be 12 hours that we crossed. Two hours ago at 1:35 p.m. Eastern, CNN reported that they were past hour 10. And now it's 2 hours since, so it could be over 12 hours now. How many hours are we going to go left? 12 hours. Are they almost done? They're getting close to done? Haven't heard anything else. No new updates. We are waiting. So there's so much in there in this charge that the jury has. 62 pages to go through. Lays out a lot. 62 pages. Live outside the courthouse, 500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. It's not difficult to comprehend at all. I think even a first grader can comprehend this. Literally, it's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. Looks like the sun, the rain came through. I'll bet money either today or Thursday. What about tomorrow, Destiny? Today or Thursday? What about tomorrow, Wednesday? The law is the law. Facts are facts. And Diddy is guilty as hell. I bet you one of you snowflakes, if found guilty on most or all charges, and even if he appeals, he won't get a new trial. FAFO. Very hard to win an appeal. Very hard for the Supreme Court, if you even go up higher, to even take a case. Gina's a piece of work. She still needs her rent paid. She is hoping he gets out. Gina got some, Gina got some stories, right? Hey, where's my love contract? Without the love, where's my contract? I think the verdict will be out tomorrow afternoon. JLR, when a person's life is in your hands, decisions have to be carefully made. If I was in there deliberating, I would scrutinize everything. Thank you for the comment. When a person's life is in your hands, be analyzing everything. It seems like the jurors are doing that, though. That it appears, but we don't know what the jurors are doing because we're not behind closed doors. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. Waiting for any update or any information or any sign of what is going on. $12 hours. Still no verdict. 3:43 p.m. Still no verdict. We are still waiting. Where are they looking at? Up in the sky. Hey, look up there. It's just a waiting game, folks. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're waiting for any new information to come out of what is going on.
Yeah, lately they've been going up front end. Yeah. Yesterday, late in the meeting yesterday. But normally, prosecution goes up this way, and then some of the attorneys go this way. It's better to be here. We are so many.
No new update. NBC put out a report just a little bit ago about what was the incident at the Essex house. While most people remember the assault at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016, sex worker Daniel Phillip testified earlier on in the trial about the incident at the Essex house hotel years prior. He told the court, Phillip, he was paid to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched around 2012 to 2013. He testified after a freak-off at the Essex house, Ventura went into a bedroom with Combs while he remained in the living room. He testified that out of nowhere, he heard Ventura yelling out that she was sorry repeatedly. Phillip then said he heard the sounds of someone being slapped and slammed around. That's what the jury wanted to hear, stuff about that Essex house. The Essex house. No verdict yet. We are on verdict watch. JLR investigates. Verdict watch. As we wait and see what's going on. We're not going to stop. We're going to be here throughout until a verdict is reached each and every day on this channel. In the meantime, share away. Gina did that interview 4 years ago. This was way before any of these charges came. Okay, with the interview. Yeah, because I said she posted that, like 3 weeks ago? Posted it up, so she's reminding people. Thanks for the clarification, Just Six. It was 6 years ago. But now suddenly, Gina, no, I'm not. Nothing's wrong. I'm fine. I'm not scared of him and everything like that. But you gotcha. Thank you, Just Six. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I was looking on her YouTube channel, and I saw it 3 weeks ago. And that's when me and Magnolia ourselves were watching it briefly, her interview. See, that's why a lot of you know about all this stuff and the allegations and accusations and things flying out years ago before this Cassie lawsuit blew this thing wide open. Like the Cassie lawsuit just blew everything open. But people were raising, like Gina, like the interview 6 years ago, raising the alarm bells about Diddy. I want to think about Jonathan. Odie. No, he was right. He was right. Maybe some people don't believe him still, but back then everyone's just brushing it off. Like, it's Diddy, yeah. And here we are. $4 p.m. Almost. So in the future, if anyone says things are going on with a person, you got to take it serious at least, or at least don't give them a pass until you look into it. Because someone might be able to slip through the cracks. Like Jay-Z's civil lawsuit. Won against him. People think he got away with it. Maybe, maybe not. All right, we're back in front of the court. I think he moved away because of the rain. And now that the rain is gone, we're back. We got about an hour left, at least an hour. We shall see. About an hour left. Go heat my coffee. I'll be back in 1 minute. And still nothing. Remember, they also wanted information about the Cannes Festival, music festival in France. Combs accused Cassie of taking drugs from him and kicked her off the yacht. Also had her passport. Then on the commercial flight back to the U.S., she said he pulled up explicit videos of her having sex and threatened to release them unless she agreed to another free call. Ventura said she felt trapped and arranged one for him upon their landing. Now, the jurors were asking about that incident, too. When they came back with the note. The yacht incident. People come and going, 4 o'clock. Verdict watch. $12 hours. Over 12 hours. Diddy Daily also put out their tweet and said 12 hours. We have hit 12 hours of deliberation. They did that 23 minutes ago. And have put out other famous cases of deliberations. Bill Cosby, 52 hours. Rodney King officers, 50 hours. Aaron Hernandez, 36 hours. Michael Jackson, 32 hours. Kyle Rittenhouse, 23 hours. Timothy McVeigh, 23 hours. George Zimmerman, 16 hours. Derek Chauvin, 10 hours. Casey Anthony, 10 hours. O.J. Simpson, 4 hours. They use some of those cases as an example. So, you know, we're past Casey Anthony. We're past O.J. Simpson. We're past Derek Chauvin. We're getting into George Zimmerman territory here. How long will they go? Of those cases, 52 hours, Bill Cosby was found guilty, but it was overturned in 2021. Rodney King, officers of Rodney King, 50 hours, not guilty in the state trial, and 2 eventually were found guilty in the federal trial. Aaron Hernandez, guilty of murder in 2015, but not guilty of double murder in 2017. Michael Jackson, 32 hours, not guilty in 2005. Cowley, Timothy McVeigh, 23 hours, guilty. George Zimmerman, 16 hours. We're approaching that territory tomorrow if we don't get one today. You know, George Zimmerman, not guilty. Chauvin, 10 hours, guilty. Casey Anthony, 10 hours, not guilty. O.J. Simpson, as you know, not guilty. So tomorrow, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let me see. So if we're at, if they don't get it by the end of the day here, we'll be at like 13 and a half, 14 hours. We'll just say 13. So if they start again at 9 a.m., $22 hours by the end of the day tomorrow if they don't come up with a verdict in that range. Almost 24 hours tomorrow at the end of the day if they don't come up with a verdict. We shall see. Just to give you some perspective. You know what I mean? Some people say split. Verdict decision. We wait. We wait. So we've been here day in and day out. little bit. Ghislaine Maxwell. After 6 days of jury deliberation, she was convicted of 5 of 6 sex trafficking on a federal level and received a 20-year prison sentence. And Comey tried her case. So, shows you on that too. That just got brought to my attention.
I think I'm good. See what he needs.
Nothing. $4:15. We'll see in 45 minutes the direction they want to go. Hello. Hello. We'll see where the direction they want to go. Do the jury continue to stay and deliberate, or do they go home for the day and we come back for day 3? Totally remains to be seen. Thank you, Air Bear. Thank you for the gifted membership. 1 gifted membership. Air Bear. Thank you. 1 gifted membership. Somebody got a gifted membership courtesy of Air Bear. Margaret, thank you. Kind of just like watching my screens here and kind of like taking my eyes off the screen here as we wait for updates. It's kind of a yawn fest. You get it? But we are waiting to see what happens. Like literally want to see what happens. And anything could happen at any moment, whether it's a note, something in the jury room, something to deal with the defendant, the judge, the prosecutor. You never know. Hex Maniac says, I live in St. Augustine, JLR. Let's go to Star Island and take selfies. We can help the real estate agents post that house that's going up for sale. Not saying yes, not saying no. Oh, we got a note. Dun, dun, dun. Breaking news. According to CNN, a note. Might get this music up. We got a note. We got a note, folks. We got a note. Jury sends in another note. Breaking news. Another note. Here we go. A note. Got a note. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A note. another note. Stand by. This is coming from CNN. .415, Combs, Mark, Steele, and Shapiro are back in the courtroom. A note. Breaking news. We got a note. So this issue is going to be a verdict? Questions. A rogue juror? All right, we're back. Let's go. Approaching 13 hours of deliberation. 13 hours. I knew we would see some action. I'm ready. What do we got? All right, I'm going to heat this up. I'll be back in 1 second. As soon as we find out more information, Magnolia, put it on the screen. I'll be back in a second. We got a note. What could this be? Stand by. I'm thinking, could it be a note to let the judge know they want to go home at 5 like they did yesterday? I wonder. All right, NBC News is reporting a note. Attorneys are filling the courtroom as the jury has sent a note to the court. This is the 6th note from the jury since this deliberations have begun. This is a note. Jury came back with another note. All right. I'm ready. What do you think? All right, 419. Inner City Press reports. AUSA hands a piece of paper to Combs' lead attorney, Mark, who passes it on. Driscoll confers with Westmoreland. Sean Combs will not be brought into the courtroom from the holding cell. Combs will not be brought in from the holding cell. So this could be, maybe they want to go home at 5. Maybe they're ready to go home. Might be they're done for the day. Maybe. We shall see. A note. Sounds like to me they might be done for the day, possibly. If they're not bringing him in, you might want to go home for the day. We'll see. We shall see. Oh, he's now being brought in. That was a typo. Appears like he's being brought in. Oh, boy. Combs is brought in. That was a typo. He's being brought in. He's being brought in with his hands in his pockets. His other lawyers come and huddle around him. He sits down. Okay, he's being brought in. That was a typo on Inner City Press. He's brought in. Oh. Oh, boy. I'm getting a little shivers down my spine. To be honest, I'm getting some goosebumps here. Holy smokes. I'm literally getting goosebumps down my spine right now. I'm feeling shivers. I'm not playing. I'm feeling shivers here. All right, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. We'll try to get more insight of what could be going on here. A note. A note. Combs is surrounded by his 8 lawyers who are talking. He is looking down. His hands crossed on his lap. Ooh, what's going on? That's Inner City Press's last report, 425. Could we have a verdict? Oh, my goodness. Folks, oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I'm starting to shiver here. We will know in a few minutes what this is. All right, I'm going to put in keywords, verdict, and different things and see what pops up. Anybody's reporting about anything. Verdict watch. You know that while I was doing that, I was kind of had all my screens up, and it's kind of like I felt like a fireman that gets that call. You know what I mean? Like gets the call, and like everything's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's where I'm at here. He looks down. His hands crossed on his lap. He looks down. Verdict? People speculate here. If his head is down, it might not be good. It might not be good news. Oh, boy. We're waiting to see what happens here, folks. Do we have a verdict or a question from the jurors? All right, so far I had seen no indication that, oh, what did it see? All right, All it's saying right now is Combs is surrounded by his lawyers. Their expressions are serious. That's what's being reported by CNN. Their expressions are serious. Oh boy. Could this be it? Oh my goodness, folks. Could this be it? CNN is reporting their expressions are serious. Sean Combs was rubbing his eyes, one with his thumb, the other with his index finger. His lawyers continue talking. Now Westmoreland to Xavier Donaldson. He was seen rubbing his eyes. Doesn't sound good, folks. This sounds like there could be a verdict. The prosecution is sitting in their chairs, but Combs' team has formed a horseshoe as members stand around Combs. His head is down and his defense attorneys are hugging each other. According to NBC News, his defense attorneys are hugging each other. It sounds like a verdict, folks. It sounds like they've reached a verdict. They wouldn't hug each other like that. He wouldn't be rubbing his eyes. His head wouldn't be down like that. I think we got a verdict. I think we have a verdict, folks. Possibly. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. I'm shaking here. Breathe. Why would his attorneys be hugging each other? Combs, it appears Combs was crying. He rubbed his eyes, tried to block off tears.
Secret Service wouldn't allow it. I think that's what they were feared for long.
4:30. Mark goes forward, then returns and hands Sean Combs a piece of paper. He stares at it. Oh boy. Do we have a verdict, folks? Breathe, everyone, breathe. Breathe. A to Z. Thank you very much, A to Z. Thank you. 10 gifted memberships courtesy of A to Z. In this moment, real time, in this moment, we have something going on. Sean Combs now seated in the courtroom with his lawyers circled around him. Their expressions are serious. Defense attorney Mark walked to the courtroom. Deputy who took the note and handed it to Combs. The note had a couple lines of handwriting on it. A couple lines of handwriting on it. Sounds like we reached a verdict, maybe. We're waiting to learn more about the latest note from the jury. This is serious, folks. I don't think this is a question. We're waiting for any information. After talking to his lead attorney, Mark, Sean Combs looks down again, resting his head in his right hand. Oh boy. So there is a TV station called CGTN Europe saying that the jury has reached a verdict. One media outlet is now reporting that they have reached a verdict. But I don't know how legit this is. A blue check mark, has tens of thousands of followers, subs. It's saying that they reached a verdict. We have reached a verdict. We were unable to reach a verdict on the RICO. Oh my goodness. We have received a note at 4:05 today. It reads, we have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are unable to reach a verdict on count 1. As we have jurors on each side, how should we respond? Holy smokes, we have not reached a verdict on the RICO, but reached a verdict on the 4 counts. Oh my goodness. The 4 other counts, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, I don't even know what to take of this. They've reached a verdict. 2, 3, 4, and 5, but not the RICO. Sherry, thank you. Thank you for that, Sherry. Holy smokes, folks. Where do we go with this? The feds have almost 100% conviction rate. The most serious RICO. No verdict. We are preparing a modified Allen charge. They want them to continue on the RICO. Allen charge. We propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you do not take the partial verdict. No modified Allen charge. Oh my goodness. We are preparing a modified Allen charge. The judge says, would the defense request I bring the jury out to say that? Holmes's attorney, Mark, after confirming with Combs, yes, so the jury's coming out. The jury's coming out. Oh boy, folks. Okay. So again, for people who are coming in the chat, they have not reached a verdict on the RICO. However, the jury has told with the note that they've reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. That would be in regards to Jane and Cassie with the sex trafficking and the prostitution over state lines, transporting prostitution, but not the RICO. Okay, email me your proposals, each side. I'll wait. I could give a modified Allen charge, or at some point, I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. At some point, the judge is saying, I could tell them to return a partial verdict. Email me and I'll wait. Big news. The verdict in count 2, 3, 4, and 5, but not on count 1, the RICO. The RICO. Verdict watch. Verdict watch. All right, so we're at a break. We know we're at a break, folks. Come on in. JLR investigates. We received a note at 4:05 today. It reads, we have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are unable to reach a verdict on count 1, the RICO, as we have jurors with unpersuadable opinions on both sides of the RICO. Holy smokes. I'm shaking here. The prosecution and the defense want the jury to continue deliberating. Could the jurors have found him guilty on count 2, 3, 4, and 5, or not guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5? Our feed went away, so we'll continue to, we'll just put up something else here. Holy moly, folks. All right, so we're on a break. They're going to come up with proposals here. But it seems like they're both in agreement. Both the prosecution and the defense wants them to continue to deliberate. Big news. All right, the feed is back. It's raining out there. We're live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. They've reached a verdict. Sean Combs' jury has sent out a note. They have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. That will be the sex trafficking and transportation for prostitution, but remains divided on count 1, the RICO. Both parties, both prosecution and defense, wants the jury to continue deliberating on the RICO. But the judge said at some point I could tell them to return a partial verdict. Now we have to know all night long if this continues to go on, whether they found him guilty or not guilty on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Verdict watch, folks. Big, huge news coming out of New York. We are live covering it. Make sure you hit that sub, like, notification button. Day in and day out, we've been here. We are possibly at the end, very, very close at the end. Their verdict has been reached in 2, 3, 4, and 5 in regards to Cassie and Jane. Cassie and Jane. We talked about the possible Allen charge. Judge tells the jury to keep going, keep deliberating, and try to reach an unanimous verdict. Verdict watch. Both sides request the jury continue deliberating. Attorneys for both sides, the prosecution and the defense, have told the judge they would like the jury to continue deliberating on count 1, the racketeering RICO charge against Combs. Holmes' lead attorney, Mark, told the judge that the jury has been deliberating only a short time and should continue. Is that the defense suggesting that they think count 2, 3, 4, and 5 are not guilty verdicts and they just want to get this all across the board not guilty and have Diddy go home? Comey also told the court that they will put together an Allen charge, instructions that urge a jury to keep working in order to avoid a hung jury. The judge asked for both sides to send proposed instructions and send it in to his chambers so he can take it from there. Verdict reached, 4 of 5 counts, but not the RICO, not the most serious. Even though the 2, 3, 4, and 5 have serious penalties if he's found guilty of 2, 3, 4, 5. But what do you think the defense, what do you think everyone's thinking here? Whose advantage? Whose advantage? Mark said the defense would like the judge to bring out the jury to instruct them to continue deliberating. They are going to work on the wording of that instruction. Advantage who? Who does this favor? What are you thinking? Two, 3, 4, and 5. We're at the edge of our seats, folks. I got goosebumps down my spine. Let's breathe. Let's get it together. Wow. Wow, folks. Media is breaking out right now. NBC News and ABC News have broken out themselves with live reports, partial verdict. All right, let's continue to watch, folks. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Magnolia keeps putting information on the screen as we get in real time what is going on. Verdict reached. Intercity Press responded, they are definitely going to be told to keep deliberating on count 1, the RICO. It's just a question of how they will be told, whether Allen charge now or later. Will Diddy completely walk? Will he defy all odds? And one thing is interesting, if you look at the predicates in the RICO, some of the predicates in the RICO are acts involving sex trafficking and acts involving transportation for purpose of prostitution, right? If they say that's not proved or they can't come up with a decision, then what makes them have a decision that he's guilty of the same type of sex trafficking and transportation of prostitution when it comes to counts 2, 3, 4, and 5? You understand what I mean? They can't reach a decision. And clearly, RICO, the two predicates of sex trafficking and transportation, they found him guilty on that. You would think that on the other, what's the problem? I think it's a not guilty. I think it's not guilty on 2, 3, 4, 5. I really do. Because they would have found him guilty on the predicates that are the same thing. In the RICO of the 8. I think 2, 3, 4, and 5 are not guilty. I'll be honest, folks. Because the same two predicates are in the RICO and they can't come up with a decision on that. And only need 2 anyway to find him guilty on the RICO. So the prosecution's best get them to say RICO, something within the RICO. It's common sense here, folks. The 2 predicates in the RICO are the same, go same with the sex trafficking on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Same type of behavior. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think this is advantage Diddy right now. I think it's advantage Diddy. Magnolia put this across my board. It's possible they think he's guilty of all those on his own in reference to 2, 3, 4, and 5. But when it comes to the RICO, knowingly participating in the acts. Now, it could be like that, too. That's another theory. So guilty solely on 2, 3, 4, and 5. But when it comes to RICO and group participant, that's where they're not getting it. That could be it, too. So many scenarios here, folks. So many scenarios. But one thing that stands out, again, I'll repeat, 2 of the predicates in the RICO are sex trafficking and transporting prostitutes. And you're hung on, you can't come to a decision on 1. So why would they come to a decision with sex trafficking, transportation of prostitution on 2, 3, 4, and 5? And shocked because yesterday we were speculating that they reached the decision on RICO based on them asking about the drug distribution on predicate number 8. Oh, so many scenarios. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. We're here. Now, what's going to happen here? We're also reaching the 5 o'clock hour. Does the jury continue? Let me get some more information. The judge, the government prosecutors and defense team both say they want jurors to keep deliberating on the remaining charge, the RICO. The judge would read jurors an Allen charge, which is also informally called a dynamite charge, telling the jury to keep talking to find a way to agree to a verdict. I mean, it's clear cut there with so many acts, and they can't even reach a verdict on Rico, or they just don't want to send this guy to prison for the rest of his life, or what? Could we have jury nullification here? Jury nullification is when the jury of a trial acquits a defendant, even if they believe the defendant had technically broke the law because they disagree with the law itself, find it unjust, or believed it should not be applied in that specific case. That could be the situation here. So many scenarios, so many thoughts. Keep them coming, folks, in the chat. Holy moly. Verdict reached on 2, 3, 4, and 5. What does all that mean? Two, 3, 4, 5. We can only speculate. What's an Allen charge? And it's an instruction a judge gives to a jury when they say they can't reach a verdict on one or more counts of an indictment. It says to go back and keep trying because no future jury would be any better position to make a decision. But they've reached the decision on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Guilty or not guilty. I mean, they have a verdict here. Guilty or not guilty. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Or could some be guilty or some not? Have we considered that? Guilty on Cassie, not guilty on Jane, 3 or 4 and 5. Guilty on 2, 3, not guilty on 3 or 4 and 5. Things like that. I mean, earlier they sent the note about Cassie, the Intercontinental Hotel video, and also Daniel Phillip. Now check this out. 4:54 p.m. Inner City Press says, in the well of the courtroom, everyone but Donaldson is in their seat. Waiting. Sean Combs is leaning back, his legs crossed. He does not look happy. He doesn't look happy. Now, don't you think there could be some body language where his lawyers were telling him, yo, this is a good sign. This is a good sign. Or is he not happy because they haven't reached a verdict on the RICO? Or is this just a show? A show. A lot of scenarios here. So many different scenarios and situations here. they could find some of these counts guilty or not guilty on some of the counts. They've reached verdicts on 2, 3, 4, and 5, but not the RICO. What is going on in this courtroom here? Both sides want them to continue. If they don't reach a verdict tonight, by tonight, oh my goodness, the suspense overnight. Is Diddy guilty or not guilty? On the reached verdict, is he guilty or not? If he's guilty on sex trafficking, he's going to prison for 15 years at least. Minimum mandatory, 15 years. All right, CNN put a report out. Let me see. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion pertains to Cassie. Count 2, count 3, transportation engaged in prostitution pertains to Cassie, and coercion pertains to victim 2, Jane. Count 5, transportation engaged in prostitution pertains to victim 2, Jane. Now, according to CNN, count 1 carries the heaviest weight, possibly life in prison. Count 2 and 4 have a minimum mandatory sentence of 15 years in prison with a maximum sentence of life in prison. Count 3 and 5 carries a maximum sentence of 10 years. We got a poll up. We got a poll. Make sure you vote, please. Let us know what you think. We got a poll. Verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Guilty on all 4 counts. Not guilty on all 4 counts. Guilty, Cassie counts 2 and 3. Guilty, Jane counts 4 and 5. I mean, there's a whole other bunch of scenarios, but we put those 4 up because those are most likely the 4 logical scenarios here, possibilities. Madeline, thank you very much. P. Dirty is going to prison for a long time. Stand by. Be back in 1 second. About a minute. The suspense is eating us up, folks. But Diddy does not look happy. Verdict reached. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5. For the 5 counts. But not the RICO. Not the RICO. All right, so the judge wants them to email the judge. All right, keep letting us know what you think, folks. They have reached a verdict. They've reached a verdict. But not on the most serious. Verdict watch. (5:01 p.m.) Judge, I received each side's proposal. Attorney Mark, your proposal. There is not much there. Combs's Mark response, we are not remotely at the place where the jury needs more to deliberate efficiently. They are remarkably efficient. They already have 4 verdicts. Thoughts? Keep them in. Holy smokes, folks. We have a verdict. 2, 3, 4, and 5. So many scenarios here. But as we discussed, the RICO is actually the easiest. Clearly right there, it's right there. So how do you not get it? 100% feels guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5. If there's a split decision on the RICO, meaning some believe he's guilty, so 2, 3, 4, and 5 wouldn't be a clear innocent. Just some don't believe it's RICO. I am ZG. Thank you for the insight and perspective. Your thoughts. Keep your opinions. Keep them coming. Let's hear your theories on this. Wow. How's everyone feeling right now? Judge, I wouldn't call the government's proposal an Allen charge. It reminds the jury of the instruction I previously gave on the duty to deliberate. I could simply recite from the jury charge. Wouldn't call the government's proposal an Allen charge. So, it's interesting. If you don't go an Allen charge, you just do another instruction. Do you reserve that Allen charge for later on and tell them to keep going a day, tomorrow or something, if they don't reach a verdict? We've got a lot going on, folks, inside this courtroom here. Judge is now addressing both sides' proposals. The judge is back on the bench now addressing both prosecutors and defense attorneys' proposals on how to move forward. The government has asked for a modified Allen charge. The defense said it's too early for that. And they seem to want more gentle language. So, prosecution more towards the Allen charge angle. The defense says it's too early for that. An Allen charge is a set of instructions that ask jurors to re-examine their own views and opinions in order to reach a decision. We've got a poll up. Please make sure you vote. Let us know what you think is going on here. Partial verdict, but stuck. Sean Diddy Combs. The suspense. The suspense, folks. We're not at that point yet. I'm not saying we wouldn't be at that point on Thursday, July 3rd, or Monday, and see. I'm putting stock in that they have reached verdicts on 4 counts. Oh. I'm going with that, but I may give more later. I think it's going on more of a gentle approach and just telling them to continue. The judge goes on to say, I could tell them that they could return on July 3rd. We could arrange that. What do the parties think? AUSA Comey, we'd like to give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd. They're ironing out how to deal with this. Does that mean there's going to be no court tomorrow? Or no jury deliberation tomorrow? We'll see. Stand by. Big news coming out. Combs is Mark. 1 second, Your Honor. So Mark is coming up with some idea here or suggestion. I mean, it's clear that they need more time. I don't think that's in dispute here. They need more time on the RICO. But who does this benefit? Who does this favor? The way Diddy's body language is as if he knows he's guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just the body language aspect. He's not happy. He's not smiling. And neither are his lawyers. Now, are they banking on them to continue to find him not guilty on the RICO and just take the loss on the 2, 3, 4, and 5, which will result in him not necessarily getting life in prison? 2, 3, 4, and 5 convictions might not get Diddy a life in prison alone. Get him some time. How much time? 20 years? Mark goes on to say, our preference is that you don't tell them now about Thursday. The downside is that the jurors might feel rushed to reach a verdict to avoid the Thursday issue. Let them deliberate tomorrow. You could ask at the end of tomorrow. Oh my goodness, folks. So Mark wants them in tomorrow. He doesn't want to put a number on because it would put pressure for them. They'll feel rushed to reach a verdict. We're waiting to see, folks. How's this going to be ironed out? What happens from here? Judge says he intends to tell the jury, I ask that you keep deliberating. So I don't think it's an Allen charge. The judge says he intends to tell the jury, I ask that you keep deliberating. And then cite some of the lines about deliberations from instructions. I don't think we're at Allen charge. Just, I ask you to keep deliberating. So the defense would have no objection to them deliberating on the 3rd. No. No objection if they want to. Okay, let's bring back our jury. All right, jury coming back. Basically is they're going to let them go tomorrow and then check in possibly at the end of the day to see how they're going. All right, so the jurors are coming back in. Jurors are coming back in. He's going to encourage them. I ask you keep deliberating. That's what he's doing. I ask that you keep deliberating. Now we all have to go overnight to wonder if Diddy's guilty or not on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Will we know? Jury enters the room. The jury has entered the courtroom. The judge is going to instruct them as to their note and also tell them that if they're done for the day, they can send another note saying as much. All right. So we're going to find out now if they're done for the day, go on. But that's up to them. They have to let the judge know via a note whether they're done deliberating today or not. So close. Judge bring the jury back into the courtroom after taking input from both the prosecution and the defense on what to tell jurors in response to their announcement that they are deadlocked on the RICO count 1. All rise. They're also going to, the prosecution suggestion is something less than a formal Allen charge instead of response urging the jury to continue deliberations. The judge seemed to favor that proposal. Welcome back. I have received your note that you reached verdicts on count 2 through 5. I ask you to continue deliberating. Discuss and weigh your respective opinions and follow my instructions on the law. Dispassionately, and follow my instructions on the law. Holy smokes, folks. So they're going to continue to deliberate. Some people put things into perspective. I see one particular perspective here. Counts 2 and 5 are standalone charges. They can find him guilty for that and not under RICO because some jurors may not believe his organization helped him sex traffic or transport the women. If they found him not guilty for those 2 through 5, they wouldn't be debating count one. What's your thoughts on that scenario? Thoughts on that scenario? Well, we have a poll. Make sure you vote. Verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. 61% guilty on all 4 counts. 18% not guilty on all 4 counts. Guilty on just counts 2 and 3, 20%. And only 2% say Jane guilty on 4 and 5. So many scenarios here. I ask you return to the jury room. If you decide you are done for the day, send me another note, and I'll bring you back out to end the day. Jurors leave. All right, they're continuing to deliberate. It's not over. Everyone can go back to doing what they were doing. All right. So whether they come back in the next 5 minutes with a note or not remains to be seen. But if they don't come back in a bit, hey, they might get this over with tonight, by tonight. A lot of scenarios. We are in fluid time here, seeing exactly what this all can mean. Sean P. Diddy Combs, verdict reached. This is getting so complicated. Agree, guilty on 2-5. If he wasn't guilty on 2-5, there's no need to deliberate RICO. I will keep putting the comments up on the screen. Let us know what you think as we continue to evaluate. What are they going to still deliberate for a couple hours? Are they that close? But oh my goodness, folks, we do have a verdict. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We have received a note that the jurors have concluded for the day and will resume tomorrow. We'll bring them back out. Okay, so jurors are like, we're going home. We're going home. We're going home. All right, so jurors are going home for the day. Jurors are going home for the day. No verdict on the RICO, but verdict on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Holy moly. This is big. Guilty or not guilty? The body language of Diddy seems to, he and his team feel he's guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5. It seems. You would think they would be like more pumped, happy. All right, so the people are coming out of the courthouse for the day. Jury dismissed for the day. In dismissing the panel for the day, the judge said he won't bring them out in the morning and they can get started when they arrive. They are leaving the courtroom now. Jurors are leaving. Oh my goodness. This is crazy, folks. Crazy scenario. They have reached a verdict. And they're not going to reveal that. They're going to continue to deliberate. Judge, very briefly, thank you. Tomorrow, go directly into the jury room. Keep an open mind. Do not watch or read about this case. We'll see each other tomorrow. All rise. Judge, anything? No. Nothing from the prosecution, nothing from the defense. Whoa. What does this all mean, folks? Continuous coverage. Court is adjourned. All right, so we're going to get a more understanding, some reports here, what happened here, and what goes on. They're going to just continue. And I don't think the other verdict's going to come out until there's a resolution on this one. Stay with this. Family will comment outside the court. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Judge reminded them to keep an open mind as they continue deliberations tomorrow and thank them for all their hard work. So much to go through. Scenarios. We have a poll up. Please make sure you vote. %62% of you feel that he is guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5. 62%. Oh, this is big. It's going to be a long night. live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street, as people are coming out, sharing the news, similar to what we have been sharing as we've been here each and every day throughout the trial. Verdict reached in count 2, 3, 4, and 5, but not the RICO. What does that all mean? Where do we all go with this? Jury's going to continue to deliberate. No Allen charge. No Allen charge. Breaking news. Jury has reached a verdict on 2, 3, 4, and 5. To all the OGS, we made it to another day. All right, tell us your scenarios. Still trying to process all this. Everyone's coming out. Looks like a lot of people here attended the trial and coming out. All right, we're going to keep it here for a bit. I'm just going to try to get some recaps of what this all means. Maybe maybe defense is over with, so they don't have to come back again. Do they feel defeat or what? What is the body language of the defense? Are they already focused on appeals? The defense. This is a nail biter. This is like, my mind is on both sides here. I think some part of me thinks guilty on all 2, 3, 4, and 5, and others, my other side feels not guilty 2, 3, 4, 5 for numerous reasons. I just don't know. I just don't know. Would be not guilty on RICO if they found him not guilty on 2 through 5. That's what Georgie 1 says. A lot of people feel that perspective. It would be not guilty on RICO if they found him not guilty on charges 2 through 5. This is one of those brain things that you have your brain going all over the place in different scenarios. We're going to continue to watch and see the scene outside the courthouse. Maybe they'll do a thing of his family leaving. Defense leaving. Maybe they'll ask the defense if they got any questions. We'll call this partial verdict reached. Partial verdict reached. Judge to instruct jurors to keep deliberating after jury reached partial verdict. Partial verdict reached. Look at the scene outside the federal courthouse. It's a lot of people out there. Where were all these people at the beginning of the trial? I know, right?
It's the wig door. Were you surprised that they came to a verdict so fast? You're not coming to get to tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Cassie's lawyer.
You're no good. You're no good. Crucify you.
Whoa.
Oh God, I went out the wrong way.
All right, this is showing you the scene. We're a little bit behind. A few minutes back just to show you what's going on out there as participants in this case leave. We're a little bit behind.
I was gifted about an apple pie today. I never even seen about it. Never. So if it don't slip, you must quit. If it don't slip, you must quit. If it don't slip, you must quit.
Xavier Donaldson and Westmoreland.
Are you disappointed with today, Miss Westmoreland? No?
The goal, get her out there in the goal. This is the goal, Westmoreland, y'all. She's the one that took one up with peppers and onions. Look at this man right here, such a gentleman in the rain. Such a gentleman. Such a gentleman. Xavier Donaldson, such a gentleman in the rain. Yes. Such a gentleman in the rain. Yes.
You think Diddy's gonna walk?
Yeah, outside. Yeah, the camera's coming out right now. Watch your
back,
out.
watch your
We gotta
back,
watch
back.
out. Right. Cars is licking people down. Cars is licking people down. Whoever this woman is, she's stepping. Like she got the weapons. Have a beautiful day. You look nice. You in business.
You think he's gonna steal?
Coming up right now.
All right, so we've been putting on the screen here. Combs whispers to his children and tells mother, "I'll be all right. Love you." Sean Combs whispered to his 6 adult children seated in the second row behind him before leaving the courtroom. He also leaned over to tell his mother, who asked him a few questions. He told her, "I'll be all right. Love you," and tapped his chest. What do you think that all means? He knows he's guilty? Or does he generally feel like he's going to be okay? That's what he said to his mom. Is he just ensuring his mom language that has been revealed about Combs when this note came? It was not good on his part. Carol says, I think if they find him not guilty, they would have had the full verdict today. But since they didn't, he is guilty of all. Or for Cassie, many people in the chat feel like he's guilty. My mind goes either way, but many people in the chat feel like he's guilty, or at least on Cassie's 2 and 3. Maybe 4 and 5, no, with Jane. All right, thoughts? Because now this is going to just be the talk. People are saying it doesn't make sense that he would be found not guilty on all those counts, not with the behavior. He would have been like, yes, 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 yes. Tell him to keep going, keep going. Do you understand? It seems like lawyers have told him scenarios. They're acting like it's his funeral. They're acting like it's his funeral. As if he knows. I am ZG. Thank you for your insight, your continuous insight. I'm looking all over the place trying to see the insight, perspective. NR76, thank you very much for the gifted membership. One member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of NR76 T to you. Thank you very much. Very grateful. All right, so children, mom. We're not done with this. And we will most certainly be back first thing in the morning, 8:15 sharp. Make sure you check us out tomorrow as we sit all day and wait again and again and again. And that's what we will continue to do. There's all right. There's Mr. Finney Lucci, family friend. His daughter.
Best of luck and best well wishes for y'all, sister. Look, look at Smooth. That's how you take care of the sisters in the young queen. Smooth. Yo, Smooth. I love you. That's why every one of these women out here love you. The hell with LL. The hell with LL. Ladies don't like LL no more, man.
All right, that's the scene.
Smooth not to do it. Look at this queen. Coming through, glowing. As she going. Glowing as she going.
Who are you?
Shining as
You think he's gonna walk? Or you think he's guilty?
She's shining. Got fire outside, everybody outside.
Where the baby oil?
Look at this, Smooth. That's Smooth. That's Smooth. Yo, that's Smooth. Yo, remember
Where
what
the
I told
baby
you.
oil?
What I told you, man. Y'all have a good day, y'all. Y'all have a good day. Peace, y'all. Peace. 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 That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Gangsters. Mama phone still popping out though. My mama ain't leave yet. My mom ain't leave yet.
here comes Mama Cole. My mother ain't leave yet.
More than most.
Yeah.
That's the family friend right there. There's a sketch artist. Sketch artist left. Here she comes. Mom, any comment?
Y'all be all right.
There you go. You know I love you, Mom. I love you, Miss Love is cold.
Black excellence, baby. Black excellence. That's why we are South. Black excellence.
You know I love you. Have a blessed day, Mom. Blessed day.
We're not going to fall in that trap anymore. We got you. We ain't falling in that trap no more. Baby oil was a distraction. You know that. We all know that was a distraction. We're not stupid. One man cannot do it all by himself. No one man can do it all by himself. That was a distraction. We all know what time it is. We got this.
All right.
All right, Mama Combs left. Whole family left. That's where people start to break away and start to leave. We're just kind of giving you a look at what's going on out there.
What do you think? What do you think about what's going on? I just
All right, guys, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, that's so. Mom, so verdict tomorrow. Verdict tomorrow. Thank you. Now it stops. Great.
Got the poll. Got the poll. Got the poll. We completed the poll. Almost 10,000 people voted. So of the almost 10,000 people that voted, verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, guilty on all 4 counts, 62% of the chat believe it's guilty on all 4 counts. 18% guilty on just 2, 3 Cassie. Not guilty on all 4 counts. Not guilty. 17%. And guilty on just Jane counts, 2%. So Jane's not really getting any play when it comes to this poll with almost 10,000 that voted. So majority of you all feel that he's guilty on all 4 counts. Upon further review and me myself looking around and analyzing the room and getting takes and reading, and I've been reading screens and looking all over the place, and body language from the defendant Diddy himself, strong chance that he's guilty on something. And I think he knows that. So it's pretty wild. So it looks like all this stuff is coming to an end. What a wild day. So many comments in here. So many comments. I see so many comments. But Talia Morano, I see you. Damon 2772, Nomad. Now I like the comment. Damon 2772, Nomad said Rico no guilty means Jay-Z is free. Hey Jeff M, nice to see you. For the people. Says, how can you answer the RICO question without first answering the predicates if you have two to be guilty? Great question for the people. Why I believe not guilty on counts 2 through 5, because they are in the RICO, and that's where I'm at for the people. But at the same time, the body language of Diddy indicates that there's some sort of guilt here, and he's not happy with these results. Otherwise, they would be gleaming right now and encouraging the jurors to go through so he can go home. Mary Taylor, welcome. But I get it for the people because I'm kind of on that same thinking too. Denise Nelson, thank you for the gifted membership. Denise Nelson, if you're still here, thank you very much. There's just so many comments coming through. We've been here all day long on this, and I think it's, I mean, he's not going to be able to sleep tonight. I'm sure none of you all are either until we know guilty or not guilty. We just don't know, folks. We just don't know. We just don't know. And doesn't appear like any press conference or anything is coming out there, even though they got the microphones set. That is like just in case. But we are still continuing to put comments up. I'm kind of doing a final look through. He was innocent on all 4 counts. He and his team would be enthusiastic about the jury continuing to deliberate. They had nothing to say. I think they want to kind of get this over with maybe and just get this so they can start their appeal process. Is that the take here? Microphones coming down? Their microphones are coming down. Are they putting their microphones up? Big, big day tomorrow. Big. I've never looked forward to the end of a week. Just want to know the truth already. The one juror holdout will change their mind. Guilty on DV, time served. Diddy is guilty on at least 2 because he asked his lawyer, what does this mean? Once Diddy is found guilty on all counts, when will he be sentenced? Well, if he's guilty on any counts, we think 3 to 4 months down the line. He could be guilty on count 1. The only question, they only need 2 really, but that is a good question. Like, are they just don't know all the predicates? Do they have 2 on there and they just on the predicates, they can't figure it out? If he was found not guilty on 2 through 5, Lexi, it's where a lot of people are at, Lexi. A lot of people are on that right there on the screen. It wouldn't be, I mean, it would just be not guilty across the board, go home. In LA. Oh, my goodness. I knew I had some shivers down my spine. I was literally like, I was almost in tears when this thing popped up a little after 4 p.m. I was like, whoa. Split. The judge is open-minded to split down the line. It appears possibly. 12 jurors have to agree on the RICO. Then the 12 also have to agree on the same 2 predicate crimes. It's all about the predicates. That's what it seems like. Ooh, my goodness. My goodness. Yeah, nothing has been put on the some of the main feeds that have been covering this. Like NBC, nothing. Juries have been dismissed for the day. So, with that being said, I think we're going to sign off because we've been on for an hour, almost 10 hours all day long. But folks, I'm going to blow myself up here. Folks, we will be back tomorrow morning, 8:15 sharp. Please come because they could reach a verdict at any time, even just within the first 20 minutes of coming back after 9 a.m. We'll see body language. We'll see how the attorneys are walking. Brian Steele comes in every day smiling. We'll see their demeanor. The demeanor would be very telling of the lawyers coming in, the family coming in, deliberating. We could have a verdict by tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. We shall see. So we're going to sign off. I appreciate every single one of you for spending the time, the twists and turns of P. Diddy Combs case, wondering if he's guilty or not. This is wild. So we are very grateful for everyone that contribute. Thank you, everyone, for the super chats, the memberships, comments, just anyone that commented here, all the people from what we will see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.